Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I'd already been on the road for more than a month by the time late September rolled around in 2019. Most people I talked to thought I was crazy. Riding a loaded-down bicycle across the country, sleeping in the woods most nights with no one around for miles. But for me, it was peace. It was escape. It was something that felt like it still belonged to the world before everything got loud and fast and crowded. By that point, I had already crossed several state lines, each with their own forests, mountains, and backroads. I rarely paid for campsites. Not because I couldn't afford it, but because the solitude I got from disappearing into the brush was worth far more than any patch of gravel beside someone else's RV. Most nights I would ride until sunset or maybe a little after, then will my bike into the trees somewhere quiet, somewhere away from the road and out of sight. I'd lock up the bike, pitch my tent, and settle into the night. And the nights usually gave me comfort. Insects, birds, owls, small rustlings, normal things you come to recognize after weeks outdoors. It's never quiet out there. Not completely. There's a rhythm to it, a living pulse, even in the dark. You can listen to it and know you're not alone, but also not watched. That's a big difference. That background noise was always something I leaned on. It reminded me that life was all around, and that none of it cared about me. That was exactly the way I wanted it. But I remember this one night, late September, in western Montana, somewhere off a Forest Service road that had long since turned to packed dirt. There weren't any other vehicles, no ranches nearby, no scattered houses like you sometimes find miles down forgotten roads. I hadn't seen another person in hours. The trees were tall and spaced enough that I could walk my bike off the road for a good 100 yards before I found a spot I liked. There was a little rise in the forest floor just beside a narrow clearing, and I chose a spot just behind it, giving me a little slope to block me from the road. Not that anyone was coming down it at that hour anyway. The sun was almost gone by the time I set the kickstand. Everything about the site looked perfect. The ground was soft with dry pine needles. No big rocks. No dead trees above that might drop limbs in the night. I cooked a small dinner with my camp stove, ate quietly while the sky shifted from gold to deep blue, and by the time I climbed into my tent, it was full-on dark. Normally, I'd drift off slowly, listening to crickets, maybe the distant trill of an owl, or the breeze running through the branches overhead. But not that night. Not even close. It was dead quiet. No wind. No insects. Not even the distant scurry of mice in the underbrush. Nothing. At first, I thought maybe I was just overthinking it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was just so used to the sounds that I was imagining the silence. But the longer I lay there, the more I realized just how wrong it felt. It wasn't just quiet. It was oppressive. Like the trees were holding their breath. Like the whole forest had tensed up and was waiting for something to pass. It's hard to explain how silence can feel heavy, but it does. When you're used to a place that's never still, the sudden absence of sound is like someone turned off the world. It made the darkness feel deeper, the tent feel thinner, and the forest feel bigger. I tried to shake it. I adjusted my sleeping pad, pulled my quilt tighter around me, closed my eyes and tried to think about other things. But the silence kept pressing on me, growing louder in its own way. Every tiny sound I made, shifting my legs, scratching an itch, the soft crinkle of my sleeping quilt, sounded like a shout. I kept waiting for the wind to pick up, for a single bug to chirp, for something to remind me the woods were still alive. And then a twig snapped. I flinched. It wasn't far, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Could have been anything, deer, elk, squirrel. That sound by itself wouldn't normally have bothered me. But in that silence, it hit like a gunshot. It echoed through the void like the forest itself had cracked. I froze. My breathing slowed. My ears strained so hard I thought I could hear my own heartbeat in the stillness. But there was nothing else. Just that one crack. And then more silence. I told myself it was fine. Forests are full of small sounds, even when they're quiet. Animals move. Branches fall. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever made that sound had done it on purpose. Or worse, that it was still there, waiting just like I was, not making a sound. I've spent enough nights outdoors to know that the imagination can play tricks on you, especially when you're alone. But this felt different. This didn't feel like nerves. It felt like instinct, like something primal in my brain had reached up and hit the emergency brake. Every muscle in my body felt tight. I wasn't even cold, but I was shivering. I didn't have a weapon, just a camp knife, maybe 3 inches long. No bear spray, though I knew better. It was a weight-saving choice I had made stupidly early in the trip and hadn't corrected. Montana has bears. I knew that, but I had seen so few signs of any animals in the area that I hadn't worried about it. I lay there for what felt like hours. I kept waiting for the sound of footsteps, for another snap, for some movement. But nothing came. Nothing moved. I didn't hear breathing, didn't hear sniffing, didn't hear leaves rustle. Just that same unbroken silence. I don't know if I ever actually fell asleep. It felt like I drifted in and out of half-consciousness, eyes shut but brain spinning like a turbine. Every time I started to fade, I'd jolt awake, convinced I had heard something new. A rustle, a thump, something brushing against the side of the tent. But every time there was nothing. Just the cold weight of that airless silence pressing against the fabric. Hours passed. At one point I opened my phone to check the time. It was close to 3 a.m. The battery had dropped more than it should have, probably from the cold. I closed my eyes again and told myself it was just a bad night. That morning would come, and this would all feel silly. And then finally, I heard it. The faint, distant call of a bird. Just one at first. Then another, from a different direction. A low coo, maybe a mourning dove. Then the trill of something smaller. I sat up slowly and unzipped the flap of the tent. The sky had softened into that faint bluish gray that comes just before dawn, and the forest had woken up. Crickets chirped. A breeze stirred the leaves. Somewhere not far away, I heard the soft trickle of water that must have been a stream or small creek I hadn't noticed the night before. The world was back, and the feeling of dread lifted like a weight had been peeled off my shoulders. I stepped out of the tent and stood barefoot in the cold needles, staring into the trees. The place looked no different. The same trees, the same patchy underbrush. My bike still leaned against the pine where I'd left it, bag zipped untouched. But it felt different. Or maybe I did. I didn't cook breakfast. I didn't pack slowly like I usually did. I got everything rolled up and strapped down as the sun crested the horizon. I ate a protein bar while coasting down the dirt road, glancing back more than once to make sure nothing had followed me. I never figured out what had caused it. Maybe it was a predator in the area. Cougar, bear, wolf. Maybe that's what the animals had gone silent for. I didn't see any tracks, but that didn't mean much. The forest floor was dry and patchy, and big animals know how to move quietly when they want to. Or maybe it was nothing at all. Just one of those nights where the forest held its breath. But I'll never forget that silence. I've heard gunshots, thunderstorms, trains screaming through crossings, but none of them matched how loud that silence felt. It wasn't just quiet. It was hollow. It was waiting, like something was out there, just beyond the trees, and the whole forest knew to stay still until it was gone. I kept riding after that. Thousands more miles, dozens more nights in the woods, but that one night stayed with me. It's the only time I ever seriously thought about turning back. I didn't, but I came close. Now, when I wild camp, I pay attention to the noise level the moment I stop. I notice how loud or quiet things are. I listen for crickets, frogs, birds, anything at all. If it's quiet, truly quiet, I move on. Because I know now, the forest never stays silent without a reason. Oh man, this is a story that's stuck with me for years. One of those things that messes with your head the longer you think about it. It's all true too, and I want to tell it just like it happened, straight up and real. No ghosts, no fairy tales, no made-up stuff, just a plain, weird experience that kept me on edge for months. Back then, my family and I lived way out in the woods, the kind of woods that feel like they go on forever. Our little plot was completely hidden. No neighbors, no streetlights, nothing but trees in every direction. The house was deep enough that at night, it got pitch black. No city lights or passing cars, just silence and darkness pressing in from all sides. The only way in or out was a long dirt road that wound through the trees. It was remote, peaceful most days, but there was this heavy stillness that settled when the sun went down. The family I grew up with lived a bit further down the dirt road, but my immediate family had that patch of land, our little slice of nowhere. We didn't have any electricity poles or street lamps. The house itself had some lights, of course, but once you stepped outside and looked up, The night was deep, thick black, except for stars. Or so I thought. After we moved in, something strange caught my eye. One night, as I was sitting on the porch with the kids playing around, I noticed a light hovering just above the treetops. At first, I figured it was a star or maybe a plane's landing light in the distance. But it didn't behave like any star or plane I'd ever seen. It wasn't fixed in one place like a star, and it didn't move in a straight line like a plane or helicopter. Instead, this light swayed gently, like it was floating on a breeze. It would rise suddenly, disappear behind the thick tree line, then reappear on the other side. It would get closer and farther away, sometimes moving side to side, sometimes dropping down near the level of the trees. It wasn't very bright, but the way it moved was unnatural, like it was controlled by something or someone. I didn't say anything to my family at first. I thought maybe I was imagining it or seeing things because it was so quiet out there. No one else seemed to notice it, or if they did, they never mentioned it. I watched the light for a few nights, always when the air was still and the stars were clear. The way it moved made me uncomfortable, but I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe it was a drone or some kind of light someone had set up in the woods for fun. Then my dad hired some guys to help him build a deck onto the back of the house. One of those guys was kind of known to my husband, so we started inviting him over for dinner after work. It was a nice way to be neighborly since the man lived not far behind us, separated by just a stretch of dense forest. That's when the light started to get closer, closer to us, and especially to that guy. It wasn't just up in the sky anymore. It hovered around tree level, sometimes moving through the branches like it was following him. I knew it wasn't natural because I could see it descending behind the trees where his little cabin was, not more than a couple of 100 yards away. One day, I finally showed the light to my husband and the guy who was helping build the deck. I'd been quiet about it because I didn't want to sound crazy or paranoid, but when they saw it move, their faces changed. It wasn't some random flicker in the sky. This light was doing something. My daughter, ever curious and fearless, decided to play with it. She stood outside, waving her arms and laughing, saying, "Follow me if you're an alien." She'd step left, and the light would drift left too. Step right, and the light followed. It moved with her, exactly. That was the moment the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. The man helping us build the deck got so spooked he left early one day, right in the middle of the work. And that light, it followed him as he left. I remember watching from the porch, heart pounding, as the light moved swiftly behind him, trailing like a silent shadow. It dropped lower, closer to the ground, until I lost sight of it behind the thick trees near his place. This went on for about 4 days. Every time the man left, the light followed. It was like some strange escort, keeping tabs on him, or maybe tracking his every move. I was terrified for the guy. I thought, what if this is some kind of alien thing? What if they're going to abduct him? Or worse, come after us next? At night, I found myself staring out the window for hours. The woods were dark, but that light was there, always drifting in the distance. I didn't want to miss any sign of what it was, or what it might do. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. One night, the man didn't come back. The light stayed out there, floating near the trees like it was waiting for something, or someone. My nerves were shot. I was pacing, yelling at the empty dark woods, asking the light what it wanted, demanding it leave us alone. I was scared enough to flip it off, just out of pure frustration and fear. That's when the light suddenly dived toward me. It was so fast I barely had time to react. I was certain I'd angered whatever it was, like I just ticked off some alien force that wasn't going to forget it. I turned and ran, tripping over roots and branches, heart pounding in my chest like a drum. When I looked back, the light was gone. Just gone. No trace, no flash, no glow. It disappeared into the night as quickly as it had come. I was a mess. I told my dad what was going on, desperate for help. He didn't believe me at first. He just laughed and asked if I was on crack. I lost it, trying to explain I wasn't crazy or high, just scared out of my mind. Eventually, he gave me a shotgun and told me to shoot it down if I saw it again. "If it's real," he said with a smirk. I didn't shoot. I was terrified, but I figured if it was some alien thing or whoever, firing a gun at it would only make it worse. Maybe I was right. After those few days, the man returned. The light came back too, like clockwork. It followed him again, moving through the trees to his place whenever he left our property. I kept my distance and stayed inside as much as possible, too afraid to do more than watch. Then one day, the light didn't come back. The man stopped showing up. The whole thing just stopped without explanation. We never saw that strange, swaying light again, and the woods went back to being quiet and dark. Years later, long after we'd moved away from those woods, I was scrolling through some local news articles online. One headline caught my eye. Something about the police using drones to catch drug dealers and other criminals in the area. My stomach dropped. It hit me then. That light. The way it moved, how it followed the man. The fact that he lived nearby, not far behind us in the woods. The strange timing. The man we knew had actually been arrested shortly after finishing the deck work, charged with drug trafficking and connections to the so-called Mexican mafia. We had thought he was just a small-time dealer, nothing major. But this article showed there had been serious police surveillance in the area, including drones flying low through the trees. Everything clicked. That light was probably a police drone, not some alien spacecraft. The cops were watching the man, tracking his movements in the woods. Maybe they were bored or trying to scare us off so we wouldn't interfere. Or maybe they wanted to keep their eyes on him without him noticing. The drone's swaying and movement made sense. It wasn't flying perfectly steady because it was going through thick branches and trees. Looking back, I realize how naive I was. I spent so long terrified of aliens in the dark woods when it was probably just technology the police were using. If I'd shot at it like my dad said, I might have ended up in serious trouble, maybe even jail. Who knows what charges I'd have faced for firing a gun at a police drone. That whole time, I was caught between fear and confusion, seeing something strange in the dark and not knowing what it was. The woods felt alive and watching, and I was just a scared mom trying to protect her kids from something I didn't understand. In the end, it was never aliens. Just the reality of living near people with secrets and danger, and the law trying to keep up with them in ways I never imagined. I'm still glad I never fired that shotgun, even though the fear never completely left me while we lived there. Sometimes the scariest things aren't from outer space. They're right here on Earth, hidden behind the trees, in the shadows where no one thinks to look. I never lived in the countryside. I grew up in the suburbs, always surrounded by the noise of traffic and the occasional chatter of neighbors. But my work pulled me far from that familiar setting. For years, I worked as a field archaeologist, often sent to remote corners of the United States. Places so isolated you could swear the world had forgotten they existed. Mountains, forests, swamps, and barren plains became my second home. One summer, I was assigned to a high-altitude survey project in the Colorado Rockies. The project's goal was straightforward but physically demanding. 3 of us would walk parallel survey lines up the mountain, digging small test pits every 50 meters, screening the soil, and recording everything carefully. The work was methodical, repetitive, and exhausting. We climbed over boulders and pushed through thick forest, the air thinning with every step uphill. On the 3rd day of the survey, I was assigned the far right line. The other 2 colleagues were about 30 to 40 meters to my left, each following their own path, and I was making my way up a particularly rocky section of the alpine forest. The sun was beating down, but the shade of tall, ancient pine trees offered some relief. The ground was uneven. Boulders the size of small cars lay scattered, some covered in moss and lichen, others bare and cracked from the sun. At one point, I climbed down off a large boulder into a small clearing within the rock field. The clearing was only about 10 feet across, enclosed by rocks and the trunks of twisted old pines. It was cooler here, quieter. The birdsong I'd been hearing all morning seemed to fade away until I could only hear the faint whisper of the wind threading through the needles above. In the center of this clearing stood a tree unlike any I'd seen that day. Its bark was deeply grooved and scarred. What caught my eye immediately were the symbols carved into the trunk. Symbols that were clearly old, but had been recarved or refreshed repeatedly. The grooves were darkened by age, but fresh cuts revealed pale wood beneath. I crouched closer, tracing the patterns with my fingers, careful not to disturb the bark. They looked like simple shapes, circles, triangles, intersecting lines, but arranged in a way that felt deliberate and meaningful. I wasn't an expert in symbology, but I could tell they weren't natural marks or random graffiti. Surrounding the base of the tree was a neat circle of stones, maybe 2 feet across. The stones were varied, some smooth, some rough, but carefully placed. Inside the circle, there were small wooden objects that looked handmade. I recognized the shape of tiny figurines, probably made by twisting twigs and small branches together. The craftsmanship was crude but intentional. Nearby were small bowls carved out of wood. I could see remnants of what might have been food, some dark, dried fruits or nuts, and a dark liquid, sticky and thick, pooled inside one of the bowls. The smell was faint but unmistakable, a mix of damp earth, decaying wood, and something metallic or sharp, maybe old blood or rust. What unsettled me most were the animal bones scattered carefully around the stone circle. I recognized a few fragments, a small jawbone with teeth intact, a few rib bones, and some claws. The bones looked old, but not fossilized or centuries old. They were well preserved, bleached slightly by sun and rain, but unmistakably recent compared to the trees and rocks. I stood back, feeling a cold knot in my stomach. This wasn't just some random collection of things left behind by hikers or kids messing around. It was a shrine or a ritual site of some kind, the sort that people who believed in old, forgotten ways might build. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I pulled out my camera and took detailed photos, making sure to capture every angle. The carvings, the stone circle, the wooden figures, the bones, and the offerings. Then I radioed my team. I told them to meet me at the clearing. I was quiet on the radio. I didn't want to say much over the speaker, but they understood. When they arrived, we all took a moment to study the site in silence. It was the kind of discovery that was unexpected in the middle of a survey line, but not unheard of. These mountains were remote and wild, and human activity, even modern pagan rituals or old superstitions, sometimes left traces. We documented everything carefully, filling out a cultural site form, even though we knew this was a modern site, not ancient. Still, the presence of the shrine meant we had to note it down. The forest and the soil around it needed to be recorded precisely so that it could be protected or investigated by the right authorities later. That night, lying in my tent and reviewing the photos, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. It wasn't fear in the supernatural sense, but something deeper. The care with which someone had maintained that site suggested a respect for whatever practice it was, an insistence that the place mattered. I thought about the bones and the offerings. What purpose did they serve? How often did the person or people who built it return here? Were they watching the site? Did they know we were there? The next day, we continued our work, but I kept glancing over my shoulder. Every sound, crack of a branch, rustle of a bush, made me stop. The mountain felt different after what I'd found. It was no longer just a place for rocks and dirt, but a place that held stories I didn't understand. The forest was quieter, the shadows longer. Later in the afternoon, as we packed up, I decided to revisit the shrine one last time before leaving. The sun was low, casting long shadows between the trees and rocks. I moved slowly, careful not to disturb anything. When I arrived, the shrine looked different, almost alive in the fading light. The carvings glowed faintly in the sun's rays, the wooden figures cast long shadows, and the stones seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest. I knelt and examined the soil around the circle. There were no footprints except ours, no signs that anyone had disturbed it since our arrival. The animal bones were still there, but the dark liquid in the bowls looked dried up now, crusted and dusty. I thought about the people who had made this place. They'd come up here, carrying food and drink, carving symbols into the tree bark, carefully arranging bones and stones. This was their private place, hidden from the world, meant to connect with something beyond the usual. Not ghosts or magic, but something real, something personal and powerful. A way to make sense of the world. As I stood up to leave, I felt a strange respect. The mountains were vast and indifferent, but humans left their marks, sometimes in stone, sometimes in silence. Back at camp, I filled out the last forms and packed my gear. The workday ended, but the feeling stayed with me. The reminder that even in the wildest places, people have stories, rituals, and meanings that we don't always understand. The forest and the mountain held those stories quietly, waiting for someone to notice. I left the site the next morning, the image of that carved tree and the small circle burned into my mind. It wasn't the kind of discovery that made headlines or brought fame, but it was a reminder. Even the most remote places carry the traces of human presence, the echoes of lives lived in ways we rarely see. That shrine stayed with me, not as a haunting or a legend, but as a real, tangible connection to people who chose to honor something beyond themselves, deep in the heart of a mountain forest. And in that, I found something both unsettling and profoundly human. When I was about 14, I lived with my grandparents out in the country. Their house was an old farmhouse, the kind of place that sat surrounded by nothing but fields and trees for miles. The nearest neighbor was probably a good half-mile away, and the night was always quiet except for the sounds of nature. Crickets, owls, the wind moving through the trees, and sometimes the distant call of a coyote. It was peaceful most of the time, but out there, alone in the dark, there was an edge to it, something that felt vast and empty and a little bit unforgiving. I had 2 dogs living with me in that house. One was Jax, an English Mastiff, a huge dog with a broad head and massive paws that made the floor tremble whenever he walked near. He was calm most of the time, the kind of dog that you could trust to watch over the place, but never felt the need to be scared of. The other was Blue, a mini Aussie/Corgi mix. He was small but fast, a little firecracker, always full of energy and barking at every bird or squirrel he saw. Together they were my companions, the family I had in that big old house when my grandparents were busy or away. One night, I was lying in my bed in my room, the moonlight barely filtering in through the thin curtains. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the wooden floors settling. I had just closed my eyes, ready to fall asleep after a long day of school and chores. Then suddenly I heard it, the barking. It started low and slow, but quickly turned into something wild and frantic. Both dogs were going crazy outside my window, barking and growling at something in the dark. I sat up, my heart starting to beat faster. I knew Jax and Blue pretty well, and I knew when they were alert for a reason. This wasn't their usual barking at a stray cat or a raccoon. This was different, urgent, tense, and something about it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I got out of bed and opened my bedroom door. The dogs were both pressed against the door, whining and barking. I grabbed my jacket and slipped on my boots. I cracked open the back door, and as soon as I did, both Jax and Blue bolted out into the night. They disappeared into the blackness of the yard like shadows, and I called after them, my voice shaking a little as I shouted for them to come back. They didn't stop or even look back. I stood there for a few moments, the cold air biting at my face. The moon was hidden behind clouds now, and the yard was almost pitch black. I could hear the sounds of the trees rustling and my own breath in the stillness. I called for them again, louder this time, but there was no answer. No bark, no pant, nothing. For the next 15 minutes, I kept calling their names, walking cautiously out into the yard, shining my phone flashlight around. I didn't want to go too far, not knowing what could be out there in the dark, but I had to find them. I kept listening for the familiar sounds of paws hitting the dirt or leaves crunching underfoot, but there was nothing. It was as if they'd vanished. I went back inside and locked the door behind me, trying to calm down. My mind was racing, thinking about what could have scared them so badly that they ran off into the night like that. I didn't want to call my grandparents. My grandpa was out of town for a few days, and my grandma was asleep. I figured they'd be worried if I woke them up for something I couldn't explain. Then, about 45 minutes later, just as I was starting to think maybe I was imagining things, I heard a faint noise coming from outside again. I opened the door slowly and called out one more time, my voice soft but firm. This time, Blue appeared from the darkness, coming slowly back in the direction of the house. He looked tired, his fur wet with dew and dirt, but otherwise okay. I knelt down and let him inside, checking him over for any cuts or scrapes. He didn't seem hurt, but there was something strange about him. He was unusually quiet, almost subdued, and his eyes looked tired and wary. I called for Jax, but there was no answer. I waited for a few more minutes, but the yard stayed silent. Then, just when I was starting to lose hope, I heard a low sound from the edge of the porch. Jax was standing there, his massive frame blocking the light from the porch bulb. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I stepped outside and called his name softly. Jax didn't move. I took a step closer. His eyes were fixed on something just beyond the yard, staring into the darkness like he was seeing something I couldn't. Then he walked slowly to the doorway of my bedroom and stopped. He stood there for a moment, frozen. Then he started to growl, a low, quiet rumble that felt different from any growl he'd ever given me before. I froze. I had never heard Jax growl like that, especially not at me. He had always been gentle with me, protective but calm. This was something else entirely. It was like he was warning me, telling me to stay away, but I didn't understand why. I took a cautious step toward him, maybe 2 feet away, and the growl turned vicious. His lips curled back, teeth bared, and his eyes were fierce. My heart slammed in my chest. I took a step back, suddenly feeling very small in that big old house. I walked back to my bed, trying to steady my breathing. Jax didn't follow me. He stayed right there, staring at me, his growl fading but his eyes still locked on me, sharp and suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. All night long, every time I tried to get close to him, he would growl quietly, warning me off. Blue stayed close by, but he seemed shaken too, refusing to settle down. I didn't sleep much that night. The house felt colder, emptier, and the shadows outside the window seemed thicker somehow. Every creak of the floor made me jump, and every rustle in the trees sounded like something creeping closer. I kept glancing at Jax, who had taken a spot in the living room but never relaxed. His ears were pinned back, his eyes constantly scanning the dark corners. The next morning, sunlight streaming through the windows made everything seem less scary. I checked on both dogs, looking for any injuries or signs of whatever might have scared them. Blue seemed fine, maybe a little tired, but Jax was still off. He avoided me, refused to let me near him, and his growling only stopped when my grandparents came home later that day. I told them what happened, and they weren't surprised. They said that sometimes out in the country, strange things happen. Wild animals come close, people wander through the woods, and sometimes there are things out there that don't want to be seen. They suggested maybe a coyote or a wild dog had been near the house that night, and the dogs had sensed it. That made sense. But what didn't make sense was Jax's behavior afterward. The next few days, he was quieter, more tense. He didn't want to play or go on walks like usual. He stayed close to the house, always alert, watching the woods like he was waiting for something. I could tell he was unsettled, and it made me uneasy too. Then, after about a week, Jax started to get back to normal. The growling stopped, and he was his old gentle self again. Blue was happy to have his big brother back, and the house felt calm once more. I never found out exactly what scared them that night, or what Jax saw in the dark. But I learned that sometimes, living out in the country means sharing your space with things you can't always understand or explain. And that even the strongest, calmest companions can sense danger long before you do. That night stayed with me, though. It was a reminder that the quiet can break at any moment, that the dark is never empty, and that sometimes the things we fear aren't stories or ghosts. They're just the real, wild world showing up on our doorstep. Living out in the country was something I grew used to over the years, and honestly, most of the time it was a peaceful and even enjoyable life. There's something about the wide open spaces, the quiet stretches between neighbors, and the way the stars fill the sky at night that feels almost sacred. I liked the calm it brought, the slower pace, and how you could hear everything. The wind in the trees, animals moving through the fields, even the occasional far-off truck on a gravel road. Life wasn't perfect, and sometimes things happened that didn't have an obvious explanation. But I usually chalked those up to nature or some simple, logical cause. But there was one night that stuck with me, that I can't easily explain or forget. It wasn't the sort of thing that involved ghosts or fairies, or anything like that. No supernatural nonsense. Just something unsettling in the quiet darkness. Something that made the ordinary feel off. That night, I was home with my grandma. My mom and stepdad had gone out for the evening, and my brother was away somewhere, so it was just the two of us in the house. The house itself was an old farmhouse, the kind you see in pictures of the country. It had stood there for a long time before we moved in, with weathered wood siding and a wraparound porch that creaked when you walked on it. Inside, it was cozy but had that old house feel. Lots of wood paneling, low ceilings, and the faint smell of aged pine mixed with dust. Grandma lived with us, and she was the kind of person who liked routine and quiet, though she was nervous by nature, especially at night. I don't blame her. This place could feel a little isolated when the sun went down. On this particular night, there had been fireworks from a farm down the road, maybe some kind of celebration or just someone shooting them off for fun. So the night wasn't completely silent. There were bursts of light and crackles echoing over the fields, fading slowly until the darkness settled in again. We had the TV off, so the house was mostly still, just the occasional creak of old wood settling or the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. After the fireworks stopped and the noise faded, I heard something else, a clinking sound coming from the front corner of the house. At first, I thought maybe it was something normal, the wind playing with the gutters or some loose metal moving against the drain pipe. But then came a tapping noise against the exterior wall of the living room. light but deliberate. It wasn't random or scattered like the wind. It sounded like something or someone was deliberately tapping against the side of the house. Grandma was sitting on the couch nearby, trying to ignore the sounds, but I could tell she was uneasy. Her hands gripped the armrests tightly, and her eyes flicked toward the window several times. She had been worried about some vandalism that happened at a neighbor's house a few weeks earlier, so I understood why she was tense. I got up quietly and walked over to the living room window, peering out into the darkness. It was too dark to see anything clearly, just the blackness of the night and the vague outlines of trees and fields beyond. No movement, no shapes, nothing that would explain the tapping. Still, the sounds continued intermittently, the tapping rising and falling with no clear pattern. Deciding not to wait around, I grabbed my stepdad's pistol from the small safe where it was kept in the hallway closet. He kept it locked up during the day, but would sometimes leave it accessible at night, especially if he was worried about animals or intruders. I didn't want to alarm Grandma, so I took the gun quietly, making sure it was loaded, but keeping it low and safe. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The wooden steps creaked under my feet as I moved slowly toward the corner where the gutter was. I held the pistol in one hand and strained my eyes into the darkness. The cool night air smelled faintly of grass and dirt, mixed with the dampness of an earlier rain that had left the ground soft and muddy. I waited, listening carefully for any more sounds. For a few minutes, there was nothing but silence and the distant chirping of crickets. Then, from the same corner of the house, I heard it again, the soft clink against the drainpipe, followed by a light tapping on the wooden siding. I stayed still, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever it was, but the night offered only shadows. No eyes reflecting back at me, no movement in the bushes or trees. I stayed there for a while longer, but the noises stopped and nothing else came. Slowly, I went back inside, locked the door, and told Grandma it was probably just some animal messing around, maybe a raccoon or a possum. She nodded but didn't seem convinced. After a bit, she went up to her room, and I stayed downstairs, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. But just as I was starting to relax, the tapping started again. This time it was different, heavier, slower, more like thumping. It wasn't just on the wall anymore. It moved up higher, climbing toward the roof. The sound was solid and deliberate, like something large was walking along the eaves. I've seen raccoons and squirrels climb on houses before. They're light and quick, and their steps sound almost like scratching or scrabbling. This wasn't that. These thumps were heavier, more forceful. They moved steadily from the front corner, across the edge of the roof, heading toward the back of the house. Heart pounding, I grabbed the pistol again, this time also taking a flashlight. I flicked it on as I moved toward the front door. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch and a small stretch of yard beyond. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped outside and shut the door behind me, making sure to latch it this time. The thumping continued above me, moving carefully and steadily. I swept the flashlight up the side of the house and then along the roofline, but I couldn't see anything. No animals, no people, no signs of movement. The shadows were thick, and the night swallowed up the light quickly. The sounds moved silently over the shingles, and I realized this wasn't an animal that was just curious or hungry. Something about the rhythm of the thumps felt calculated, like deliberate steps from something bigger, heavier, and more coordinated than any animal I'd encountered. It was unnerving, the way the sounds progressed without pause, as if it was checking the perimeter, walking a path it had planned. I didn't want to stay out there any longer than necessary. I relatched the door firmly and went back inside, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking, and I could feel adrenaline coursing through my veins. The house suddenly felt smaller and more confined, like the shadows had stretched into corners I didn't want to look at. I moved down to the basement, the darkest part of the house, and the safest place I could think of. The basement was cool and damp, with concrete walls and a single small window near the ceiling that let in a faint strip of moonlight. I sat down there, flashlight off, pistol by my side, listening. The tapping and thumping never came back. The house was quiet again, except for the occasional creak of wood or the soft murmur of the night outside. I stayed there until morning, unable to shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been there, just out of sight, and that it wasn't an animal or the wind. The next day, I went outside to check for any clues. The ground near the drainpipe was disturbed, soft dirt pushed aside and small footprints embedded in the mud. They didn't look like raccoon prints or deer tracks. They were larger and rounder, but not quite human. Near the wall, there was a dark mark where something heavy had hit or pressed against the siding. It wasn't a scrape or claw mark, more like a blunt impact. I looked around the yard and the edges of the house, but found no other signs. No dropped objects, no footprints leading away clearly, no broken branches or disturbed grass. It was as if whoever or whatever had been there vanished into thin air. I told myself it had to be some kind of prank, or maybe an animal I hadn't seen before, but the feeling of that night stayed with me. For weeks afterward, I checked the windows and locked the doors early, sometimes sleeping with the light on. Nothing like that ever happened again. Looking back, it was probably just someone messing around. Maybe kids from a nearby farm testing their nerves, or a trespasser checking out the house for some reason. But the way those thumps moved across the roof, so steady and heavy, made me certain it wasn't just random or accidental. It felt like it was searching, watching, marking the place. Years later, I still think about that night, how ordinary it seemed at first, and how the quiet slowly turned into something else. Nothing about it was supernatural, no ghosts, no strange creatures. Just a dark night, a quiet house, and the sound of something walking on the roof that didn't belong. The country life can be peaceful, but sometimes, in the silence, there's a reminder that you're never completely alone. I remember that day clearly, even though I was only 6 years old. Our family owned a decent chunk of land around one of the most popular springs in the area. It was a place where you could feel nature all around you. The slow-moving water of the spring, the faint hum of insects, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. My parents trusted me enough that I could wander off into the woods by myself, as long as one of them was nearby. That day, my dad was home, so he took me out there. We went walking, exploring the edges of the woods, and I was mostly running around, just burning off all my kid energy. The trees in that part of the woods weren't dense. They stood about 10 feet apart, tall and straight, but the ground was covered in dead leaves that crunched underfoot, and a thick haze of humidity hung in the air, the kind you only get deep in the forest. It made everything feel a little quieter and more still than usual. I was having fun, darting between the trees, chasing shadows, and trying to spot little animals hiding in the brush. At some point, I realized I was somewhere unfamiliar. I stopped running, looked around, and saw nothing but trees and leaves as far as I could see. But what caught my eye was the trash, old rusty wheels, an old bed frame, broken glass, and bits of metal scattered all over the ground, like someone had dumped garbage there long ago and left it to rot. It was weird, and it made me feel uneasy. I started to panic. I was lost. I was just a little kid, and the woods that had seemed so friendly a moment ago now felt big and confusing and scary. I called out for my dad, my voice cracking as I cried. I screamed his name, hoping he would hear me. I could barely stop myself from sobbing. Then, after a minute or so, I heard his voice shouting back, "Hold on, don't move. Just keep crying. I'm on my way." It was reassuring at first, hearing him, but then things got weird. He kept shouting from different directions. "I'm right over here. Follow my voice." And then a few seconds later, "Almost there, just hold on." Then again, "I'm right over here, just come here." His voice seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't tell which way to go. Was he closer or farther away? Was I supposed to stay still or move toward him? I didn't understand, and it made me feel even more scared. I curled up on the ground and cried harder. Eventually, my dad broke through the trees and found me. He grabbed my arm and pulled me up. He wasn't angry or rushed. Instead, he just held me and calmed me down. We walked back together slowly. When I told him I was confused by his yelling to both stay put and come to him, he just said he never told me to move, and that it was best to stay where I was lost so he could find me. I guess that was the lesson, but it never really made sense to me, especially with what had just happened. That moment stuck with me for years, and it was the first time I really felt how big and strange the woods could be. Years later, when I was in middle school, I met a friend whose house was just as strange in its own way. It was an old place built right next to a dried-up riverbed, deep enough into the woods that you could walk for a long time without seeing another person. His house was the only one on the block, and oddly enough, it had a basement, which is unusual for around here. Florida and basements don't mix well because of the water table. The weirdest part was the cell phone signal. Inside his house, phones didn't work at all. No bars, no calls, no texts, nothing. But the second you stepped outside, even just on the porch, your signal would come back instantly, like magic. That place became the hangout spot for our group in high school. We'd spend hours there after school, or on weekends, exploring the old riverbed and the woods around it. The ground was cracked and dry where the river used to flow, and the banks were steep and covered in thorny bushes and vines. It was a little wild but fun, perfect for teenage adventures. Then, the red eyes started to show up. At first, we didn't know what to make of them. We'd all seen them separately or together, but no one could explain where they came from. The red eyes were a pair of small, crimson-colored lights that appeared at night around the property. They looked like two little dots of glowing red fire, evenly spaced, and they would blink on and off, moving slowly from place to place on the edge of the woods. The lights weren't bright enough to light up anything, but they were sharp, distinct, and clearly not natural. They usually appeared just on the other side of the fence where we parked our cars, just beyond where the floodlights reached. Sometimes they'd linger for a few seconds, then suddenly disappear and reappear 10 or 15 feet away at a different height, like they were scanning the area or watching us. The pattern was random but deliberate. It felt like something was observing us, following us quietly in the dark. I remember one night in particular when I came back alone. I got to my friend's front door and sat in my car for a few minutes. That's when I saw them, two red dots staring straight at the house through the windshield. They stayed there, unmoving, almost daring me to go inside. I didn't want to get out. I felt cold, like the air had suddenly dropped 10 degrees. I decided to leave right then, no questions asked. I didn't even want to explain why. Some of the braver guys from our group tried to figure out what those eyes were. One night, 4 of them went into the woods with flashlights. My friend and I stayed on the porch, sipping sodas and watching the edge of the trees. After about half an hour, the 4 guys came running out of the woods screaming, not even bothering to go back through the gate. They just jumped the fence and ran for the house. When they caught their breath, they explained what happened. They had been walking along the riverbed, shining their flashlights into the thick bamboo and trees. Suddenly, they all felt like something was watching them. They heard rustling in the leaves, and the bamboo shook as if something was moving closer. The light caught a cluster of bamboo breaking, bending suddenly and snapping. The noise was loud in the quiet night. Whatever it wasn't far from them, but they couldn't see anything. They felt so threatened they didn't stop to look. They just ran. Of course, we teased them at first. But then I looked out into the woods, and there they were again, the 2 red lights burning brightly. They blinked out, came back on, and slowly moved toward the gate. At that point, none of us wanted to stay outside anymore. We hurried inside and locked the doors. The red eyes became a regular part of our nights, appearing on and off for months. Different groups of us saw them at different times, but no one ever got close enough to see what they actually were. Everyone had theories, but no proof. My friend's dad said it was probably just car tail lights from the highway nearby. But we knew better. The highway was a good distance away and blocked by dense woods and a steep bank. Getting there wasn't easy. You had to hike 20 minutes through thick trees and vines, and even then, the lights from cars wouldn't flicker or move the way those red eyes did. We tried. We went to the bridge over the old riverbed where the road ran. The fence there was tall and sturdy, impossible to see through easily, and the whole area was quiet except for distant cars. Nothing looked like those blinking red lights. People told stories about the red eyes being linked to local legends. Some said they were the eyes of a spirit, maybe a Native American or an escaped slave who watched the area long ago. But those were just stories people made up to explain what they couldn't understand. I never believed any of it. The red eyes felt too real, too physical to be some ghost or myth. They felt like something alive, something waiting. One night, after seeing the lights again, I decided to get up and walk the property line. I wanted to find out if I could catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. I moved quietly, stepping carefully on the crunchy leaves, following where the lights had last appeared. The air was cold and heavy with the smell of wet earth and decaying plants. The woods were still except for the faint buzz of insects and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The red lights appeared again, flickering between the trees about 20 feet away. I froze. For a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining things, but the lights were real, steady and clear. Then, the lights blinked off and the woods went dark. I strained my eyes to see anything, but there was nothing. The silence pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I turned around and hurried back to the house. Once inside, I locked the door and shut the blinds. I sat on the floor, heart pounding, wondering what those eyes really were. No matter how many times I saw them, I never felt safe near that house at night. After high school, I moved away. I never went back to that place. The red eyes stayed in my memory, a warning about the woods, about things you don't understand but can't ignore. I never found out what those lights were, but I know this. Sometimes, the woods hide things that don't want to be found. Things that watch you quietly, moving just out of sight, waiting for you to get too close. And no story or legend can explain why they're there or what they want. You just know they're there, watching. That's the kind of fear that sticks with you. The kind you feel in your bones when you're alone in the dark, and you realize the world around you is bigger and stranger than you ever thought. It's the feeling that you might never really be safe, no matter where you go. I've learned to listen to that feeling now, because sometimes it's the only thing keeping you alive. I grew up in rural Kansas, where the land stretched out so flat, and far you could see the sun rise and set without a single tree or rooftop interrupting the view. Our house sat out there in the middle of nowhere, a modest single-story place with beige siding and a dark green tin roof. The gravel road we lived on barely got plowed in the winter, and the nearest neighbor was a couple miles down and around the bend. You couldn't see any other homes from our windows, just pastures, wheat fields, and bare fence posts disappearing into the distance. It was quiet out there, really quiet. The kind of silence you can only get when the snow has just fallen, and everything is still and heavy. I always thought that kind of quiet was peaceful. I didn't know it could feel like something else. I was a teenager when it happened. I don't remember the exact month, but it was deep winter, probably January or February. That night had dropped a fresh layer of snow. Not the dry, powdery kind, but that dense, wet snow that falls slow and packs tight under your boots. The kind that muffles everything. I remember watching it fall under the porch light before bed. The big flakes tumbling down like confetti, sticking to the railing, to the steps, to the fields. It was the kind of night where even the dogs didn't bark. Our house had 3 bedrooms. Mine was on the north side, with one small window that faced out toward the gravel road, although you couldn't see it from there. It was just white field and the wire fence along the property line. My dad's room was on the south side. My mom's feet are tiny, like size 6 tiny, and my dad wears size 14s, big and wide. I only bring that up because that detail matters more than I ever thought it would. That night, I couldn't sleep. I didn't have a reason. I just lay there in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin, staring at the faint moonlight coming in through the blinds. Everything was still, the kind of still that almost rings in your ears. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard it. Crunch. The sound was sharp and clear. It came from just outside my window. I froze. Not out of fear. Not yet, but just surprise. It was late. We lived in the middle of nowhere. My parents were asleep. We didn't have pets outside. And there it was again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Slow, deliberate footsteps. You could tell they were boots. The sound was unmistakable. Heavy treads pressing into the fresh snow, just inches from my window. Not fast, not panicked. Just walking. At first I thought maybe it was my dad, but the footsteps didn't go past. They stopped. I didn't dare move. I lay there staring at the ceiling, ears straining. I didn't pull back the blinds. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. I didn't want to see a face looking in. Then came more crunching. Not leaving, though. It sounded like pacing. Back and forth, like someone walking in a tight circle. One step, another, then a pause. The sound shifted, like they moved to the corner of the house, maybe where the living room wall started. I could hear the snow compacting underfoot. Then it stopped. I waited, and waited. Nothing. No more footsteps. No door sounds. No knocking. Just the windless silence again. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. I don't remember how long I lay there frozen, eyes wide open. When I woke up, it was morning, and sunlight poured in through the blinds, casting long golden lines across the floor. For a few moments, I felt like maybe I'd dreamed it, but there was a weight in my chest that told me I hadn't. I got up and looked out the window. The snow was smooth and untouched across the field, except right outside my window. There were boot prints, clear as day, right there in the snow. I stared down at them, heart starting to thud again like it had the night before. I slipped on a hoodie and boots and went out the back door, stepping carefully around to the front so I didn't mess anything up. The prints were real. They were big. Bigger than mine, men's size definitely, but not quite as big as my dad's. I wear a women's 10, which is about an 8.5 men's. These were maybe a men's 11, give or take. A clear tread pattern. Lugs like on hiking boots, not cowboy boots or work boots. I knelt down next to one, staring at how clean it was. The heel was deep. Whoever had made it wasn't running or dancing around. They had stepped firmly, walked calmly. There were maybe 15 or 20 prints, all in a tight area near the window. A few led around the corner of the house. I followed them slowly. That's when I noticed something that stopped me cold. The prints just ended. Not like they trailed off and faded. Not like they were blown over or melted. The last few prints led about 8 feet along the side of the house, and then nothing. Just undisturbed snow. Smooth, white, perfect snow, glistening in the sun. There weren't any more prints past that point. No indentaciones. No holes in the snowbank. No tire tracks on the gravel. Nothing. I walked a wide circle around the house, checking the entire perimeter. The only other marks in the snow were my own from the back door, and the little depressions where snow had slid off the roof. I stood there for a long time, staring at the blank stretch of white field. It didn't make sense. No one had driven up. No one had walked from the road or back to it. The prints didn't come from anywhere. They didn't go anywhere. Just a short path to my window, a few steps around the side. And then nothing. I went inside and told my parents. My mom looked puzzled, but not especially worried. My dad brushed it off, said it was probably just a hunter passing through or a farmhand who got turned around in the dark. But even then, it didn't make sense. No hunter would come that close to a house in the middle of the night, and not without a vehicle or a trail behind them. There wasn't a single mark on the road, not even from a four-wheeler. And even if someone had somehow walked in and out on the exact same footsteps, there should have been some sign of where they started or stopped. But there was nothing. We didn't call the cops. That's just not something people around there did unless there was a real emergency. Plus, what would we even say? Someone walked up to our house and vanished. I kept checking the snow every day after that, watching for more prints, but there was nothing. No return visits. No disturbances. After a few more days, the sun melted the snow down to a crust, and the prints slowly faded into slush and mud. But I never forgot them. The rest of the winter passed without anything strange happening. I still lay awake at night sometimes, listening. I got in the habit of checking the window before bed, even though I didn't expect to see anything. I kept thinking maybe I'd hear that crunch again, but I never did. Years passed. We moved when I was in my early 20s. My parents downsized and got a place closer to town, a real neighborhood with sidewalks and porches and streetlights. I left Kansas altogether after college, moved 2 states over. But every now and then, especially in winter, I think about that night. It's been over 20 years now. I've replayed it in my mind 100 times. I've tried to find a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone walked backward in their own prints to throw us off. Maybe they got picked up by someone waiting just off the road. Maybe I missed a trail. Maybe they came across the field instead of from the road. But even then, who would do that? And why? Why come all the way out to a random farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, in a snowstorm? Why walk up to a teenager's bedroom window, pace around, then disappear without a trace? It wasn't a dream. I didn't sleepwalk. The prints were real, clear, and measured. They were there the next morning. I stood in them. I saw them with my own eyes. I remember the way they wrapped around the side of the house, then just stopped like the person had vanished into thin air. I know it wasn't my dad. I know it wasn't my mom. We had no older siblings. No pranksters in the family. No one confessed anything years later. No neighbors admitted to anything. And again, there were no neighbors close enough to pull something like that off unnoticed. There was no noise that night other than the snow crunching. No vehicles. No laughter. No hopes. Just the silence. The snow. The slow, heavy footsteps. And the ending that didn't make sense. That's what stays with me. It wasn't some huge event. It wasn't a break-in or a kidnapping or something out of a horror movie. But it's the small, quiet parts of life that stick sometimes. The moments that don't fit. The kind of experience that just gnaws at the back of your mind, even when nothing else ever happens again. I don't have an ending that solves the mystery. I wish I did. All I can tell you is that I lived in a house with no neighbors in sight, deep in Kansas farmland, and one winter night, someone walked up to my window in the snow, stood there for a while, then vanished into nothing. No tracks, no vehicle, no sound. And even now, I can still hear that sound sometimes when I close my eyes. That slow, measured crunch of boots in the snow. I remember that camping trip like it was yesterday, even though it's been years now. We were a group of friends who decided to spend a few nights deep in the woods, away from the city noise and the busy world. Most of us had been looking forward to it, sleeping under the stars, making fires, hiking, and just escaping for a bit. The plan was simple: set up camp by the lake, spend a couple of nights out there, and hike a bit during the days. We arrived early in the afternoon and spent hours setting up tents, gathering firewood, and just settling into the rhythm of the wilderness. The spot we picked was beautiful, a little clearing right by the water, surrounded by thick forest on almost every side. The lake was calm and still, reflecting the overcast sky, but the air was damp and heavy. From the moment we got there, I could feel that something was off. Not in a scary way, just that quiet tension you sometimes get in the forest before a big storm. That first night, the weather turned on us hard. It started as a light drizzle in the evening, but by midnight it was pouring. Rain hit the tents like relentless drumbeats, and the wind howled through the trees, bending branches and shaking leaves loose. A few of our friends couldn't handle it. Their tents were soaked through, and everything inside, sleeping bags, clothes, backpacks, was wet. They packed up quietly and left in the middle of the night, heading back to the motel about 5 miles away. The rest of us tried to tough it out, but by morning it was clear that they weren't coming back. When the sun finally rose, it was weak and gray, barely cutting through the low clouds. We went over to their tent, and it was a mess. Water had pooled in the bottom, everything was soaked, and the sleeping bags were completely drenched. Their clothes hung limp and wet on the lines we'd set up. You could tell how miserable they'd been, and no one blamed them for leaving. Night 2 came with the rain still falling, though not quite as heavy as the first night. The wind had calmed down a bit, but the sky was still a dull, oppressive gray. We were the only ones left at camp now. The motel was just a few miles away, and the friends who left had a warm place to go, but we wanted to stay. We liked the solitude, even if the weather wasn't great. Jake brought his dog with us. The dog was a big, muscular mutt, part shepherd, part something else, but loyal and tough. Normally, the dog was calm and friendly, but about an hour after we'd gone to bed, he started barking like crazy. Not just barking, but snarling and carrying on like he'd spotted something dangerous. It was weird. We had no idea what could be out there. Most of us stayed in the tents, trying to calm down, but a couple of us grabbed leashes and went out to walk the dog, hoping to figure out what had upset him. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The dog pulled on the leash, sniffing and growling, but after about 5 minutes he settled down. The night air was cool, and the rain had stopped, so most of us thought it was time to get back inside. A few stayed by the fire, which was burning low but still crackling. One of the girls looked uneasy. She said the dog's barking had freaked her out, and the rain had made the whole night feel strange. The fire kept burning as the night stretched on. The people around it tossed on logs, trying to keep the light and warmth alive. The forest around us was dark and thick, and the lake nearby shimmered faintly in the moonlight breaking through the clouds. Suddenly, that same girl who had been by the fire came to wake me. She said it was happening again. Jake's dog was barking and snarling like before. This time, when they tried to leash him and bring him for a walk, the dog slipped free and disappeared into the woods. We called and called, voices echoing into the night, but the only answer was the dog's barking and snarling somewhere out there. Oddly, the sound seemed to come from the lake's edge, where it was thick with trees and bushes, and no trail really went close. We shone flashlights everywhere and even used the car headlights to scan the area, but the dog was nowhere to be found. Then, after what felt like forever, we heard something new, a whining, a kind of cry coming from the dark. It was heartbreaking and desperate, and it made the hairs on my neck stand up. We all knew the biggest predators in those woods were probably coyotes, or maybe a pack of them, but the sound was different. There was something wrong about it. The next day, when we finally found the dog, it was a terrible sight. The poor animal had been skinned. Nearly every bone in its body was broken or crushed. The collar was still around its neck, but there was no skin left at all. We couldn't find the hide anywhere. The teeth marks on the bones were huge, much bigger than what a coyote could leave. It looked like something else had done this. A few feet off the trail, we found a large burn area. It was strange because when we'd come in 2 days earlier, this spot had been thick with trees, bushes, and rocks. We would have seen if anything had been burned. There were no signs of fire when we arrived. The area was remote, even compared to the motel 5 miles away, and no one had built a campfire or anything like that there. We were certain of it. Jake was devastated. He wanted to bury his dog right there, and after talking it over with the ranger who arrived later, we dug a hole in the burned patch and laid the dog to rest. The ranger asked us about the burned spot, how small it was, only big enough to fit the size of a car or a small truck. It made no sense. After the burial, the rest of the trip was quieter, but none of us could shake the feeling that something was wrong. The trail felt different. The woods seemed darker, quieter, and more watchful. When our friends returned from the motel to join us again, the group was smaller, and no one mentioned going near the burned spot again. When the trip ended and we hiked back out, what we found shocked us even more. The area where Jake's dog had been buried was blocked off completely. Yellow police tape surrounded it, and a chain-link fence about 10 feet high enclosed a big circle roughly 300 yards across. Armed guards stood nearby, far off the trail but watching everything. We approached one of the guards, confused and a little nervous. We didn't know if we could even continue on the path to get to our cars. The guards told us only the car owners could follow one of them to get their vehicles, and the rest of us had to take a different route out. The fence was huge. It stretched farther than we could see in either direction. Inside, we couldn't see anything. No buildings, no equipment, just a blank, fenced-off space. At the trailhead, there was a large government command vehicle, like a camper but more rugged and official, along with tractor trailers that looked like mobile homes but with no windows, only big roll-up doors. Every vehicle there had government plates. They told us to leave and warned that if we didn't, we could end up locked up. No questions, just a firm order to get out and not come back. Days later, Jake couldn't stand it. He wanted to go back, to visit the spot where his dog had been buried. A few of us went with him, though the government warnings still echoed in our minds. When we reached the clearing, everything was gone. The bulldozers had leveled the entire area. The trees, the rocks, even the dog's grave, it was all flattened to bare earth. There was no sign of anything left, no trace of the burn area either. We weren't sure if the dog's body had been moved or destroyed. It was impossible to tell. The clearing stretched wide, flat, empty. We never found out why the area was fenced off or what had happened. No explanations came from the government, the rangers, or anyone else. The trails were rerouted to avoid the lake entirely, starting much farther away from where our camp had been. Overnight camping in that part of the forest was banned. Over the years, I went back a few times, but the place had changed. Grass and small plants had begun growing, but no trees had come back. The forest around it was thick and wild, but the clearing stayed bare, like it was still healing or maybe waiting for something. The whole thing left a shadow over the trip and over that part of the woods. What happened to Jake's dog, why the area was burned and fenced off, and what those strange bite marks meant, all of it stayed unanswered. We never saw anything like it before or after, and none of us wanted to. Sometimes I still think about that night, the dog barking into the dark, and the silence that followed. The woods hold their secrets tight, and some are better left alone. One summer, my best friend and I decided to take off from Central California and head north, all the way to Canada. We wanted a road trip, a real adventure, camping along the way in as many places as we could find. Neither of us was exactly an expert camper, but we loved the outdoors, and there was something about the open road that felt like freedom. We packed our gear tightly in her old SUV, sleeping bags, tents, a small stove, canned food, and all the usual camping stuff, and set off early in the morning, eager to leave behind the noise and heat of the valley. The first few days were mostly great. We stopped at small roadside diners, smelled pine in the air, and slept under stars so bright they looked like they were shining just for us. But somewhere along the way, maybe a few hundred miles north of California, the road got bad. Real bad. It turned into this narrow, two-lane highway with potholes so deep it felt like the wheels of the car were going to fall off any second. We had to slow down to barely above a crawl just to keep the SUV from shaking apart. The pavement was cracked, crumbling, and sometimes patched over so many times it was hard to tell where the actual road was anymore. On either side of the road, giant trees stood like old skeletons, stripped bare of leaves and branches. They were tall, almost impossibly tall, with nothing green or alive on them. Just endless rows of gray, naked trunks stretching toward the dull sky. Because of the dust from the dirt road, the whole scene looked like it was coated in a thick, low-hanging fog that clung close to the ground. The dust floated in the air like mist, making everything look almost black and white, like an old, washed-out photograph. As we drove, I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being watched. Every second, it seemed like one of those dead trees was actually a person standing perfectly still just at the edge of the road, watching us. I would blink, and then it was gone, just a tree. But the way they stood there, so rigid and tall, with no branches to hide anything, made it feel like a silent crowd of eyes was following us. The whole place gave me the creeps, but my friend kept trying to joke about it, saying things like, "It's just trees, relax," or maybe Bigfoot's watching. I laughed a little, but inside my skin was crawling. We kept trying to find a camping spot for the night, but every campground we checked was full, or had signs saying closed or no vacancy. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, turning the sky a pale gray that blended with the fog on the ground. We finally found a spot that looked like it was abandoned, maybe used before, but left to the wild now. It was near a clearing, but the smell hit us the moment we stepped out of the car, a heavy, sour stench, like rotten eggs mixed with wet dirt and something metallic. It was gross and sharp in the nose, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. The clearing was surrounded by those same naked trees, their trunks like empty bones reaching into the dimming sky. The ground was damp, and I could see old, broken bits of trash scattered in the grass, like the place had been left to rot. There was no wildlife, no birdsong, no insects buzzing, just an eerie silence that pressed down on us. My friend started pitching the tent without a word, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like something was lurking just beyond the edge of the trees. I didn't want to say it aloud, but the whole vibe of the place was wrong, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. We lit a small fire, trying to push the chill away and distract ourselves with food. The sky darkened quickly, and the fog thickened around us, turning the clearing into a little island surrounded by gray walls of dust and dead branches. I couldn't get comfortable, and I kept feeling like something was moving just beyond the firelight, but every time I looked, there was nothing but shadows. That night, trying to fall asleep in the tent, I felt every tiny noise like it was amplified, twigs cracking, leaves rustling, and the wind whispering through the dead trees. I kept my flashlight close and my knife even closer, though I hoped we wouldn't need it. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard something heavy moving, slow, deliberate footsteps, or something dragging through the brush. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too big, too heavy for that. Later on, lying in my sleeping bag next to my friend, I heard noises right outside the tent. At first, it was small rustling sounds, like something brushing against the tent fabric. Then I heard low, muffled noises that I couldn't place. It was close, too close. I hoped it was a bear, something natural and scary, but not evil or demonic, just a wild animal looking for food. The noises sounded like breathing mixed with soft growls, and my heart started racing. I remembered I had shaved my legs with soap right next to the tent earlier that day, and suddenly I was kicking myself mentally for it. I had this irrational fear that the soap scent would attract wild animals, maybe bears or worse. My mind was twisting into all kinds of scary scenarios, imagining a bear sniffing around, ready to tear the tent open. I wanted to wake my friend, to ask her if she heard it too, but I was too scared to move, too scared to break the silence. When I finally got up the nerve to nudge her, the noises stopped. I held my breath, listening, but everything outside the tent fell silent again. Then, to my shock, I realized the noises weren't from outside at all. They were coming from her. She was half asleep and had been making those sounds in her sleep the whole time. I felt this strange mix of relief and embarrassment wash over me. Here I was, terrified of some wild creature lurking just outside, when it was just my friend snoring and shifting around. After that night, we pushed on, eager to leave that weird place behind. We talked about it later and found out we had driven through what locals called prime Bigfoot country. That explained a lot: the barren trees, the eerie silence, the heavy feeling in the air. I don't believe in ghosts or fairy tales, but there was definitely something strange about that place, something older and wilder than us. We kept going north, camping in better spots after that, places with real trees full of leaves, birds singing in the morning, and fresh air that didn't smell like death. I learned that when you're out there in the wild, your mind can play tricks on you, especially when everything feels so unfamiliar and quiet. You hear things you can't explain, see shapes that aren't really there, and your imagination fills in the blanks with all the worst things you can think of. But even with all that, I don't want to scare myself before I go out again. I try to focus on the colors of the sky, the way the sun filters through the leaves, the sounds of animals in the distance, and the steady rhythm of my own footsteps on the trail. I make sure to hike hard enough every day that I'm tired when I fall asleep, so I don't have time to let my mind wander into dark places. I'm sorry if some people have had worse experiences out there. I don't doubt that real danger exists in the wilderness. I just feel lucky that I haven't faced it yet. When I go camping this Sunday, I'm definitely going to skip reading any creepy stories or watching horror videos. I want to enjoy the outdoors for what it really is, a place to breathe, to rest, and to remember that the wild isn't just scary. It's also beautiful. I remember the cold that night more than anything else. Not the kind of cold that bites quick and fades when you move around, but the kind that settles into your bones and stays there. I wasn't even the one who lived it. This was my friend's grandmother's story, but the way she told it, the way her voice tightened and her eyes went distant when she spoke, it was like she was there again. And somehow I was there too. She was 6, she said, maybe 7, no older. That age where the world feels wide and interesting, but still mostly safe if your grandpa's holding the reins. They lived far out in the countryside, real countryside, fields that didn't end, dirt roads with more mud than gravel, no streetlights, just the moon if it showed up. Houses were few and far between, most of them old and quiet, barns leaning a little from the years. Her grandpa worked hard every day, wood chopping, fence fixing, feeding the animals, checking traps. She helped when she could, but most times she just followed him around, asking questions and pretending to be useful. That evening, like so many others, they'd gone out to the neighboring property, a good hour's ride by horse and wagon. They had a deal with an old friend who ran sheep, and sometimes her grandpa would help him out or pick up extra supplies from the village past his land. The sun had already dipped low when they started back. The cold was biting sharper than usual, the kind of air that stung your nose when you breathed in. The wagon was nothing fancy, wooden boards nailed together, creaky wheels, and a few folded wool blankets in the back to sit on. One old mare pulling them, a heavy-set, slow-moving horse named Lena. The girl was bundled up in layers, boots too big for her feet, a wool hat that covered her ears. She sat on the blankets in the back, watching the dark come down around them, not scared, just quiet. The kind of stillness that only exists far from towns, where even the wind makes you feel alone. They were on the same dirt path they always took home. Nothing fancy, just 2 worn-down tire tracks cutting through tall grass and patches of mud, bordered by scattered trees and wire fences sagging from years of weather. It had rained a few days before, and the road hadn't dried. The horse's hooves made soft sucking sounds as she pulled them along. Then they saw it. Off to the right, maybe 30 yards into a low, muddy field, stood a sheep. At first, she didn't think anything of it. Sheep wandered. They were always moving from one patch of grass to the next. But something about this one made her grandpa pull back on the reins. The wagon creaked to a stop. The old man stood up slowly, eyes narrowing, trying to see better in the fading light. The sheep just stood there. Not grazing, not walking, just still. The field was soggy, dark in places where the water pooled. She remembered how it looked, dirty wool, matted and thick with mud, its head low like it was tired or sick. He clicked his tongue, eyes scanning the tree line and the far-off pasture fence. No other animals in sight. No movement. No steppers. No dogs. Just that one sheep, standing still in the middle of a field that didn't belong to anyone they knew. He muttered something to himself. Then he climbed down. She stayed sitting in the wagon while he walked out into the field. The ground sucked at his boots, slow going. He moved steady, careful like he was testing each step. When he reached the sheep, he paused. She couldn't hear anything from that distance. Just the soft breeze, the shifting creaks of the wagon boards beneath her. He bent down, checked something. Maybe the legs, maybe the fleece. Then he stood back up, grabbed it under the belly with a grunt, and started dragging it toward the wagon. She was excited. Back then, the idea of a sheep meant something nice. Warmth, food, something cozy. She didn't think about where it came from or why it was alone. Her grandpa didn't say anything when he hefted the thing into the wagon bed beside her. Just nodded once, then climbed back up to the bench and clucked the reins. The horse started forward again, slow and steady, like always. The girl, being a kid, naturally reached for it. The fleece was coarse, dirty, stiff in places with who knows what, but she didn't care. She patted it, rubbed her hand along its back. It didn't move much, just twitched now and then. She thought it was shy or cold or maybe hurt. So she kept petting it gently, saying small, comforting things like kids do. "My little sheep," she whispered. "My little sheep." She said it again and again, smiling to herself. She remembered that clearly. She was happy, until the moment the sheep set it back. Not a bleat, not a sound of distress or pain. It spoke, the same words she had just said. "My little sheep." But the voice wasn't hers, and it wasn't soft or playful. It was deep, wet, rough, like something gargling gravel. It came from the sheep, not from beside it, not from under it, from its mouth. She said she heard the wool shift, heard something like a breath being sucked in. The voice came again. "My little sheep," drawn out, mocking, thick with something that made her stomach turn. She froze. Her hand was still resting on its back. She didn't scream. She didn't move. She said it felt like the world around her went silent, like even the wind stopped moving. Then the horse reacted. Lena let out a panicked noise, half whinny, half shriek, and lurched sideways. The wagon tilted hard. Wood groaned. Her grandpa shouted something from the front, yanked the reins. The girl felt herself slide a little on the slick boards, her hand still on the sheep's wool, which now felt too warm, too soft, like flesh under the fleece. Then everything snapped back into motion. Her grandpa dropped the reins, scrambled into the back in 2 bounds, grabbed the sheep by the legs and hauled it. No hesitation, no care, right off the wagon. It hit the ground with a wet, thudding sound, rolled a little, and came to rest in a ditch by the side of the path. He was already back in the seat, grabbing the reins, slapping them hard against Lena's back. The horse bolted forward. The wagon bounced, nearly throwing her out. She scrambled for the side rail and held on tight. She looked back once. Just once. The sheep was lying there in the ditch, legs splayed out awkward, head twisted at a strange angle. It didn't move, but she remembered one detail, so clear it still makes her cry when she talks about it. The mouth was open, just a little, wide enough that she could see the shape of teeth, flat and human-like. They didn't stop again that night. The wagon clattered down the dirt road. The old horse, running like the devil, was behind her. Her grandpa never looked back. She didn't speak. Not once. Not during the ride. Not when they got home. He lifted her out, carried her inside without a word, handed her off to her grandmother, who asked what happened but got no answer. He didn't speak of it that night, or the next day, or for years. And when he finally did, it was only once. He sat her down, when she was older, almost grown, and told her what he remembered. Said he'd been around livestock all his life. Born into it. He could tell a sick animal from a hurt one, a scared one from an aggressive one. And that wasn't a sheep. He said it moved wrong, smelled wrong, felt wrong when he picked it up. Too heavy in some places, too light in others. Like it was filled with things that didn't belong. But the part that really stuck with him, what haunted him until his dying day, was that voice. Not just that it spoke, but the way it said her words back to her. Like it was learning, like it was trying them out. Not just copying, practicing. She told me all this when I was 15. We were sitting on her porch, middle of a humid summer night. She had her hands folded in her lap, eyes on the trees. Didn't blink much. Said she never told anyone outside the family. Said most folks wouldn't believe it anyway. And you know what? I don't think it matters if they believe it. I know she wasn't lying. I saw what it did to her. She still won't eat lamb. Never has, never will. And when she hears a sheep bleat on TV or out in a field, she gets real quiet. Her fingers start to twitch a little in her lap, like they're remembering something her mind doesn't want to recall. She said once, real soft, that she sometimes hears it in her dreams. That same growling voice, that same phrase. But it doesn't say "my little sheep" anymore. It just says her name. It was late October, the kind of evening where the sun goes down earlier than you expect, and the cold sneaks in under your clothes. I was alone in the trailer for a bit, just sitting on the old plaid couch in the living room, flipping through channels even though nothing ever comes in clearly out there. We were in the middle of nowhere. One of those places you have to drive an hour down a dirt road to get to. My brother, Dylan, and I were staying out there for the weekend. Some friends of his were out by the bonfire in the clearing behind the trailer. They were drinking, playing music from a Bluetooth speaker, yelling and laughing. The usual stuff. I wasn't feeling like joining them. Something about that night already felt off. The sky had gone this dull gray right before sunset, like the color had drained out of the whole place. The wind was restless, brushing the dry leaves against the side of the trailer like fingertips. That kind of thing messes with you when you're already halfway uneasy. It was probably a little past 9 p.m. when I first heard the knock. It was sharp and fast. 3 quick raps, like someone who wasn't just passing by, but really wanted in. The living room lights were off, just the flicker from the TV lighting the room. So whoever was out there probably couldn't see me sitting on the couch. I turned the volume down a little, leaned forward, and listened. Silence. Then again, 3 knocks. Just like before. No yelling, no hello. No can I use your phone, or anything like that. Just the knocking. I stood up slowly and stepped toward the front window, staying behind the curtain, peeking out the side. That's when I saw her. She looked like something out of a time capsule. A red dress, fitted but proper. A red blazer over it, like one of those church outfits older women wear. She had on a red hat, too, with that netting that drops down just over the eyes. She was wearing matching red heels. Not the kind you see every day, and definitely not something you'd expect to see out here. Her hands were folded in front of her, and she just stood there, looking right at the door. I didn't know what to do. Something about her, about the way she stood there, calm but too still, put my stomach in knots. It wasn't just odd, it felt wrong. So I didn't open the door. I cleared my throat and called out, "Can I help you?" My voice cracked a little. No answer. I tried again, louder. "Do you need something?" Still nothing. Then she reached out and tried the doorknob. My heart jumped. I backed away fast, nearly tripping over the old throw rug behind me. The knob rattled once, twice, but the door was locked, thank God. Just then, I heard the back door open and close. I spun around and saw Dylan walk in, letting in a gust of cold air. He didn't notice anything at first, just went straight for the fridge to grab another 6-pack for the guys. I must have looked freaked out because he paused and looked at me, eyebrows raised. "There's someone at the front door," I said quietly. He frowned and set the beers down on the counter. "Who?" I just shook my head and motioned toward the front. He walked over and peeked through the curtain. I watched his whole expression change. He didn't say anything, just stared. Then, without a word, he went back out the back door. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, ears straining to hear his footsteps. A few minutes later, the back door opened again. He came in fast, closed it behind him, and locked it. Then he locked the deadbolt too, something we almost never bothered to do. He turned to me, and his face looked drained, like all the blood had gone somewhere else. I'd never seen him look like that before. "We're not opening the door," he said flatly. Then he grabbed the beers and led me down the narrow hall to his room. He locked that door too. We sat on the floor, backs against the wall. The room smelled faintly of smoke from old joints and the pine cleaner our mom used to use. He didn't say much at first, just sat there, staring at the floor. I didn't press him, not right away, but after a while, I couldn't help it. "What did you see?" I asked. He looked at me like he didn't want to talk about it, but something in him cracked. He leaned his head back against the wall and let out a slow breath. "I went around the side," he said. "She wasn't there." I blinked. "What?" "She wasn't outside," he said again. I walked right up to the porch. Nothing there. But when I came back inside and looked through the window, he trailed off. "You saw her," I said. He nodded once. She was still there. That sent a chill through me that didn't go away. It just settled into my spine like it had moved in. We sat in silence again after that. Neither of us knew what to make of it. Later, maybe half an hour or so, there was a knock at the back door. A friendly one this time. Just a couple knocks and a voice calling, "Yo, Dylan." It was his friend, Josh, probably wondering where he'd gone. Dylan didn't answer, just stayed quiet. Then another voice, "Hey man, you alright? You get lost or what?" He finally stood up and walked to the door, but didn't unlock it. "We're done for the night," he said loud enough for them to hear. Staying in. The guys didn't argue much, just mumbled something about whatever, and wandered back toward the fire pit. The music started up again a minute later, a little softer than before. I didn't sleep much that night. Neither of us did. We left his bedroom light on, and every time the wind hit the side of the trailer or the fire cracked outside, I jumped. I kept seeing her in my head, her red dress, those perfect heels, the tilt of her hat, and that blank stare toward the door. The next morning, the fire pit was cold. His friends were gone, probably too weirded out by us bailing early the night before. We didn't talk much during breakfast. I watched Dylan make coffee like it was just any other day, but his hands shook when he poured the water. We packed up early, loading the truck with our stuff without saying a whole lot. When we got back into town, I asked him again, just to be sure. "You saw her through the window? After you checked the porch?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once and said, "Clear as day." We told a few people. Some laughed, some just shook their heads. But the older folks, especially the ones who'd been raised in the traveler way, the old school ones, they got real quiet when they heard. One of them, an old woman who used to live near our gran, said, "That's not the kind you open the door for, no matter how polite she looks." We never figured out what it was. Not a ghost, not a demon or anything like that. Just something that didn't belong. And it wasn't the way she looked that scared me the most. It was the fact that she tried the door like it was hers to open. No words, no asking, just that quiet knock and the grip on the knob. We didn't go back to that trailer for months. When we finally did, it looked the same. Everything just as we left it. But the front door had a faint smear on the handle, like something had been pressed against it. Like a thumbprint made of dust and old oil. We wiped it clean. We still don't talk about it much, but when we do, we agree on one thing. She wasn't there for help. She wasn't lost. She didn't want directions or shelter. She wanted in, and we didn't let her. We don't open the door after dark anymore. Not out there, not in town, not even at home. It's a rule now. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what they're wearing or how normal they seem. Because that night taught us something important. Some people knock because they need something. Others knock because they want something. And some knock just to see who's dumb enough to open the door. The night started out quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like the world is holding its breath. I was sitting outside, watching the goats in the dim light of the porch lamp, the air cool and still around me. The sky was clear, and the stars were sharp pinpricks of light in the darkness. The smell of dry grass and earth mixed with the faint scent of the animals nearby, a calm that usually made me feel grounded and safe. The goats were mostly settled, munching on whatever sparse grass they could find, their low bleats soft and rhythmic. Suddenly, from somewhere northeast of where I sat, the coyotes started howling. Not the usual random yips or calls, but a loud, chaotic noise that rolled across the fields. Their cries came in waves, overlapping and desperate, like a pack caught in some kind of fight or alarm. The sound sent a shiver down my spine, but I wasn't worried yet. Coyotes are common here, and their calls at night aren't unusual. Still, this felt different. The way they were all screaming at once made the air thick with tension. Then I noticed something else. Underneath the coyote chorus, a low, constant growl started to rise, coming from the exact same direction. It was warblike, almost like a mechanical hum, but natural at the same time, deep and rough, filled with menace. It wasn't just one growl either. It held a steady pitch, almost as if it was vibrating through the ground itself. The coyotes seemed to sense it too, because their howling grew louder and more frantic, almost drowning out the strange sound. But as soon as that growl fully kicked in, the coyotes abruptly stopped, as if whatever was making that noise scared them into silence. Then the night went dead quiet. No wind, no animals, no distant cars. Just silence, thick and suffocating. The kind of silence where every little sound from your own body feels amplified. The rustle of my clothes as I shifted, my own breathing, the slow thump of my heartbeat. The goats froze too, heads up, eyes wide, staring off into the darkness towards the northeast. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any hint of movement or sound, but there was nothing. The growl had stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving an emptiness behind that felt heavy and wrong. I've hunted a lot over the years. Hogs, bobcats, deer, you name it. I know the sounds of the wild, the calls and growls of animals large and small. But that growl? I've never heard anything like it before or since. It wasn't just a sound. It was a presence, something primal and dangerous that didn't belong to any animal I know. I sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just a weird noise, maybe some distant machinery or a strange echo from the hills, but I knew better. That growl carried weight, a warning I couldn't ignore. Later, I went inside the house, shaking off the chill that had settled in my bones. My parents' house has always been weird in small ways. The walls are thin, so thin that you can sometimes hear conversations from other rooms. It's like the house is alive, listening. When you move away from the room, the sound stops suddenly, like the house is protecting its secrets. Everyone who visits has heard it at least once. Voices that vanish as soon as you turn your head, or footsteps that stop when you look. One time, when the family was away, I was showering with the bathroom door open. The steam filled the room, and the tiles were warm under my feet. Suddenly, I heard the bathroom door creak open and voices, my parents, talking and laughing. It was so normal, so ordinary that I thought they had come home early. I jumped out, grabbed a towel, and rushed to the kitchen to greet them, but no one was there. The house was empty. No cars outside, nothing moved or missing. Even the bloodhound, trained to track scents, was still and calm. But the small dogs were frantic, barking and whining like something was wrong. I called my parents, and they told me they were still 2 towns away. I don't know what I heard, but it wasn't them. When I was very young, maybe 4 or 5, my mom often slept in the living room with me and my sisters. It was a family thing, bonding and watching TV together. We were watching King of the Hill on our old set when we both heard a loud bang. The ferret gate at the bottom of the basement stairs slammed shut with a force no one could explain. My mom jumped up to wake my dad. He searched the basement, but found nothing. The stairs are carpeted, and when we tried to replicate the sound the next day, it took a lot of force to slam the gate that hard. Nothing could have moved that gate naturally. My parents told me stories about noises and knocks that happened when my sister and I were very young. One night, they heard loud banging on their bedroom wall, deliberate knocks that weren't accidental. They woke up terrified, grabbed a bat, but saw nothing. The dogs didn't bark or stir, and even the police and K9 units found no sign of anyone around. It was like the knocking came from nowhere. The weird noises didn't stop as I grew older. When I was about 14, I had my desktop computer set up in the kitchen because my room had no desk. Late one night, I was playing video games, headphones on, when I heard knocking. At first, I thought it was part of the game. But the knocking came again, steady and clear, from the door between the garage and the kitchen at the far end of the room. I took off my headphones and listened carefully, the knocks coming in slow, deliberate beats. I grabbed a kitchen knife and went to check, but there was nothing there. The knocking stopped as suddenly as it had started. I woke my mom, but she told me to go back to bed. The knocking came again while she was with me, and we both heard it clearly. She got up to look, but still found nothing. After that night, the knocking never happened again. My sister always claimed you could hear a woman screaming in the utility room in the basement late at night, between midnight and 4 in the morning. She said it so often that I thought she was just messing around. But last 4th of July, she came home with her son and passed out in her old room downstairs after a party. I agreed to watch her baby so she could sleep. Late at night, I heard crying. I assumed it was the baby, so I went downstairs and opened the utility room door. What I heard was a woman screaming, crying like she was in real pain. But the baby and my sister were both asleep upstairs. I closed the door quickly and sat in the kitchen until the screaming stopped. Then the baby started crying, and I could tell the difference clearly. Over the years, these sounds and experiences have built up, a collection of strange, unexplained moments that refuse to fit neatly into any one explanation. There are no ghosts, no fairy tale creatures here, just a family home surrounded by wilderness and mystery. Some nights, I wonder what those sounds really mean. Maybe it's the animals, wild ones I haven't met yet. Maybe it's the house itself, creaking and settling in the dark. Or maybe it's something else, something real and physical just beyond my sight or understanding. Whatever it is, I know this. When the wild calls go silent and the growl starts, that's when you pay attention. Because in the quiet of night, with nothing but shadows around, the unseen things don't have to show themselves. Their presence is enough. And that presence still waits out there, somewhere northeast of the goats, somewhere in the cold, still night. I remember that day in New Hampshire like it was yesterday, even though it's been years since college. The way the air smelled sharp, cold, with that unmistakable hint of fallen leaves and pine, stays with me. It was late October, right when fall was settling in deep. The kind of fall where the trees turned brilliant shades of orange and red, But the sun starts setting earlier than you want, and the chill in the air grows sharper by the hour. I was in college in the middle of New Hampshire, and I'd been hiking a few times before, but it was something totally new to my two friends. One of them came from a beach town in Florida, so the idea of woods, mountains, and cold wasn't really part of their world. The other grew up in a city on Long Island, so while she'd been outside, hiking in the woods was something she never did. The hike we chose was well known near campus, a local spot that was supposed to be easy and short. The trail was maybe 2 miles one way, not too steep or dangerous, and a perfect choice for a first-time hike. I was the only one with any experience, and I thought it'd be a fun day trip. I didn't think much about the time we started, late afternoon. We all figured it'd only take a couple of hours tops, round trip, including a quick break at the summit. I grabbed a flashlight from my dorm room at the last minute. It was one of those small handheld ones, nothing fancy, the kind you'd find shoved into a drawer or a backpack. I didn't even think twice about bringing it. Back then, before smartphones were everywhere, nobody really had a reliable way to light their way in the dark. My friends didn't think to bring one at all, which was typical for people who had never been hiking. Their phones were basic Blackberries, with no flashlight apps or screens bright enough to help. The hike up was fine. We took our time, stopping to look at trees, and the view once we reached the top. The summit wasn't huge, but it gave a decent overlook of the woods below, with mountains stretching out in the distance. The sky was a clear blue, but I remember feeling that bite of fall chill against my skin, and I had a jacket on. My friends were dressed casually, sneakers, light jackets, nothing prepared for a serious hike or the dropping temperatures. We spent maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the top. The air smelled like wet earth and fallen leaves, and the sun was already tilting lower, casting long shadows through the trees. I told them we should start heading back soon, but they thought we had plenty of time. I just shrugged, not wanting to sound like a worrywart. About 10 minutes into the descent, things started to feel different. The light changed faster than I expected. It was the kind of twilight that falls quick in the woods, where the canopy blocks much of the sky and the forest floor turns a deep shade of blue-gray. I pulled out the flashlight and clicked it on. It was old, and the beam was weak, flickering sometimes like it was about to die. I didn't say anything. I just hoped it would last. The trail back wasn't complicated, but it was narrow and uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves that muffled our footsteps. The forest around us felt strangely quiet. Normally in the woods, you expect the sounds of insects buzzing, birds calling, maybe even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But that evening, everything was dead silent except for the crunch of our feet on leaves. The flashlight flickered again, and I had to shake it to get the beam steady. I glanced at my friends. Neither of them seemed to notice anything odd, but I could tell they were getting uncomfortable. The light was fading, and with each step, the darkness seemed to press closer. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, cutting through the silence, came a shriek. It wasn't human, not at all. It was a sound that pierced the air, sharp and terrible, echoing off the trees and bouncing down the trail. It was long and drawn out, almost like a scream, but filled with something raw and wild. The kind of sound that makes your skin crawl and your heart slam against your ribs like it wants out. I froze. My friends froze too. We just stood there, listening, the flashlight beam dropping to the ground in a flicker. The shriek echoed again, fading and then rising as if the creature was moving through the woods, just beyond sight. I don't know what came over me, but without a word, we started running. We didn't stop to figure out what the sound was, or how close it was. It was too dark, and the shriek had turned something in us primal, pure fear. Our feet pounded against the ground, leaves and dirt flying up beneath us. I don't remember talking or looking back. The only thing I heard was the sound of my own breathing and our hurried footsteps. I can't even remember how long we ran. The darkness was pressing in from all sides, the trees towering above like silent sentinels. Our flashlight died completely. My hands fumbled for it in my pocket, but the battery was gone. The beam had flickered off, swallowed by the night. The trail was rough, and my legs burned, but I didn't stop. The woods felt endless, but I kept telling myself the car had to be close. I was sure of it. I pictured the parking lot where we started, the warmth of the car's heater, and the safety of the seats. The shriek came one last time, distant now but still echoing in my ears. The fear clung to me like a second skin, thick and suffocating. Finally, the trees thinned, and the headlights of the car appeared through the darkness. I don't know who reached the car first or who fumbled with the keys. but the doors slammed shut behind us like a barrier between that night and safety. We didn't say a word on the drive back. The silence was heavy. None of us tried to explain or even acknowledge what we'd heard. It was like naming it would make it more real, more terrifying. Years passed, and I never talked about that night, not really. I buried it under everything else, college, work, moving on. But every once in a while, when I'm out walking at dusk or deep in the woods, that shriek creeps back into my mind, loud and chilling. It wasn't until much later, reading about wildlife encounters, that I learned what that sound probably was. A mountain lion. I found videos online of mountain lion calls, the shrill, eerie screams that can echo for miles through the forest. Listening to them gave me chills. That was exactly what we heard that night. Knowing what it was makes it even more terrifying. It wasn't a ghost or a trick of the mind. It was a real animal, a predator, close enough to scream and make us hear it clearly. We were lucky we got away when we did. Since then, I never underestimate the woods, the dark, or the quiet. And I always bring a flashlight. I grew up in a rural area, the kind of place where the nights are darker than you'd expect if you're used to city lights, and the quiet can get almost loud if you listen too closely. Our house was on a gravel road, the kind that's not really a main road, but still gets some traffic during the day. Trucks, cars, the occasional neighbor driving by. Across the street from us lived a neighbor, but their house sat far back, down a long, winding driveway. If anything happened at our place, it was unlikely they would hear unless it was a scream, so loud it ripped through the silence. I was about 12 when this happened. My younger brother, who was 10, was with me that night because my parents had to run errands and trusted me to watch him for a few hours. I was upstairs in the living room, watching TV, trying to keep my eyes on the screen, but also listening for anything unusual. My brother was downstairs in his room, his door open just enough that I could hear the sounds of his video game. A steady beep, the clicking of buttons. From where I sat upstairs, I had a partial view of the road outside through the big window facing the front yard. At night, I could see the headlights of cars passing by, sometimes 2 or 3 within an hour, since the gravel road connected a couple of farms and a few houses further down. Usually, these cars moved at a decent speed. It was dark and cold that night, the kind of cold that creeps into your bones, and the silence around the house made the occasional car's headlights stand out even more. It was around 10 p.m. when I noticed the first car. It wasn't moving like the others. Instead, it was driving slowly, almost as if it was trying to get a good look at the house. The headlights came around the bend, rolling past our front yard at barely 5 miles an hour. I squinted, trying to see who it was or if I could recognize the make of the car, but the darkness swallowed most details. The car didn't continue down the road. Instead, it slowed even more and then started to turn into our driveway. My heart sped up. The driveway was narrow, gravel just like the road, and curved slightly. The car eased in, tires crunching on the stones, then it began to circle around the house. I could see its headlights illuminating the side yard, then the back, before it rolled back out onto the gravel road and stopped. It sat there for a moment with the headlights shining full on our house. I locked all the doors, something I had never thought much about before, but that night it felt necessary. The sound of the car idling was unnerving. I could feel my chest tighten as I watched it through the window, every muscle tense. The windows in the house shook slightly with the low growl of the engine. After a few minutes that felt like hours, the car finally turned and started to move away, slowly at first, then picking up speed until it disappeared around the bend. I let out a shaky breath and tried to settle down, telling myself it was probably just someone lost or looking for a different house. But the unease didn't fade. About half an hour later, just as I was starting to relax, headlights shot past the window again, but this time, the car was speeding. Fast, much faster than the usual slow crawl on the gravel road. Almost right behind it, I saw flashing lights, red and blue spinning, growing larger as the police car sped past. The roar of the engines filled the night. I pressed my face against the window, trying to see if there was an accident or someone running, but all I could make out was the blur of the 2 cars racing down the road, disappearing into the darkness. I never found out what had happened that night. No one called to report a crime or an accident, at least not that I knew about. But that moment, watching the slow, quiet circling of the car, and then the sudden rush of speed and flashing police lights, stuck with me. It left me on edge for days, making me jump at every sound outside. Years later, living in a suburb of a city, I had a very different kind of late-night scare. One that ended up feeling almost silly, but for a moment, it had me terrified. At that point, I had a Ring camera doorbell installed. It was mostly because a few weeks before Halloween, someone had been cutting down my Halloween light decorations. It was a small act of vandalism, but it made me nervous enough to get a camera that would notify me if anyone came near my front door. After Halloween, I took down all my decorations, so I figured I didn't have to worry about anyone messing with things anymore. One night, after working a long night shift, I was still awake around 2 a.m. The house was quiet, my roommates all at work, and I was scrolling through my phone trying to wind down. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a notification from the Ring app. Someone was at the front door. My heart jumped. I froze, thinking of the worst. Who could it be at this hour? No one was supposed to be home, and the street outside was usually dead silent at night. I hesitated before opening the app, afraid to see someone lurking just beyond the camera's view. When I finally looked, the video showed the porch light illuminating a dark shape moving among the bushes next to the door. It wasn't a person. It was a deer. The animal was quietly munching leaves off one of the front bushes, its soft eyes reflecting the porch light. It looked peaceful and oddly out of place in the quiet suburb at this hour. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for freaking out over a harmless deer. Still, I watched the video for a while, relieved and a little embarrassed. The camera's clear night vision caught every detail. The gentle swaying of the branches, the twitch of the deer's ears as it listened for any noise. Eventually, the deer moved on, disappearing into the shadows beyond the lawn. Looking back on those 2 nights, the eerie slow circling of the car in the rural dark, and the unexpected deer at my city doorstep, I'm reminded how different fear can feel depending on where you are and what you expect. The rural night was filled with tension, silence, and that creeping sense of vulnerability that comes from being alone with only the faint sound of gravel crunching under tires. The city night was quiet too, but my fear was quickly replaced by amusement, a reminder that sometimes our minds fill the silence with shadows. What I learned is that fear doesn't have to come from monsters or ghosts. It can come from the simple unknown, from strange movements in the dark, from the silence between sounds. And sometimes, all it takes is a slow, quiet car driving past your house or a curious deer stopping by your front door to remind you just how alive the night can feel. Those nights taught me to trust my instincts, to lock doors when I feel uneasy, to keep an eye on my surroundings, and to find comfort in the small things that turn out to be harmless. But more than that, they reminded me that the world is unpredictable, and sometimes the scariest moments come without any clear explanation at all. I live about a mile away from the Manassas National Battlefield Park, a place where the past still feels close, even if the land has mostly moved on. For those who don't know, it's a site tied deeply to the American Civil War. 2 massive battles fought there in 1861 and 1862, shaping history in ways most people only read about in textbooks. The park itself is a mix of rolling fields, scattered forest patches, and old buildings preserved or reconstructed for visitors. There are trails that wander through the woods and grasslands, dotted with signs that tell stories about where soldiers stood, fought, and fell. For me, it's a quiet place to escape. The history is interesting, sure, but what really draws me are the wide open spaces and the dense woods, places where you can feel small and far removed from everyday noise. I have a cat, yes, a cat, that I walk on a leash and harness. It sounds strange, I know, but he loves it. He's the kind of cat who can't get enough of the outdoors, and of all the places I've taken him, nothing makes him happier than a hike through the forest. A couple of weeks ago, I finally took him to one of the forested trails inside the battlefield for the first time since we moved here. We usually just do neighborhood walks or explore the open fields nearby, but this time, I wanted to see how he'd react to the denser woods, the deeper trails. We drove there in the late afternoon, when the light was starting to soften, but there was still enough day to see the details of the world clearly. The parking lot was small and mostly empty, but there were a few people standing around talking near the entrance. I knew my cat would be nervous around strangers. He's always been shy, and I didn't want to put him through that right away. So, after parking, I carried him to the edge of the trees, careful to avoid the group of people. He was quiet in my arms, his little body tense, but trusting enough to let me hold him. The trailhead was marked by a worn wooden sign with faded paint, the kind you see at many parks, simple and straightforward. I set him down gently, watching him carefully as he touched the ground with his paws. Usually, he bolts right into the brush, excited and curious, but this time, he hesitated. His ears twitched, and he sniffed the air carefully, eyes scanning the trees around us. We started walking. At first, I thought maybe he was just being cautious because it was a new place. But as we moved about 50 yards down the trail, I noticed something different. He suddenly stopped, completely frozen, his body rigid. His gaze locked on something just off the trail, deep in the shadows between the trees. His tail puffed up slightly, and he slowly began to back up, his eyes never leaving that spot. I've known this behavior. It's how he tries to tell me he's had enough, how he wants out of the harness, how he wants to run away. I knelt down, gave him a soft voice, trying to coax him forward, but he wasn't having it. He turned his head to look at me, almost pleading, and then started inching backward. It was strange, unsettling even, because this was the first time I'd ever seen him like this in a forest. He's usually fearless, always dragging me deeper and deeper into the trees, chasing sounds or shadows or whatever catches his interest. But not this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided to switch plans. Maybe this trail wasn't right for him. There was a meadow trail off the same trailhead, leading through more open grassland with trees lining the edges. I picked him up again, careful to keep him calm, and we walked back to the trailhead. As I carried him, I kept glancing around. The forest was quiet except for the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, but there was a strange heaviness in the air, like the place was holding its breath. I put him down about 10 yards into the meadow trail. He looked up at me like I was crazy, but started walking slowly. After a few steps, he stopped again, turned, and looked right back at me. His eyes were wide, but not with curiosity this time. It was fear. Without hesitation, he spun around and dashed back toward the trailhead. I called after him, but he was already moving fast, his little legs pounding the earth. He ran back to the parking lot, his tail low, and scrambled into the car the moment I opened the door. I sat down beside him, still trying to make sense of what just happened. It felt like he had seen something I couldn't see. The battlefield is known for its history, yes, but there's more beneath the surface. I've read enough about the ground there to know the stories don't just end with the history books. The sun was dipping low by the time we drove back home. I glanced over at my cat, who had settled on my lap, eyes closed but muscles still tense. I kept wondering about those woods, about what made him stop and back away like that. The next few days, I found myself avoiding the forest trails at the battlefield. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong there, something that wasn't obvious or easy to explain. It wasn't fear of ghosts or spirits. That's not how I think. It was just a sense of unease, a quiet warning from a creature who usually knows the woods better than anyone. I realized that history leaves marks, but they're not always visible or obvious. Sometimes it's the weight of what happened, the thousands of lives lost, the pain and fear that lingers in a place. Maybe it's not a ghost or anything supernatural, but just the echoes of the past that even animals can sense. From then on, I stuck to the open fields around my house when I took my cat out. The forest there feels safer, quieter in a different way. And while I still visit the battlefield sometimes, I don't go into those forested trails again. Not with him, anyway. Maybe someday I'll try again, but for now, I trust my cat's instincts. He knows more about these woods than I ever will, and if he says it's not right, I believe him. That's the thing about history. It's never just in books or markers or signs. It's in the air, in the earth, in the way a cat reacts to something you can't see. And sometimes the past is better left undisturbed. My parents lived in a place that felt like the edge of the world. At least it felt that way when I was younger. The house was down a couple of miles of back roads, twisting, narrow, and mostly unpaved in parts, far away from any real center of town or any busy streets. It wasn't that the neighborhood was large. In fact, it was a tiny cluster of homes, maybe 6 or 7 in total, spaced so far apart that you'd have to strain your eyes to see your nearest neighbor's house. Every property stretched out wide, covered with long patches of grass, scraggly trees, and the occasional garden or rundown barn. You could walk for minutes between the houses without crossing a single fence or sidewalk. It gave the whole area a quiet, almost forgotten feel. Despite how spread out everything was, it wasn't totally deserted. People did walk around sometimes. Neighbors took their dogs out or went for a stroll after dinner. It was normal to see headlights bounce along the dusty roads or hear a lawnmower start up early on weekend mornings. But because of the distance and the way the trees thickened as you moved farther down the road, you rarely saw strangers wandering around. Anyone who came down the back roads was usually known or expected. We lived in a double-wide trailer that sat on one of the bigger plots of land. It wasn't fancy or big by any means, but it felt cozy. The trailer was a rectangle with the living room and kitchen in the middle and bedrooms on either end. Because it was small and thin, you could hear almost everything outside if you listened closely from anywhere inside the house. The creak of the old trees in the wind, the buzz of bugs, or the faint sound of footsteps on gravel or dirt. One night, I was out with my brother grabbing dinner. We decided on Taco Bell since it was the easiest late-night spot nearby, about 5 miles from the house. The drive-through was slow because of a few cars ahead of us, and I remember feeling relaxed, ready to get back home and eat something warm. We were just sitting in the car, waiting for our order, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from my other brother. The message was weird and unexpected. "Haha, very funny. Stop fucking around and come inside already." I stared at the screen, confused. There was no joke I was playing on him. We weren't even supposed to be out this late, and I was definitely not close to home. I messaged back, asking what he meant, and after a few seconds he called. His voice was tense, low, and almost shaky as he explained that he'd heard 3 loud knocks on the back door. My stomach dropped. I asked him to explain, to tell me exactly what was happening. He said it wasn't just 1 or 2 taps, but 3 solid, heavy knocks, like someone knocking with their fist, not a polite visitor. The kind of knock you'd expect if someone was trying to break in or get your attention urgently. Then, while he was still on the phone, I heard it too, the sound, faint but clear, coming right through the phone's microphone. 3 knocks, loud and sharp. I froze, a cold wave rushing through me. It wasn't a coincidence. It was happening right there, while we were talking. My brother went silent for a moment, and then told me the knocks had now moved. They were coming from the living room window that overlooked the backyard. I jerked the car forward, pulling out of the Taco Bell drive-thru as fast as I could. I told my brother I was heading straight home and to keep me updated on what was going on. He told me to stay calm, but I could hear the tension in his voice growing heavier by the second. The knocking didn't stop. It started moving around the house, as if someone or something was deliberately making a circuit. The knocks came from the other living room window, then the 2 windows in my parents' bedroom, then the windows of my youngest brother's room. The same brother who was riding with me now. The knocks were methodical, deliberate, and about 45 seconds to a minute apart, always 3 sharp taps. I listened carefully, trying to make sense of the pattern, heart hammering in my chest. The sounds moved next to the front door, then the kitchen window, then the bathroom window. It was like whoever was doing it was methodically checking every possible entry point around the house. The silence in between made it feel worse, the kind of silence that stretches out and makes you imagine all the worst possibilities. I was already speeding down the road toward home, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me or someone running in the darkness. My youngest brother, sitting beside me, was pale and quiet, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The moonlight barely lit the way, and the trees on either side seemed to lean in, as if watching us. When the knocking came back around to the back door for a second time, I was pulling onto the street where we lived. The night felt heavier here, thicker, and the quiet around the neighborhood was unnerving. No other houses had their porch lights on. It was like the whole area was holding its breath, waiting. I stopped the car right in front of our neighbor's house, a couple of doors down, the only one with lights on. I told my brother on the phone to grab the gun from our parents' room and to lock every door and window immediately. He obeyed quickly, the sound of locks clicking faint but audible over the phone. I stayed in the car, clutching the steering wheel, my phone pressed to my ear as I called the police. I explained everything in a calm voice, as calm as I could muster. I told them about the knocking, how it had moved around the house, and that my brother was armed and ready. I begged them to hurry. The cops arrived about 10 minutes later. I watched through the windshield as they walked slowly around the property, flashlights cutting through the shadows. They checked every corner, every window, the back door, even the yard itself. But there was nothing, no footprints, no sounds, no signs that anyone had been there. My brother was standing near the trailer, eyes scanning the dark edges of the property. He told me later that the knocking had continued all the way until the cops stepped onto the front porch. How they didn't hear it, I don't know. Maybe it stopped the moment they arrived, or maybe it was so quiet from where they stood that it blended with the night. It felt like whatever had been there disappeared the second help showed up. The police didn't find anyone or anything. No intruder, no explanation. Just the lingering echo of those knocks, like a message from someone out there in the dark, just beyond the reach of the light. For weeks after, my brother refused to stay home alone. The silence in the house felt heavy, oppressive, like waiting for something to come back. We changed the locks and installed extra lights, but it never felt the same. Every creak, every wind gust made us jump. It wasn't a ghost story or some made-up nightmare. It was real. Someone had been there, walking our property, knocking on every door and window, playing a game we didn't understand. And when the police came, they vanished without a trace. I was staying at my parents' house one night, just like I often do when I visit. The house was quiet. Everyone was asleep, deep in their beds. I was in the guest room, which is a small room at the back of the house with a window that looks out over the side yard. I was watching YouTube videos on my laptop, the volume low, so I wouldn't disturb anyone. The kind of stuff I watch is mostly random, sometimes funny clips, sometimes those long documentaries that make me lose track of time. This night, I was trying to distract myself from the usual noise in my head, just wanting some peace. The house was warm inside. The heater was humming quietly in the background, and outside, I could hear the faint sounds of wind rustling the trees. It was one of those still nights where everything feels calm but heavy, like the air is holding its breath. I was just settling into a video when I heard it, a very low, soft cry coming from outside the window. At first, I thought maybe it was the wind or a bird somewhere far off. But the cry came again, clearer this time, soft but desperate, like something was stuck or scared outside. I paused the video and held still, trying to listen carefully without moving too much. The house was so quiet, I could even hear the faint ticking of the old clock in the hallway. Then the cry came again, slower, softer, almost like a whisper. I sat up and stared at the window, feeling a little chill creep up my spine. I kept quiet, not wanting to wake anyone up, but my curiosity was growing. I wondered what could be making that sound. The yard outside was dark, no streetlights near the house except for a faint glow from the moon behind some clouds. I could barely make out the shapes of the bushes and trees. After a few more minutes of silence, the crying came back, low and urgent. It wasn't human, but it wasn't quite animal either. It was this weird, low wailing noise, almost like something was trapped and trying to get out. My heart started to beat a little faster. I glanced at the hallway to see if my parents were still asleep, and I could see the faint outline of the living room through the open door. Dad was on the couch, asleep with the TV off. I debated for a moment whether to just ignore it. Maybe it was some animal stuck under the porch or caught in a fence. But the noise came again, and this time it wasn't just a cry. It turned into a scratching, like something was clawing at the wooden shutters on the window. I froze. The shutters were old and heavy, made of thick, rough wood that had been painted dark brown years ago. They didn't even have locks on the outside, just a simple latch on the inside. The sound was sharp and persistent, like someone or something was trying to open them, to get inside. I could feel the blood drain from my face. My mind raced. What if it was a wild animal? Maybe a raccoon or a fox. Or something bigger, like a stray dog? The scratching got louder, more desperate. I sat still in the dark guest room, barely daring to breathe, afraid to move. Then the scratching stopped. There was a moment of silence, so thick it almost hurt my ears. Then, just as I was about to convince myself it was all in my head, the noise started again, louder this time, frantic almost, like the thing outside was fighting harder to open the shutters. It scratched and clawed in short, sharp bursts. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to get up quietly and move towards the door. I didn't want to wake my parents, but I felt I had to see what was happening outside. I crept down the hallway, my bare feet making soft thuds on the wooden floor. I reached the kitchen door, which leads out to the side yard where the window was. The house was so still I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I stood there for a moment, hand on the doorknob, wondering if I should just stay inside and lock everything up tight. But then the scratching noise got even louder. It was insane, this desperate, frantic sound like something was really trying to get in. It made my skin crawl. I almost felt like screaming or running back to the guest room and locking the door behind me, but some part of me was glued to the spot. I took a deep breath and turned the knob slowly, opening the kitchen door just enough to slip outside quietly. The night air hit me. It was cold and sharp, the smell of damp earth and fallen leaves mixing with the faint scent of pine from the trees around the yard. I closed the door behind me gently, hoping not to make a sound. I looked around in the dark, my eyes adjusting to the moonlight filtering through the clouds. The yard was empty except for the shadowy outlines of bushes and the wooden shutters on the window. The scratching noise stopped again. I held my breath, waiting. Suddenly, a soft meow cut through the silence. I blinked. It was the kind of meow that's low and quiet, almost like a whisper. Then I saw it, a small figure sitting near the window, just in the moonlight. It was one of the cats. Not just any cat. This one was the kind that usually never came close to the house at night, shy and wild, with dark fur that blended into the shadows. He was staring at the window, his green eyes reflecting the moonlight. He was pawing at the wooden shutters, trying to push them open, meowing softly, the same low, sad cry I had heard before. I stood there, frozen for a moment, realizing that all the terrifying noise, the scratching, the desperate sound, was just this cat trying to get inside. He wasn't dangerous, just persistent. I looked at him and felt my heart slow down. The fear that had been gripping me melted away. The cat stopped clawing and sat back on his haunches, looking at me as if asking for help. I wanted to reach out, but I was still cautious. I didn't want to startle him or have him bolt back into the dark yard. I decided to open the door and let him in. As I stepped back inside, the floor creaked just enough to wake my dad in the living room. I heard him mumble something and shift, but he didn't get up. I closed the door behind me and sat down again, my mind still spinning from how worked up I'd gotten over a cat trying to get inside. I looked back toward the window. The cat had found a spot near the heater vent and was curling up quietly, purring softly. The house suddenly felt warmer and less scary. I sat back down in the guest room, opened my laptop, and started the video again. The familiar light of the screen felt good. Outside, the night returned to its usual quietness. I realized how easy it was to let fear take over when the mind fills in all the blanks. In the dark, even a cat trying to find shelter can sound like something far worse. But in the end, it was just a cat, a creature looking for warmth and safety, the same thing we all want. I made a mental note to keep the kitchen door unlocked during cold nights from now on. After all, sometimes the things we fear most aren't monsters, just animals trying to get by. And with that thought, I finally relaxed, feeling safe in the quiet house, the cat asleep nearby, and the world outside still and calm. We weren't exactly known for making smart choices back then. It was summer, just past 16, and me and my friend had this idea that seemed funny at the time, stealing a road sign. Not a big deal, just some dumb joke, something to brag about later maybe, or just a stupid thrill. Neither of us lived near the countryside, but we'd driven out past the edge of town where the roads thinned out and gave way to empty fields and patches of woods. It was late, the sun long gone, and the sky was the kind of dark that made you feel swallowed up by shadows. We took the back roads, narrow and twisting, the kind you'd only really know if you grew up around there. Cracked pavement, overgrown grass crawling over the edges, and trees that leaned in close like they were watching. My friend was navigating, pointing out signs, and finally, after a few wrong turns, we spotted it, the sign we wanted. It stood just past a bend, glowing pale in the car headlights. A simple metal sign stuck in the ground, the kind that told drivers to watch out for deer or slow down. Nothing fancy, but perfect for whatever dumb joke we had in mind. I remember that moment just before we stopped the car. The air felt thicker somehow, the kind of heaviness that makes your skin crawl, like a warning you want to ignore but can't. It started as a small tightness in my chest, but it grew fast. A knot in my stomach that twisted harder every second. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves, the kind you get doing something you know you shouldn't. But it was different. It wasn't just nerves. I looked at my friend, who was already reaching for the door handle, grinning like it was all a game. I shook my head, saying, "Wait, let's not get out." I didn't explain. I just said, "Let's go home." It was the first time I ever listened to that gut feeling so clearly. She laughed, probably thinking I was chicken or making it up, but I didn't care. I turned the wheel slowly, started to make a U-turn right there on the narrow road, eyes glued to the woods on the right side. The headlights swept across the trees, and then I saw him. He was standing just a little behind a big oak, half hidden by the shadows. His face was dark, but the outline was clear. A man tall, maybe late 20s or early 30s, just standing there like he was waiting. His posture wasn't casual, though. It wasn't like he was lost or taking a walk. He was watching us, standing still as if he was waiting for us to move. I froze, my foot caught between the brake and the gas. The engine idled in the silence. My heart hammered in my chest so loud I thought he could hear it. The woods around us were quiet, except for the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Then he stepped out from behind the tree. Just a few steps, but enough to show he was coming closer. I could see his clothes now, dark, nondescript. No reason to be out here this late, no flashlight, nothing. Just him, moving toward the car like he had all the time in the world. My friend started screaming, a sharp, terrified sound that snapped me out of the paralysis. "Drive! Drive!" she yelled, grabbing at the steering wheel. I slammed my foot down on the gas, tires screeching as we spun out of the turn, headlights cutting through the black like knives. The car jolted, bouncing over rough patches in the road. The man kept walking after us for a few seconds, then stopped at the edge of the trees, watching as we sped away. My hands were white on the wheel, the blood rushing in my ears so loud I couldn't hear anything else. My friend was still shaking, her breathing fast and uneven. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting him to start chasing us through the woods. We didn't stop until we were back on a main road, with streetlights and other cars, the normal sounds of the night leaking back in. The panic didn't go away right away, though. It clung to me like a second skin, the way your clothes stick after running in the rain. I don't know who that man was, or what he wanted. Maybe he was someone who lived out there and didn't like people messing with his property. Maybe he was just passing through. But what stuck with me wasn't even the fear. It was the feeling that if I had gotten out of the car like we planned, things could have gone really wrong. We didn't talk much on the way home. Just quiet and tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. When I got back to my house, I sat in my bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close we'd come to something bad without even knowing it. I never stole a road sign that night, or any other night, and I never went back on those back roads again after dark. Sometimes, I still think about that guy standing in the shadows, and how that one gut feeling might have saved me. My girlfriend and I decided to spend a day hiking in Dawson National Forest. We'd heard about a waterfall there, one of the sister falls to the much more popular Amicalola Falls in North Georgia. Amicalola was packed with tourists year-round, people bustling in and out with cameras, kids running, and all sorts of noise. We wanted something quieter, something off the beaten path. This waterfall, tucked away deep in the woods, was hardly known to anyone but locals. We liked the idea of getting away from it all. It was late spring, the kind of day where the sun filtered through the thick green canopy, just right, making patches of light dance on the ground. We packed light, just water, some trail snacks, a small first aid kit, and my handgun, a Judge, tucked safely in my jacket pocket. I never went hiking without it, just in case. Not because I expected trouble from animals or the usual wilderness dangers, mostly because of people. Being two women alone out here made us easy targets, and you never knew who you might run into. We started early, the trail soft under our boots. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine filled the air. Birds called to one another in the distance, and somewhere nearby a woodpecker hammered at a tree. The sounds felt peaceful at first. About a mile into the hike, just as the trail curved around a large bend, we spotted a small campsite. A man and a dog were there. The man's tent was pitched against a cluster of trees. It looked like he was living there. There was a small fire pit, and some scattered belongings lay around. The dog was a scruffy mutt, thin but alert, watching us as we approached. We slowed down as we passed by, and the man suddenly stood and called out to us, his voice rough and low. He asked if we had any food, energy bars, something to eat. We didn't. I told him no quietly, and we kept walking. The feeling in my stomach twisted tight. I glanced over my shoulder a few times. My grip tightened instinctively on the strap of my backpack. and my hand brushed my jacket pocket where the gun lay. The man didn't follow us, but I could still feel eyes on us long after the campsite disappeared behind the trees. We talked on the way to the waterfall about what we'd seen. We both felt sorry for the man and his dog. It was clear he was down on his luck, maybe homeless. But something about him had put me on edge. There was a coldness behind his eyes, a wildness I didn't trust. The waterfall itself was beautiful. The water spilled down a high rock face, breaking into mist at the bottom. No one else was there. We stood quietly, listening to the rush and spray, letting the cool air wash over us. After a while, we started back. As we passed the campsite again, the man was there, sitting by the fire pit. We nodded, trying to be polite, and kept walking. We agreed he was probably harmless, just a man living rough. But I kept my hand near my gun. Later that day, after several miles, we reached the nearest town. We went straight to the grocery store and bought about $100 worth of food. Some cans, trail snacks, fresh fruit, and dog food too. The next weekend, we drove back out, this time carrying the groceries for the man and his dog. The hike back to his campsite was long, the weight of the bags making my shoulders ache, but the sun was warm and the woods smelled fresh. When we arrived, he looked surprised but grateful. He invited us to sit with him. Then, out of nowhere, he asked if he could pray with us. Something in that request made my skin crawl. I kept my hand firmly on the gun in my jacket as he reached out to hold ours. I declined, feeling a rush of fear. My girlfriend, though, took his hand. He bowed his head, speaking quietly, praying while my girlfriend squeezed his hand. I kept my eyes open, watching him the whole time, ready to react. But nothing happened. We left soon after, the unease lingering like a shadow between us. Years passed. We moved on with our lives, pushed the memory to the back of our minds. Then one day on the news, I saw his face. The man from the campsite, Gary Hilton, a serial killer who had lived in the woods around here, preying on hikers. I stared at the screen in disbelief. How had we walked away unharmed? Was it the gun, the food, or just luck? I still don't know. But I do know this. Sometimes kindness can be dangerous, and not all good deeds go unpunished. I was in Northern California, in the small city of Sebastopol. It was late morning when I decided to go to this big park I'd heard about. The park was known for its tall, ancient trees and huge dark rocks scattered all over the place. The kind of place where the air feels cooler and the forest floor is soft with layers of pine needles and leaves. I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking for, but I had a small basket with me and a guidebook on mushrooms. I'd been wanting to try finding some edible ones, something natural and quiet to do on a weekend. I figured the park would be the perfect spot. The sun was shining through the canopy in thin beams, lighting patches of the ground here and there. The trees were mostly pines and firs, some so tall that their tops disappeared into the sky. Their bark was rough and dark, and the trunks were wide enough that it would take 2 or 3 people holding hands just to circle one. The ground beneath was covered thick with dry pine needles, and I could smell the sharp, clean scent of the forest, like wood and earth mixed with something a little sweet. I walked slowly, eyes scanning the forest floor for mushrooms. I found a few small clusters of brown and white ones, but I wasn't sure if they were safe, so I didn't pick them. I liked the feeling of moving carefully and quietly through the woods, away from the noise of the city. After about an hour, I came to a part of the park where the trees were even taller, and the shadows stretched long and dark. There were big rocks too, some the size of cars, dark and smooth from years of weather. The ground was uneven here, and the pine needles formed a thick carpet that made it a little tricky to see where I was stepping. I kept my eyes low, wanting to avoid tripping on hidden roots or stones. I found a big tree that caught my eye. It was especially thick and old, its trunk covered in dark moss and bark that looked cracked and rough. I decided to circle around it to check for mushrooms on the other side. As I walked around, I had to step carefully. The ground sloped slightly, and the pine needles were deep enough to make footing uncertain. I looked down, making sure my boots didn't slip on loose needles or hidden branches. Then, as I looked up toward where I was stepping, something caught my eye. Up in the tree, near the edge of a thick branch that stretched out like an arm over the ground, I saw something moving. At first, I thought it was a bird or maybe a squirrel. But what I saw didn't look like any animal I knew. It was something with 2 legs, running in place, fast, almost frantic. It didn't seem to be walking along the branch. It was more like it was hanging at the very tip of the branch, with its legs moving rapidly but never touching the wood. It was dark, almost black or very deep brown. Its body was thin, and it had long arms raised above its head, moving in rhythm with its legs. The arms didn't seem to rest on the branch or anything else. They just waved in the air. It was so strange, so unnatural. The movement was too quick to be a normal animal. I thought maybe it was some kind of monkey or small ape, but that didn't make sense. This was Northern California. There weren't any monkeys here. I'd never seen anything like it in any nature book or documentary. The figure was all one color, no fur pattern or face I could see. It was almost like a shadow alive in the tree. I kept my eyes on it, but lowered my gaze again to the ground in front of me. I didn't want to lose my footing. I stepped carefully because I saw small bits of bark and dry needles falling from the branches above. The movement I'd seen was causing the tree to shake a little, just enough to drop stuff. The thing stayed there, running in place, its arms swinging, legs moving quickly but not touching the branch. I took a slow step closer, wanting to get a better look, to understand what I was seeing. But as I moved, it suddenly stopped. The movement froze for a moment, then the figure vanished. I blinked, confused. 1 second it was there, the next, gone like a trick of the light. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, nothing to show it had climbed away or flown off. It was just gone. I stood still, my heart beating faster. I tried to figure it out. Was it a person? Someone stuck up there? Committing some kind of strange stunt, or maybe trying to get down. But the way it moved was too quick, too unnatural for a human. Could it have been a bear? Bears do climb trees sometimes, but I'd never seen one run in place with arms waving above its head. And bears don't hang on the edges of thin branches like that. Bears need something solid to hold on to. Also, a bear's paws and claws would show more clearly. This was something else. I looked up and down the tree again, scanning the branches, but there was nothing. Just leaves and the light filtering through. The forest around me was quiet except for the occasional bird call far away and the soft crunch of pine needles under my boots. I stayed there for a few minutes, unsure if I should keep looking for the strange creature or just leave. My mind raced with possibilities, but none made sense. I thought about calling someone, but I had no signal in the park, and there was no one nearby. The air was still, but I could feel the tension in my body. My skin felt prickly, like I was being watched. I kept my eyes moving, looking at the rocks, the trees, even the sky. Finally, I decided to walk away slowly, keeping my eyes peeled but not looking up as much. I wanted to get out of that spot. My heart still pounded from the sight. I walked back toward the park entrance, taking care not to trip on roots or rocks. The strange image stayed in my mind. What had I seen? Was it some wild animal I'd never heard of? A person? A trick of my eyes? I told myself to think logically. Maybe it was a squirrel or some bird with dark feathers, and my brain had made it look like a figure with legs running. Maybe it was the way the light hit the branches. My eyes were tired from scanning the ground for mushrooms. It had to be that. But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew what I saw was not normal. I left the park and got back into my car. The city felt loud and bright after the quiet forest. I sat there a moment, trying to calm down, thinking about what I would tell someone if they asked. In the end, I never found any mushrooms that day. The strange figure in the tree had taken all my attention. I thought about going back, but something inside me said not to. The forest was full of things I didn't understand. Some of them didn't want to be found. I lived in West Virginia for almost my whole life. Not anymore. I don't say that lightly. It's not just that I moved away. It's more like I had to. The place got under my skin in ways that still haunt me, even now. I miss it sometimes, though. It was beautiful in its own dark way. The forest stretched out endlessly, thick and tangled, like a living wall around every home and road. You never really escaped the woods. They were everywhere, wrapping around towns and farms, climbing the hills, spilling into valleys. It wasn't just trees and leaves. The forest felt alive, watching, waiting. Growing up there, I knew about the stories. Everyone did. The Mothman, the Flatwoods Monster, those legends passed down like warnings. But for me, none of those creatures scared me as much as what came out of the woods at night. The thing that called your name in the dark. The thing that made you freeze when you thought you were alone. I don't know what it was. I never got close enough to find out, and honestly, I don't want to. But I knew it was out there. I could feel its eyes on me, even inside my own house. The house I lived in was old, a simple farmhouse at the edge of the forest. Not far from the main road, but still far enough that the woods crept close and dark. My bedroom window was just a few feet off the ground, and it faced a small patch of clearing with nothing but trees beyond that. Every night, around 3 in the morning, without fail, I'd hear it start. The noises came like clockwork, footsteps crunching softly on the dirt, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves. Sometimes I'd see quick shadows slipping past the window, barely there, disappearing the moment I blinked. At first, I tried to tell myself it was just some kid messing around, or maybe a stray animal, or the occasional homeless person wandering through. There was a bad opioid and meth crisis in the area, so it wasn't unusual for someone to be wandering around, looking for a place to crash or something to steal. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, just people scavenging through the trash, or looking for a quick place to hide. But the sounds kept coming every single night, getting louder, more frequent. And sometimes I'd hear voices, soft, low, unfamiliar voices that whispered my name or said, "Help me," over and over again, coming from the woods beyond the clearing. Those voices are the worst part. Not the footsteps or the shadows, but the voices. They were faint, like a broken radio playing in the distance, but they made your skin crawl. I never dared to look out the window when I heard them. I'd press my face against the glass, heart hammering, stomach sinking, but I wouldn't move. I learned to stay completely still, hoping whatever was out there didn't notice me. There were nights I wanted to run away or scream, but I stayed frozen, gripping the handle of the machete I kept by the bed. It wasn't much, but it made me feel like I had some control, some way to protect myself if I had to. One night stands out more than the others. It was late fall, and the air was cold and damp. I was lying awake when the usual sounds started, soft footsteps around the window, shuffling back and forth, shadows flickering. But this time, it got worse. The shuffling turned into loud stomping, like something big was pacing back and forth just outside. Then I heard it, a scream. It wasn't just any scream. It was blood-curdling, something raw and desperate. A scream that sounded almost human, but wrong in a way I can't explain. It echoed through the night, shaking the windows and making my whole body freeze. I didn't move. I gripped my machete tighter, trying to make myself small and quiet. Then, without warning, there was a loud bang, like something heavy slammed against the side of the house. Metal tore and scraped, the sound of the back screen door being ripped from its hinges. I was sure I was going to die that night. I stayed frozen until dawn, waiting for the sun to rise like my life depended on it. The next day, my family was shocked. The back screen door was bent at an odd angle, hanging off the frame. Nobody had heard a thing the night before. I told them what I'd heard and seen, but they didn't believe me. They thought maybe a storm or a wild animal had done it. But I knew the truth. Whatever was out there was testing the house, testing me. I grew up hearing warnings from my parents and grandparents. Avoid the forest at night. Once the sun sets, leave the woods alone. If you think something is following you, don't look back. Just keep moving. Run if you have to. And never, ever respond to voices calling your name or begging for help. They say the woods will use your fear against you, trick you into following the wrong path. Every night was a battle. The fear never really went away. Even when I closed my eyes, I could feel the shadows crawling closer. Sometimes I thought about moving away long before I actually did, but the woods had a grip on me that was hard to break. Now, years later, I live in a city far from those hills. The forest here is just a patch of trees, nothing like the endless sea of green back home. But sometimes late at night, when I hear a noise outside, maybe a branch breaking or the wind shifting, I freeze. I remember the footsteps, the shadows, the voices. I stay away from the windows and wait until the sun comes up before I let myself breathe again. I'll never forget what I lived through in those woods. The fear, the darkness, the feeling of being watched by something I can't explain. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to, but it's out there, waiting in the trees, still calling my name in the night. And that's why I left. Because some things aren't meant to be faced alone, and some places don't want you to stay. It's been almost 10 years now, but that night still sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. I don't talk about it much. Sometimes I don't even tell my husband or my family, but the memory is stuck in my mind, clear as if it happened yesterday. It was one of those nights where everything felt off, even though nothing actually happened. But what did happen was enough to make me feel unsafe in a place that should have felt like home. Back then, my husband was active duty Army, stationed up in northern New York. We lived about an hour north of the base in a tiny, quiet town, so small that nobody really locked their doors. People knew each other, or at least thought they did. But for me, coming from the West Coast, it was a whole different world. The idea that people would just leave their doors unlocked was alien. I had never felt comfortable like that, so I made sure every lock was secure the minute my husband left for duty. The house we rented was a townhouse, not fancy, but enough for us. It had a front door with a screen door, pretty normal. Inside, there was a mudroom, which was strange to me at first because back home, mudrooms weren't common. The front door opened into this small mudroom. To the right, there was a door leading into the garage, which had a deadbolt on the mudroom side. Directly across from the garage door was another door that led into the rest of the house. I installed a latch deadbolt on that door inside the house because I wanted an extra layer of security between the mudroom and the living space. It only opened from the inside, so no one could get past it without me letting them in. From there, a long hallway led into the rest of the house. You could go right into 2 rooms, left into the kitchen, or straight ahead into the living room and upstairs bedrooms. At the far end of the living room was the back door, also with a deadbolt, and on top of that, a chain lock for added safety. That night, my husband had gone in for an overnight duty. It was the first time he had done that since I'd moved up there, so I was alone in the house for the first time. I was sitting on the couch, on the phone with my mom, talking about everyday things, trying to keep my mind off the loneliness. It was late, probably close to 10 p.m. The house was quiet except for our voices on the phone. Suddenly, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel outside, a car pulling into the driveway. The engine shut off, doors closing. My heart picked up a little. Maybe he was home early? Then I heard the screen door creak open and the front door handle moving. There was a knock on the door. The kind of knock that stops if you realize no one's going to answer. I told my mom to hold on a moment, told her I thought it was my husband, and got up to check. As I reached for the deadbolt on the mudroom door, I froze when my mom said, "Why wouldn't he have called before coming home?" She was right. He always called or texted. I stopped and looked out the kitchen window instead. The driveway was empty. No car. No one standing by the door. Just the screen door swinging wide open in the wind. I shut the screen door and made sure every lock was secure. The garage door was down, all the deadbolts locked. The house felt colder somehow after that. I hung up with my mom and tried to brush it off, telling myself it was probably just the wind or maybe some kids messing around. Hours passed. I tried to keep busy, watched TV, cleaned a little, and eventually got ready for bed. Then, just as I was about to turn off the lights, I heard it again, the screen door opening. This time, it was slow, deliberate. I heard the deadbolt on the mudroom door unlocking and the door handle turning, but I had my latch on the inside, so the door didn't open. I stood frozen for a moment, waiting for the phone to ring. I figured it was my husband, maybe locked out and trying to get back in, but the phone stayed silent. After a minute or two, the door stopped rattling. I heard the front door open and then slam shut, the screen door closing after that. I stood there, confused, and then I heard something else, the back door. I knew it had a deadbolt and a chain lock. I heard the back door unlock, start to open, and then slam shut again when whoever it was realized it was locked. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't fully scared yet. I thought maybe it was a mistake, someone confused, or just a drunk neighbor. I wish I had been more worried. Minutes later, I heard something that finally made my blood run cold. I heard my neighbor's front door slam shut, then a woman screaming, and then the husband yelling as he ran past the back of our houses. I looked out the window and saw her standing at my back window, screaming for me not to open any doors or go outside. I didn't open a single door that night. I stayed right where I was, doors locked tight, lights on, phone in hand. I was shaking but didn't want to move. Eventually, after what felt like hours, the noise outside quieted down. I waited until I was sure it was safe before checking the locks again. I opened the mudroom door just enough to peer out, saw no one, and locked everything back up. Then I barricaded my bedroom door and slept with every light in the house on. The next day, my neighbor told me they had caught someone trying doors around the neighborhood that same night. That was the last I ever heard of it from anyone. I never told my husband or my parents what really happened. I was too embarrassed, maybe scared of what they'd think. It wasn't until 2 years later, when we were buying our own house and choosing an alarm system, that I finally told my husband. Even then, I left out some details. I'm still not sure who was there or what they wanted. What I do know is that I was a young woman, alone in a strange place, with a husband who had a rigid routine. And the one night he broke that routine, someone was trying to get into our home. Months later, a friend who lived in the same townhouse complex, but across the street, told me they were moving because someone tried to break in on the first night her husband had overnight duty. We were lucky to have a reason to move soon after that. But I still think about that night, the quiet creaks, the locks being fiddled with, the silence broken by screams and running footsteps. The feeling that someone was just outside, watching, waiting. Even now, 10 years later, when I hear a door creak or a knock late at night, I'm reminded of that night. It wasn't a ghost or some fairy tale. It was real, and it was close enough to touch. And that is what terrifies me most. When I look back now, it's hard not to remember how reckless we were as kids. Growing up in rural southeast Kansas meant you had to find your own fun, and we were always looking for something to do that got our hearts pumping, that felt like an adventure. My best friend's place was the center of a lot of that, since his family owned some of the surrounding land, and there was a creek with a small forest about a mile from his house. That creek and those woods were our playground when we were around 10 to 14 years old. It was the kind of place that looked harmless during the day. Just a quiet, shallow creek, some trees and brush, the usual tall grass prairie stretching out in every direction beyond it. But at night, it was different. The shadows grew long and thick, and the silence wasn't quite natural. There was something else lurking in that quiet that none of us really wanted to name out loud. One summer night, maybe early August, we decided to go out there. It was one of those warm, humid nights where the air felt heavy and still. We grabbed a couple of pellet guns and a single old knife someone's older sibling had left behind. We didn't have much, but we thought it would be enough for some harmless fun, or at least to make us feel a little safer. None of us were expecting what happened. We left my friend's house around 9, careful to be quiet. The moon was just a sliver, barely lighting the way, and the stars hung bright overhead. The prairie was soft underfoot, the tall grass whispering against our legs as we made our way toward the creek. The further we got from the house, the quieter it became. No crickets, no frogs, just an unnatural hush. We reached the edge of the small forest, the creek barely a trickle through the rocks, and stepped in. The woods weren't dense like a big forest, but close enough to block most of the moonlight. The smell of wet earth and leaves was sharp in the cool night air, mixed with the faint scent of something musky and wild, something we didn't recognize. We joked and laughed at first, trying to shake the feeling, but as we walked deeper, the mood shifted. I could feel it in my bones, the kind of primal unease that doesn't come from what you see, but what you sense. We weren't the first to explore those woods at night, but none of us had ever felt anything like this before. It was like the forest itself was watching us, like we were being hunted by eyes we couldn't find. Our footsteps seemed too loud, every snap of a twig echoing like a gunshot. We slowed down, voices dropping to whispers. "Do you guys feel that?" I asked, though we all knew the answer. Nobody wanted to say it. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. We stopped, forming a tight circle. Our eyes darted around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there with us. There was nothing but trees and shadows, but the feeling was real. It was like something was tracking us, moving just beyond our sight. We pressed close together, backs turned outward, each of us scanning the darkness. Our breath came quick and shallow. The pellet guns felt suddenly inadequate, the knife useless against whatever was out there. We moved slowly, trying to be as quiet as possible, every sense alert. Then it hit me, a flash of movement on the edge of the tree-line. A tail, long and thick, disappearing into a bush before I could fully see it. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the only clear thing we saw, but that was enough. "Mountain lion," I whispered, voice barely audible. The others stared at me, wide-eyed but silent. None of us had ever seen one around here for sure. The official story was that southeast Kansas didn't have big cats anymore, if it ever really did. But this was something else. Something wild and alive, and very close. We didn't need to say more. Without a word, we all started moving fast, running out of the woods as quickly as our legs could carry us, the tall grass prairie opening up ahead. I kept looking back, half expecting to see the creature following us. But the only thing behind us was the rustle of the wind in the grass. When we got back to the house, we didn't stop running until we were inside, locked the door, and finally let ourselves breathe. The next day, we told my friend's dad what happened. He worked in the local parks and recreation department and knew the fish and game people. He listened quietly and said the official story was that no big cats lived in southeast Kansas anymore, but he admitted there had been quiet talk of a male mountain lion roaming untracked nearby. That was the last time we went out at night near the creek. We never saw the mountain lion again, but I can still remember that night clearly. The way the dark seemed to press in on us, the way the hairs on my arms stood up as if warning me something dangerous was near. It was like the woods had eyes, watching us in silence, waiting for us to make a mistake. In the years after, I learned that big cats sometimes wander farther than expected, pushed out by changes to their habitats or looking for new territory. Sightings are rare, often dismissed or unexplained. But that night was proof to me that the wilderness holds more secrets than we think, and that sometimes nature lets you know it's watching, and it's best to listen. I don't go near that creek after dark anymore. The fear that gripped us that night wasn't just a childhood scare. It was real, grounded in something wild and dangerous. And that's a lesson I've never forgotten. It was a little past midnight when I finally got done with my shift at work. The kind of night where the world feels almost completely silent, except for the hum of distant insects and the faint rustle of dry leaves in the cool breeze. I was exhausted but relieved to be heading home, the long day finally behind me. My car, an old but reliable sedan with a big moon roof, sat waiting in the empty parking lot. I liked having that moon roof. It made the nights feel less claustrophobic, like the whole sky was just above me. I pulled out slowly, the headlights cutting through the thick black of the country roads. Around me, fields stretched on either side, endless rows of corn stalks and soybeans that rustled softly in the night. No other cars. No streetlights except the dull glow of the distant town about a mile away. It was the kind of place where you felt swallowed by the darkness, the stars so bright it almost hurt your eyes when you looked up. The road was narrow and rough in places, patches of worn asphalt with cracks and dips, but it was familiar. The same road I took every night after work. After a few minutes, I came to a stop sign a little outside of town, where the road made a slow turn leading directly into the quiet streets. The only thing breaking the silence was the occasional chirp of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl somewhere in the fields. I came to a full stop and glanced up through my moon roof, just out of habit. The sky was clear, the stars scattered and sharp against the deep black. I noticed a few clouds low on the horizon, but nothing unusual. Then, all at once, a light appeared. Not a small light like a car's headlights or a flashlight. This was something else entirely. It was blinding. So bright it felt like someone had slammed a flashlight right into my eyes from above, and yet I couldn't tell where exactly it was coming from. It wasn't the kind of light I'd ever seen before. It wasn't like the spotlights from the Samaritan helicopters that sometimes flew over looking for stranded cars or emergency situations in the snow. I had seen those before. The helicopters would circle slowly, casting a soft, wide glow over the fields, and their searchlights would sweep from side to side, looking for signs of life or danger. This light was different. It was intense and focused, like a laser beam turned up to full brightness. I squinted, shielding my eyes with my hand, trying to see if I could catch a glimpse of the source. The light seemed to be right on top of my car, like it was shining directly down through the moon roof. The brightness made everything else around me fade into shadow. The cornfields, the road, even the stop sign, all blurred into the edges of the light, leaving me with only that harsh white glow. I felt a weird sort of pressure in my chest, like my heart was beating too fast for no good reason. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. My breath caught a little in my throat. The air inside the car felt colder all of a sudden, though the windows were up and the heater was on low. I blinked a few times, trying to clear the spots dancing in my vision from the brightness. After what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, the light shifted. It didn't just move, it exploded outward, expanding like something from a space movie or a sci-fi show, spreading wide above the fields. The edges of the light blurred and shimmered as it stretched beyond the cornfields into the night sky, becoming this giant, glowing shape that hummed quietly with power. I remember my muscles tensing up as the light suddenly shot forward, zooming ahead of me faster than anything I had seen before. It disappeared in a blink, leaving nothing but the dark sky behind it. I was still sitting at the stop sign, shaking slightly, trying to process what had just happened. Then, almost without realizing it, I found myself driving forward. My hands gripped the wheel tight, the car moving slowly but steadily down the road toward town. The strange thing was, I didn't remember starting to move. I didn't remember putting the car in gear or pressing the gas. It was like I'd been pulled along by some invisible force, the world around me blurring as I crossed over the bridge that marked the edge of the town. I pulled into my driveway, heart still pounding, and sat there for a moment in silence. The moonroof was still open a crack, and the air smelled faintly like the fields outside, dry, earthy, with a faint hint of something metallic that I couldn't quite place. I closed the moonroof and locked the doors. Later, I tried to make sense of it all. The whole thing didn't add up. There was a gap, a mile-long blank space, where I had no memory of driving. It was like time had just slipped away. I checked my phone. No missed calls or messages. No alerts. I looked around the car for any sign of disturbance, anything out of place. But there was nothing. The radio was off. The gas tank was about the same as it had been before. I wasn't hurt. No scratches or dents. And yet that light, that brightness, it stayed burned in my mind. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a trick of the eyes. It was real. I've tried to explain it in the years since, always landing on the same thing. Something out there, in the middle of nowhere, was watching. Maybe it was some kind of emergency helicopter, but nothing official was ever reported. No one else saw it. What I do know is that night changed something in me. It made the empty fields feel less empty, the dark roads less safe, and it reminded me how fragile control can be, especially when the sky suddenly falls down on you with a brightness you can't explain. That night stays with me more than I like to admit. I still think about it, even years later, and the way it unsettled me like nothing else ever had. I grew up on a tiny island, the kind where everyone knows everyone else, and the population is small enough that most places feel quiet, safe, even at night. The roads are narrow and twisty, and a lot of the land is covered with thick trees and brush that nobody ever really goes into. Because it was so small and quiet, I always loved taking long walks after dark when I was in high school. It felt peaceful. No worries, no big city noises. Just the cool night air, the distant hum of crickets, and the soft sound of my feet on the pavement. That night started out just like any other. I left my house around 10 p.m., wearing a light jacket because the air was cool but not cold. The street lamps along the main road flickered softly, casting pools of yellow light on the cracked asphalt. The island was mostly silent, except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the far-off call of an owl. I walked slowly, enjoying the stillness. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles from the woods nearby. I had my phone in my pocket, but wasn't really interested in it. I liked feeling alone with my own thoughts. The road I was on was pretty empty at that hour. Houses were spaced far apart, and most people had already settled down for the night. The farther I walked, the fewer houses I saw, until eventually the road ran alongside thick brush and tall trees that blocked the moonlight. The silence felt deeper there, almost like the island itself was holding its breath. About halfway down the road, I noticed a street lamp up ahead shining brighter than the others. The light spilled out over the pavement and the edge of the brush, but just beyond the light, something was standing. At first, I thought it might be a person, but as I got closer, my heart started to pound. It was a figure cloaked in black, the fabric hanging loosely, covering everything but the face. The face was pale, unnatural, really, like it was glowing faintly in the dim light. It was so white, it almost looked painted on or like a mask. The eyes were dark, but the whole face seemed to float eerily in the brightness of the street lamp. The feeling that hit me was like nothing I'd ever experienced. My chest tightened, and the air felt heavier. It was like reality itself warped, as if I was suddenly watching the world through a distorted lens. I don't know how to explain it, but the ground seemed to tilt beneath me, and the street lamp's light flickered, as if it were about to go out. I should have stopped and turned around. I should have run, but I couldn't. My legs kept moving forward, almost as if they were acting on their own, outside my control. As I got closer, the figure didn't move or speak. It just stayed still, watching me with those dark eyes from under the black hood. The silence was thick. The night noises disappeared. I could hear nothing except the steady beat of my own heart pounding in my ears. Then, without warning, the figure dropped to all fours. The movement was sudden and unnatural, almost like a spider shifting its legs or an animal crouching to stalk. It didn't crawl in any normal way, but the way it moved into the brush was smooth, almost fluid, like it had done it 100 times. I watched it slip behind the trees, disappearing from the street lamp's glow. For a moment, I just stood there frozen. My mind was spinning. I felt cold all over, chills running down my spine like icy fingers tracing my back. The calm, safe night I had loved vanished in that instant, replaced by something raw and deeply unsettling. I didn't run. I didn't call out. I just stood still, too shocked to move. Eventually, I turned and walked home slowly, never looking back. My steps echoed louder than usual, and the night felt heavier with every step I took away from that place. I never saw the figure again, but the memory stayed burned in my mind. It wasn't a dream or a trick of the light. It was real. It was there, right in front of me. And no one on the island talked about anything like it. There were no reports, no rumors, nothing. Just silence. Over the years, I thought about what it could have been. Some kind of person? A prank? Some animal, maybe? But nothing matched what I saw. The pale, glowing face, the black cloak, the way it moved on all fours. I even told myself it might have been a hallucination, or maybe I was too tired or stressed that night. But the way the world shifted around me, that feeling of slipping out of reality, it felt so real. I can still remember the exact way the light hit that face, how the shadows bent around the figure, and how the air seemed to press down on me like a weight. I sometimes wonder if I was close to danger and didn't even realize it, or if it was something else entirely, something beyond my understanding but still grounded in this world, not a ghost or a myth. Just something dark and strange that crosses the line between human and animal, something hidden in the quiet parts of the island where no one dares to go at night. After that night, I stopped taking walks after dark. I stopped feeling like the island was a safe place. And even now, when the wind blows through the trees just right, or when the street lamps flicker in the distance, I get the same cold feeling that I had standing in that empty road, facing that thing. It's a reminder that no matter how small and quiet a place seems, there are still things in the dark we might never fully understand. And maybe that's the scariest part of all, knowing that some things are real, but we don't have any answers for them. We just have the memory and the cold chill that runs down our spines when we think about it. Fishing had always been my way to get away from everything. No phone, no noise, just me, the water, and the endless sky above. That evening, I decided to go to a river outside this tiny town in Colorado I'd passed through a few times. It wasn't a place many people went to, mostly ranches scattered around, some abandoned looking, others neat but quiet. The kind of place where you could go hours without seeing anyone. I got there just before dusk. The sun was already dipping behind the distant hills, casting a pinkish-orange glow across the water. The river was steady but not too rough, flowing cold and clear between rocky banks. I pulled on my waders, grabbed my fishing rod, and walked out into the stream. The water came up just past my knees, and I stood about 10 or 15 feet downstream from a small, old wooden bridge that crossed the river. The bridge wasn't fancy, just weathered boards and rusty nails, but it had a kind of charm, the way those old rural bridges do. The ranch houses nearby looked empty. I could see a few of them on the other side of the river, some with chipped paint and sagging porches. Not a light in any window, not a sound of movement. I figured whoever lived there was either inside or maybe gone for the day. It was quiet except for the gentle rush of the river and the occasional call of a distant bird. I was about to cast my line when something caught my eye out of the corner of my vision. On the bridge, there was movement. At first, I thought it was a German shepherd. There was a dog in the area, or so I'd heard from locals, a guard dog that belonged to one of the ranches. The size and shape from a distance matched, and it was moving steadily across the boards. I turned my head to get a better look. At that same moment, the figure stopped halfway across and stood still at the edge of the bridge, directly above me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. It wasn't a dog. It was something much bigger, and something much more dangerous. A mountain lion. It had the perfect vantage point, standing tall and still on the bridge, looking down at me. Its tawny coat blended with the fading light, its muscles tense but calm. Its eyes locked on me, unblinking and full of that cold, wild intelligence. The weight of the moment hit me hard. I was alone, waist deep in a river, and there was a predator watching me waiting. I yelled as loud as I could, "I fucking see you." The sound echoed strangely against the hills and the trees, bouncing back in shards. The mountain lion didn't move right away. It stayed frozen for a few seconds longer, then slowly turned and walked away from the edge of the bridge, disappearing behind the weathered boards and into the shadows. By then, darkness was creeping in fast. The sky was a deepening purple, the last light slipping behind the horizon. My heart was pounding like I'd just run a marathon. Every instinct screamed to get out of there. I looked around, trying to figure out the best way back to my truck. It was parked just a few yards past the bridge, on the right side of the river. I could take the direct path. Under the edge of the bridge, through thick brush that climbed steeply up to the road. But that area looked perfect for an ambush. The mountain lion hadn't seemed scared when I yelled. It was calm, confident, like it was waiting for me to make a move. The other option was to go up the left bank of the river. That side was more open, with fewer bushes and no heavy vegetation, but it was the direction the cat had come from originally. To get to the truck, I'd have to cross the bridge itself, and that made me nervous. Still, I chose that route. I needed to keep moving, and the thought of walking through that thick brush under the bridge gave me chills. I started up the left bank, making as much noise as I could, singing loudly to myself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, trying to catch any sign of movement, but the shadows were deep and unhelpful. Every snapped twig and rustle in the leaves made me jump. The air was cold and still, the river murmuring softly beside me. My breath was visible in the chill dusk air, coming out in little puffs. When I finally reached the bridge, I paused. The wooden planks creaked under my boots as I crossed, the sound magnified in the quiet. My eyes swept across the road, looking for anything unusual. Nothing moved. No glowing eyes caught in the fading light. My muscles tensed with every step, but I kept going. When I finally got to my truck, relief flooded through me. I stepped inside, locked the doors, and sat for a moment, just catching my breath. My hands shook as I took off my waders and started breaking down my rod, eager to get out of there before dark fully settled in. That night, the image of those glowing eyes watching me from above haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I'd hesitated, if I'd taken the other path, things might have ended differently. The mountain lion had been patient and sure, and I'd been the intruder. After that experience, I bought a .357 Magnum. I never go fishing alone without it now. It's not about wanting to hurt the animal, it's about respect and survival. Out here in the wild, you never really know who's watching, waiting, and that's a reality I won't ignore again. It was late spring in Shropshire, the sort of evening where the sun had long gone down, but the sky still held onto a dull, dark blue that blurred into black. Me and two mates had decided to take a walk through a small patch of woods near one of the villages we knew well. It wasn't anything special, just a bit of woodland that locals passed through to get from one side of the village to another, a shortcut mostly, but one that had a footpath running through it. The path was made up of loose stones that crunched underfoot, winding between gnarled trees and thick underbrush. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and the fresh smell of leaves that had soaked up the evening rain from earlier that day. It was quiet, not the kind of silence that makes you jump, but a sort of calm stillness, broken only by the occasional distant bark of a dog or the rustle of a night bird shifting in the branches above. The path was dimly lit by a handful of street lamps that stood spaced out along the way, their light weak and hazy, barely cutting through the thickening dusk. Shadows stretched long and warped, making the trees look like dark shapes looming over us. We were chatting and laughing quietly as we walked, the kind of casual talk you have when you're out with friends and the day's troubles don't seem to matter. My boots crunched against the stones, my mate's footsteps echoing behind me. We'd done this walk plenty of times before, so I wasn't nervous or wary. But as we moved deeper into the wood, something shifted. I can't explain what it was exactly, a change in the air, or maybe just my own mind starting to notice things differently, but I started feeling uneasy. It began with a noise. Not far behind me, I heard something heavier moving over the stones. At first, I thought maybe it was one of my mates trying to catch up or joking around, but the sound wasn't quite right. It was louder, more deliberate, like someone or something much bigger was stepping carefully but heavily, crushing the stones beneath it with a weight far beyond a normal person's. I stopped walking, my heart suddenly thudding hard in my chest. I looked back at the two lads behind me. One of them glanced at me, eyebrows raised, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Then, I turned fully around and looked behind us. The light from the street lamps was faint and scattered, but I could make out a shape standing just a few feet away on the path. At first, I thought it might be a big man, maybe someone out late for a walk, but the thing that hit me right away was the size. It was huge, at least 7 or 8 feet tall, and broad across the shoulders like it was built to fill space, to look imposing. Its fur was thick and black, so dark it seemed to swallow the weak light around it. I couldn't see details clearly, but the shape was solid and strong. What made it worse were the eyes, two glowing red orbs staring straight at me. They were fixed and unblinking, like they were burning right through the dark. I swear, even now, I can see them in my mind's eye, cold and terrifying. I froze. My body wanted to scream or run, but I could barely move. I glanced quickly at my mates, and they were just as shaken as me, caught between disbelief and panic. None of us said a word. The thing didn't move, didn't growl or make a noise. It just stood there, watching us with those awful eyes. The crunching sounds behind me stopped. For a moment, everything was silent again except the pounding of my own heart. Then, without thinking, we all bolted. We ran as fast as we could, stones flying beneath our feet, branches snapping as we pushed through the edge of the trees. The path twisted and turned, but we didn't slow down or look back. The pounding in my chest was so loud I was sure it would burst out of my ribcage. My lungs burned, but I didn't care. We had to get away. It took about 5 minutes of sprinting until we reached my mate's house. It was a small, modest place on the edge of the village, warm lights shining through the windows and a safe feeling that came with walls and doors and other people. We burst inside, panting and trembling, still staring at the door as if expecting that horrible thing to follow us through. We never saw it again. We never heard it after that night, and we never told anyone else what happened. It sounded mad, even to us. What was that thing? A wild animal? But nothing in those woods was that size or shape. Some kind of man. But the glowing red eyes? Nothing made sense. We avoided the woods after that, sticking to well-lit streets and busy roads. I still remember that night whenever I'm near those trees, the smell of damp earth, the crunch of stones underfoot, and the way those eyes seemed to pierce the darkness. It wasn't a ghost or some fantasy creature. It was real, whatever it was, and it left me with a fear I don't think I'll ever fully shake. My grandma lived on a property out in the country, far enough from town that everything felt quiet and still when night fell. They had a generator that powered the house, but it only lasted so long before it would shut off. Once it did, the house was plunged into total darkness. No streetlights, no neighbors, just the faint glow of the moon and stars outside. The kind of dark where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. That night, the generator had died sometime after midnight. The house was completely silent except for the occasional creaks and groans that old houses make when everything cools off. My grandma had gone downstairs to get a glass of water because she was thirsty. The kitchen was a few steps down from the bedroom, and she didn't want to wake anyone by turning on the electric lights. She carried a small flashlight in her hand, but even that only helped her see a little. The flashlight was old and flickered sometimes. She kept it low so the light wouldn't disturb the house too much. When she filled her glass from the tap in the kitchen sink, the sound of running water felt unusually loud in the silence. The cold water splashed softly in the glass. She took a slow sip, savoring it, then turned around to go back upstairs. The stairs were wooden and creaked under her feet, and the darkness made them feel even more unsteady. As she reached the foot of the stairs, the flashlight barely lighting the steps, she noticed a figure standing at the top landing. The figure was completely dark, just a shadowy shape against the dim outlines of the hallway. For a moment, she froze, unsure of what she was seeing. But then she thought it was probably my grandpa. He often stayed up late, sometimes reading in bed or sitting quietly. So, without much thought, she started walking up the stairs. The figure didn't move or make a sound at first. Then suddenly it spoke. The voice was low, calm but with an edge that made her skin prick. "You're not afraid of me?" My grandma stopped on the stairs, steadying herself. She looked up into the shadowed face, or where she thought the face would be. She answered simply, quietly, "Why would I be afraid of you?" The figure didn't say anything more. It started moving slowly toward the bedroom, the same way my grandpa would. My grandma followed it all the way upstairs to their room. The house was so still she could hear her own breathing. The stairs creaked under her feet, and the flashlight's beam shook slightly with her hand. When she reached the bedroom door, she stepped inside, still thinking it was my grandpa. She saw him lying in bed, the sheets pulled up to his chin, eyes closed. He looked peaceful, asleep. She went over and gently shook his shoulder. He didn't wake. My grandma frowned and shook him again, softly this time, as if waking a child. He remained still, silent. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his arm, quietly telling him what she'd just seen and heard. She expected him to be surprised, or at least a little confused, but he just turned away and told her to go back to sleep. She could tell he was still tired, and probably didn't want to talk. She nodded, but her heart was pounding. The room felt colder now. The house still dark and quiet except for the ticking of a small clock on the nightstand. My grandma lay awake for the rest of the night, thinking about what had happened. She stared at the ceiling, the soft sound of the wind brushing through the trees outside mixing with her thoughts. Every little noise startled her. She imagined the figure standing at the stairs, the way it spoke to her, the feeling in its voice. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but part of her was scared. Not of ghosts or monsters, but something else. Something real. The fact that there was a stranger in the house. Someone or something that sounded like my grandpa, but wasn't him. The thought that she might have been watched. The silence made her ears ache, and every shadow in the room felt like it was moving. By dawn, she was exhausted but still on edge. The sunlight filtering in through the curtains didn't help much. She got up quietly, made herself some coffee, and went outside for a few minutes. The fresh morning air felt good, and the birds were already chirping, as if nothing unusual had happened. Later that day, she told my grandpa what she saw. He listened, then shook his head and said it must have been her imagination. Maybe the dark, the tiredness, or the flickering light had played tricks on her eyes. She wanted to believe him, but deep down, she knew what she saw. After that night, they checked the locks on the doors and windows more carefully. They made sure the generator was maintained well, so the power wouldn't cut out again. But even with all that, my grandma never forgot that night. It stayed with her, a quiet reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up or imagined. They're real, even if you can't explain them. I lived on a ranch deep in the Rocky Mountains, a Forest Service inholding that felt like its own little island surrounded by endless public land. We had no neighbors for miles. The nearest town was hours away. The roads were rough and often impassable, especially after a snow or rainstorm. Our place was a 1,000-acre patch of rugged wilderness, backed up against vast stretches of forest and mountains. It was the kind of place where the silence pressed down hard, and the only sounds came from the wind, the wildlife, and sometimes the distant creak of trees settling. It was beautiful, but it could be a brutal kind of isolation. I went bow hunting that evening, my bow slung over my shoulder, and my faithful border collie heeler mixed with me. He was more than just a dog. He was my constant companion, my protector out there in the wild. He had been on bear and mountain lion hunts with me before, never once showing fear, even when we came across fresh wolf tracks or the telltale signs of mountain predators. That night, though, something was different. We'd heard an elk bugle somewhere across a ridge and had quietly worked our way up and over to try and catch a glimpse. The sun was low, the light soft and fading, and the air was cool but not cold yet. The mountain smells were sharp, pine earth, the faint scent of dried leaves. We found a small, skinny flat at the bottom of the ridge, a narrow strip of land squeezed between trees and rocks, and hunkered down behind a tree and a large boulder. It was just the two of us, the quiet settling in as twilight gave way to dusk. Then it started. From the opposite hill, less than 200 yards away but high above us, came sounds unlike anything I'd ever heard. Low snarls, guttural growls, and the kind of ferocious, angry yipping that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like the usual calls or howls I'd heard from coyotes or wolves before. This was something raw and violent, a fight, a scream of rage echoing across the darkening ridge. I could almost imagine the sounds of teeth snapping, claws digging into earth and flesh. I knew what it had to be: wolves, but not just a casual howl or pack call. These were wolves fighting over something big or precious, maybe a kill. The sound was desperate, cruel, and terrifying. My dog was different that night, too. Normally, he'd be eager and alert but calm, his ears up and tail relaxed, ready to work. Instead, he was frozen, eyes wide, muscles tight, barely breathing, and clearly scared. He stayed close to me, his body pressed low to the ground, his head nudging my arm softly, as if begging me to leave. There was a quiet panic in him I had never seen before. I wanted to move, to get out of there, but I was frozen by the sound of those snarling wolves and by the thought that if they caught wind of us, especially my dog, there was no way I could protect him with just a bow and 4 arrows. I didn't want to provoke them or draw attention, so we stayed still. We waited. The sun finally disappeared below the horizon and total darkness covered the mountains, swallowing us in cold blackness. The sounds of the wolves slowly faded and drifted away along the ridge, moving south, farther from us. I hoped they were going far enough away that they wouldn't catch our scent or hear our breathing. My dog and I were both shaking, his fur standing on end, and I could feel my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give us away. Every noise felt loud, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, even the steady breathing of my dog. Once the growling moved beyond hearing, I carefully motioned for him to follow me. We slipped down from our hiding spot and onto the flat hayfield below. The field was dim in the darkness, the shapes of tall grass and scattered rocks barely visible. The ground was soft and uneven, and my boots sank into the dirt as I tried to be as quiet as possible. My dog stayed close, eyes darting nervously around. I could feel the tension in his body, every muscle ready to spring if needed. We made our way slowly toward home. It was about a mile from where we were to the ranch house, but in total darkness, with no moon, it felt like a much longer journey. The path was familiar, but I couldn't see anything. The only sense I had was the feel of the ground underfoot and the smell of the trees and earth around us. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or the distant call of a night bird. Then, about half a mile from the house, my dog suddenly stopped in front of me. He stiffened and put up a defense, low growls, ferocious barking, his shoulders squared and bristling, locked in place to block whatever was ahead. I froze. My bow was already in my hands, drawn and ready, though I couldn't see a thing in the pitch black. Something moved. It was almost invisible, black against the blackness, but I saw a slight movement that caught my eye. Whatever it was gambled away, moving awkwardly but quickly, staying just out of reach of my dog's growls. Then I realized what it was, one of our black calves. The little one had wandered off from the herd and was now awkwardly retreating from my angry dog's warning. I laughed quietly, the tension breaking in a rush of relief. I knelt down and calmed my dog, letting him know everything was okay. He looked sheepish, lowering his ears and tail, realizing he'd been barking at a harmless calf and not some predator out there. We made it home without any further incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of that night. Out in those mountains, surrounded by nothing but wilderness, you learn quickly what you can handle and what you can't. I've never been scared out there before, not really. There are bears, mountain lions, and all kinds of wild things, but none of them made me freeze like those wolves did. That night changed how I think about the wilderness. It's not the empty spaces or the quiet you have to fear. It's what's just beyond your sight and hearing. The wildness that doesn't announce itself until it's right on top of you. The raw, brutal fight for survival that doesn't care about you or your dog or your arrows. I'm still proud to live out there, still go hunting and explore those wild lands, but I never forget that night. The night the wolves snarled just over the ridge, and even my fearless dog was scared. It's a reminder that no matter how tough you think you are, nature still holds the power to humble you completely. I was 13 when my school took us on that camping trip in South Africa. It was one of those trips you hear about, a mix of excitement and nerves bundled together in your stomach. We had about 40 or 50 boys in our group, all of us somewhere between that awkward stage of childhood and the first steps into teenage years. The plan was to hike and camp in different locations over several days, 2 nights sleeping in cabins and 2 nights under tents. The tents weren't your usual closed-up kind. They were open on the sides, mostly just to protect us from rain, which made us feel pretty exposed at night. We split into 3 tents, each holding about a third of the boys, so they were crowded, but we had to make do. On the night I remember the most, we had just set camp near a river. The river wasn't big or deep where we were. It was shallow, just a small flow of water cutting through the land. We were tired from hiking, our legs sore, and our backs aching from the packs we carried. The sky was dark, with stars spread out overhead, twinkling like tiny sparks in the black. We settled down after a quick dinner, trying to get comfortable on the thin sleeping mats and rolled up blankets we had. Almost as soon as the fire started to burn low, we heard it. A strange sound in the distance, a laugh that was anything but funny. It was a hyena, and that noise it makes, it's like a chilling, high-pitched cackle, rough and unsettling, echoing through the night. That laugh kept coming, sometimes far away, sometimes closer. The way it carried in the dark made it seem like the hyenas were all around us, moving through the bushes just out of sight. The teachers told us the national park was fenced, and that the hyenas were miles away, further than it sounded, but it didn't help much. None of us really believed that because the sound felt so close, like it was right on the edge of the camp. The hyenas work in packs, and knowing that made it worse, packs of predators moving unseen around us in the night. The fire was revived, the flames pulled higher with dry sticks and leaves, casting long shadows all around. The light was the only thing keeping us feeling a little safer, but it was still scary. No one got much sleep that night. Every few minutes, the hyena's eerie laugh would come back, sometimes in groups, like they were talking to each other in some strange, unsettling way. The tents didn't block the sounds, didn't block the feeling of being exposed. The open sides let every noise in, crackling branches, rustling grass, the distant calls of animals stirring at night. We stayed huddled near the fire, some boys whispering, some staring off into the darkness, trying to catch a glimpse of what was out there. I remember the cold creeping in, even though it was summer, and the fire felt like the only warm thing in the world. The river's gentle flow was almost hypnotic, but it also reminded me how vulnerable we were. The water might have seemed shallow and safe, but the wilderness beyond it was unpredictable. When dawn finally broke, the hyena sounds faded with the light. The birds started their morning songs, and the camp slowly woke up, stretching and shaking off the uneasy feeling of the night. No signs of predators had come near the camp, and that brought some relief. We all took a dip in the river to freshen up, the cool water washing away the sweat and dirt from the hike and the restless night. The shallow water made it easy to stand, and the riverbed was covered in smooth stones, worn down by years of flowing water. Some kids, along with a teacher, decided to explore a bit further downstream, about 300 feet away from our camp. What they found wasn't something any of us wanted to hear about. It was a fresh carcass, torn apart and shredded in a way that only wild animals could do. The sight of it made the reality hit harder. These were real dangers, not just noises in the dark. Seeing what those animals could do to something alive made all of us realize just how close we had been to serious trouble. That night stayed with me long after the trip ended. It was one of those moments where the wildness of nature felt so real and raw, and the thin barrier between safety and danger felt like a thread stretched too tight. I'm glad I can share that story now, with no fear of those hyenas coming back. But back then, it was a tough night for every single one of us. A night where the wilderness wasn't just a backdrop for adventure, but a reminder of the unknown waiting in the dark. The lake was never a place I wanted to spend much time near, not because of the water or the woods around it, but because of what I knew had happened there. I've never actually been camping myself, but the stories about that lake stuck with me in a way that made me avoid it whenever I could. It wasn't just the usual creepy tales you hear about wilderness spots. This was different, real, brutal, and the kind of thing that lingers in your mind long after you've left the place. Years ago, a family, a mom, a dad, and their little boy, went camping by that lake. They were supposed to have set up near some old cabins on the far side, the ones that look half forgotten, hidden between thick trees and scrub. People say a bear attacked them there, mauled them right near the cabins. The story spread fast and didn't leave much to the imagination. The three of them didn't stand a chance. Their deaths were savage, quick, and left the place soaked with something dark, something you couldn't easily forget. I never saw the bodies or the aftermath, obviously, but enough people talked about the screams you could hear if you got close to the cabins at night, or the shadowy figures some claimed to see moving near the water after dark, that it became something you just knew was true, even if you didn't want to believe it. After something that violent, something that terrifying. It's hard to ignore the feeling that the air itself changes around the place, like it's holding onto the pain and fear. I only went near the lake once, but I wasn't there to camp or explore. My older brother, who's always been the kind to take us kids on trips, brought me and my other brother along for a day out. The plan was simple: go fish a little, maybe have a small picnic by the water. But as the day turned into evening, I could see he was watching the sky closely, the way the light faded behind the trees. I wanted to stay a little longer, but he wasn't having any of it. The moment the sun started to dip past the treetops, he told us it was time to pack up and leave. There was a kind of tension in the air, something I couldn't explain then, but looking back I realized he probably felt the same unease I did. It wasn't just the dark setting in, it was the stories, the warnings he'd heard. The lake had a reputation, and my brother knew better than to get stuck there when the night came. Later, I learned from my other brother, he's a few years older than me, that he'd actually been there at night once, but not with family. He went with his classmates on some school trip. They were driving along a road that cut near the lake's edge, maybe to explore or just to pass through, but it was late. The sky was heavy with clouds, blocking out the stars and moon, and everything felt quieter than it should have been. That's when they heard it, chanting. At first, it was soft, far away, but it grew louder as they drove closer. And then they saw them, people in dark robes, standing on the side of the road, their faces hidden, their voices rising in unison. The chanting wasn't like a normal song or prayer. It was low, rhythmic, almost hypnotic, and it sent a chill straight down my brother's spine. Without a word, the group in the car fell silent. Someone switched off the lamps inside the vehicle. They sat perfectly still, waiting, hoping whoever those people were, they would leave without noticing them. The tension in the car was thick, heavy enough to choke on. They didn't dare move or make a sound until the chanting faded and the robed figures finally disappeared into the shadows. When they got home, my brother told us they were scared, convinced that if those people had spotted them, something bad might have happened. The fear wasn't just about being seen, it was about what might come after. I never went back after that day. The stories, the bear attack, the chanting, the dark robes, everything about the lake felt like it belonged in a nightmare, not a place anyone sane would want to camp or even walk near at night. Sometimes I think about the family that died there, the mom, dad, and little boy. How peaceful it must have seemed when they set out, unaware of the danger waiting. The lake looks calm during the day, the water reflecting the sky like glass, the trees standing tall and quiet around the shore. But beneath that surface, something is broken, something violent and dark. It's not the kind of place where you want to hear screams in the middle of the night or see shadowy figures moving between the trees. It's not the kind of place you want to stay near when the sun goes down and the world goes silent. And if you do, you have to be ready for the kind of fear that seeps into your bones, the kind that makes you doubt everything you thought you knew about safety and nature. That's why my brother never lets us stay when it starts getting dark. He knows the stories are more than just stories. He knows that something terrible happened there, and that sometimes, in places like that, the darkness isn't just the absence of light. It's the presence of something else, something you can't see but can feel creeping closer with every whisper carried on the wind. And I don't want to be near it when it comes. I used to work at a state park in a small, quiet town far enough from the city to feel like another world entirely. The park was one of those places where you could get lost in nature easily, with sprawling woods, old-growth trees, and trails that twisted through the hills and valleys. Every morning, I would get dropped off by the bus in town and hike through the park trail to reach my office deep inside the forest. The route wasn't the quickest, but it was the longest and also the most beautiful. I'd always prefer it over the paved roads or shorter, duller paths. It gave me time to clear my head, listen to birds, and watch the light through the leaves. One chilly morning in late spring, I had a little extra time, so I decided to take that longer trail. The sun was just rising, and the light was soft, golden, pouring through the branches overhead in slanting beams. The air was cool but fresh, filled with the smell of pine and wet earth. The trail was quiet. Usually it was, especially at this hour, and my footsteps made a soft crunch on the damp dirt and scattered pine needles. As I walked, I kept my phone in my hand, not really paying attention to it, just checking a message. The screen glowed faintly in the low light. I was moving at a steady pace, enjoying the calm and the sounds of nature, when I noticed her about 20 yards ahead. A woman jogging along the path. Nothing unusual. I saw people jogging here sometimes. She wore a plain white shirt and dark leggings, hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was alone, moving steadily with the rhythm of her run, completely focused on the trail. I glanced up briefly and then looked back down at my phone, expecting her to pass me soon. It was common for joggers to overtake slower walkers like me. But when I looked up again a few seconds later, she was gone. Just vanished. At first, I thought maybe she turned off onto a side trail. There were a few little branches off the main path, some leading deeper into the woods. But that part of the trail was wide and clear under the trees, with no thick bushes or undergrowth that could swallow a person without noise. If she had gone into the bushes or off the path, I would have heard the rustling or breaking of branches. I listened for any sounds, footsteps, leaves crunching, anything, but there was nothing. I stepped forward, scanning the area carefully. No sign of her anywhere. The bushes were still, the ground undisturbed, and the trail ahead was empty. I checked the side trails too, walking over to them and peering in, but they were clear and empty. She had to have been there a moment ago, but now it was like she disappeared into thin air. I stood there for a moment, confused and a bit uneasy, wondering if my mind was playing tricks or if I'd imagined her. Still, I moved on. I told myself it was just a weird coincidence, or maybe she turned off the trail before I noticed. It wasn't the first time my brain had fooled me on a quiet morning. As I continued walking, I felt the peace of the woods settle back around me. Birds chirped overhead, squirrels darted up trees, and the soft breeze moved the leaves. I tried to shake off the strange feeling. It was a beautiful morning, and I had work to do. Further down the trail, maybe half a mile past the spot where I lost sight of the woman, I saw something else. A small white dog suddenly jumped out from some thick bushes on the side of the path. It was a fluffy little thing, maybe a terrier or a similar breed, with the tail wagging slowly. The dog seemed friendly, but there was no owner in sight. I smiled, slowing down to get a better look. The dog didn't bark or make a sound. It just stared at me, head tilted, like it was deciding whether to come closer. I crouched down a little, extending a hand to call it, but the dog turned and started walking down the trail ahead of me. Curious, I followed it slowly. The dog reached a small side trail that led under a thick canopy of trees. It was a narrow path but open, and I could see clearly in the dappled light. The dog turned down that side trail and disappeared deeper into the trees. I stopped at the mouth of the trail and watched. 1 second, the dog was standing there, looking back at me. The next, it wasn't. No bark, no rustle of bushes, no sound at all. It was gone. I blinked, feeling my heart pick up. I stared around the quiet forest clearing, the dog nowhere to be seen. No sign of where it had gone. No sounds of movement. I had definitely seen a dog, hadn't I? I thought about the woman at the top of the trail. She, too, had vanished without any noise or sign. Both had appeared in broad daylight on clear parts of the trail. Neither made a sound. Neither left a trace. The sun was climbing higher now, casting sharp shadows. The forest was waking up fully, birds calling, wind rustling leaves. But the silence I had experienced earlier, the eerie quiet around those disappearances, stayed with me. I told myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe a deer or some other animal had startled the dog, and it ran off quietly. Maybe the woman took a side path that was quieter than I thought, or ducked behind some thick ferns. My mind tried to piece together normal possibilities, but it didn't feel right. The entire morning, the feeling stayed with me like a weight in my chest. The woods seemed less welcoming, and the trail that had felt so peaceful before suddenly felt strange and uncertain. I made it to my office and spent the day distracted, thinking about what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. I told no one. I didn't want to sound crazy. Days passed, and I hiked the trail again. Nothing strange happened. The forest was just as beautiful and calm as always, filled with the usual sounds of wildlife. But I never forgot that morning. Looking back, I'm still baffled. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. I was wide awake and fully aware. And it wasn't something supernatural. No ghosts or magic tricks. The state park was a real place, and the trail was well known and well used. I can only guess that I somehow experienced a weird glitch in perception or memory. Maybe my brain filled in details or erased others in a way I don't understand. Maybe there was some kind of trick of the light or shadow, or a brief moment where time seemed to skip. Whatever it was real to me, and it shook my sense of what's possible in a place I thought I knew. The woods have their mysteries, but this one stays with me because it's so simple and yet so inexplicable. It's a reminder that sometimes, even in the most ordinary places, reality can feel fragile and strange, and that sometimes things can just disappear without explanation. The first night we camped near McLeod, down in Squaw Valley, something happened that stayed with me in a way nothing else ever has. It was one of those trips that was supposed to be simple, just me and my ex, out in the woods, away from everything, just to breathe and forget the noise of everyday life for a while. We set up the car near a small clearing off a narrow dirt road, surrounded by thick pines and firs, the kind of trees that stretch so tall they almost blot out the sky. The air was crisp, cold enough to make our breath visible as we laughed quietly over a small fire. The night was silent except for the crackling of the wood and the occasional distant call of an owl. We didn't have much cell service out there, which was fine, a relief even. No screens, no distractions. Just the two of us, the woods, and the soft hum of the forest settling in for the night. We fell asleep inside the car, the back seats folded down and a thin blanket between us. I don't know what time it was when I first started slipping into the dream, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m. The dream was so vivid, so sharply detailed. It felt like I was really there, standing outside the car in the dark cold of early morning, looking in through the rear window. The sky was just beginning to brighten a little, that soft, pale light that comes right before dawn. There were 8 of them. I remember that number clearly, because it was the first thing I noticed. 8 figures, all cloaked in black, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods that cast shadows so dark it was like they swallowed the light around them. They stood around the car in a loose circle, but perfectly still, as if they were waiting for something or watching with silent patience. One of the figures, the tallest one, stepped forward slowly and placed both hands flat against the rear window. The hands were unnaturally large, and the skin was grayish rough like old bark or stone. I could see the tension in the fingers, the way they pressed lightly but firmly, as if testing the strength of the glass. The figure leaned in closer, head tilted just enough to look inside, but never revealing any facial features, just a dark void beneath the hood. The dream wasn't scary in the way you'd expect. There was no screaming, no chasing, no violence. Instead, there was a quiet, heavy presence, a powerful awareness that these beings were something far beyond human, and we were intruding where we shouldn't be. It was like standing on the edge of something ancient and immense. I wasn't terrified exactly, but I was on edge. The air in the dream felt thick, like it was charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. I woke up with my heart racing, sweat cold on my skin, staring at the dim light filtering through the car windows. I turned and saw my ex sitting up too, eyes wide and pale. For a moment, I thought I was still dreaming because they said exactly the same thing. The exact same dream, the exact same moment with the hooded figures, the hands on the window, the feeling of that quiet power. Neither of us said a word about it at first, but the fact that we had shared the same dream, down to every detail, shook us both. It wasn't like we had talked about the trip or the area much. No one had mentioned anything about strange figures or anything like that. We didn't know what to make of it. In the following days, we stayed close to that spot, wandering the woods, trying to find anything that might explain what we saw. We came across a few odd things, the most unsettling of which was the discovery of several used drug needles scattered near the trees, just off the trail. It felt out of place, like someone had snuck in and left them there, careless and dangerous. It was strange because the area wasn't widely known. The road was rough, the turnoff hidden, and we never saw any other campers or cars around. As we poked around, trying to connect the pieces, I started to get this impression that the figures in the dream might be some kind of guardians, watchers of the forest, maybe. Not supernatural ghosts or demons, but something more like a natural force, or even a warning. Like they existed to protect the woods from people who might come in and mess things up. The dream left an impression on me that was hard to shake. Even during the day, the forest felt different, charged with a strange energy. The trees seemed taller, the shadows deeper, and the silence between the bird calls heavier. I noticed how careful we both became around the woods, not wanting to disturb the small patches of moss or the piles of fallen leaves. On the last night before we left, I was lying awake and glanced outside again through the car window. It was near dawn, and the light was just creeping through the pines. I caught myself wondering if maybe the hooded figures were out there again, not threatening us, but watching, waiting for us to leave. We packed up quietly the next morning, driving out without a word. The trip felt like it was over before it really began, as if we'd been warned off without even being told. That place stayed with me long after we left. The dream, the needles, the feeling that some part of the forest was alive and aware in a way we couldn't understand. I still go back to that area from time to time, drawn by something I can't explain. The woods hold memories and mysteries, and maybe, just maybe, those hooded watchers are real, silent guardians of the wild, keeping their secrets close and watching over the land that's so easy to forget. I don't know what they want or who they really are, but I know now to respect the quiet power of the forest and to leave well enough alone. Because some things in the woods don't want to be disturbed, and they have ways of reminding you, even when you're just dreaming. When I was about 11 years old, I lived way out in the country, about 50 kilometers from the nearest store. It was a long, lonely stretch of dirt roads and fields, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. We didn't see many people, especially at night. The only company was the sounds of the wind through the trees, the creaking of the old wooden veranda, and the occasional bark of the dogs. My mom had to go away for a couple of days to an equine show, so she left me home alone. I was excited about it. It was one of those rare moments when I got to be by myself, and I could do whatever I wanted. No one telling me to go to bed early or to stop playing video games. The house was old, a bit run down in places, but it felt cozy enough, especially with the dogs around. That first night, I was fine. I stayed up late playing my favorite video games in the living room, the glow from the TV lighting up the dark corners of the room. The dogs were sprawled out beside me, occasionally flicking their ears or letting out a sleepy whine. I had a small snack, drank some soda, and enjoyed the quiet. At around 1 in the morning, I decided it was time to get ready for bed. I turned off the TV and dragged myself up from the couch. The dogs perked up, but followed me to the hallway. I flicked on the light in my room and moved toward the window. It was pitch black outside, not even the moon was out. The stars twinkled faintly, but there was no streetlight, no passing car lights, just the darkness. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, there was definitely a figure, tall, much taller than any man I'd ever seen, walking silently along the veranda outside my window. The figure looked like a human, but stood at least 7 feet tall. The shape was outlined against the blackness, darker than the night itself, but I could see it clearly. It moved with slow, steady steps, as if it had no particular rush. The veranda was old wood, the boards warped and cracked in places, and it creaked loudly whenever even a light weight walked on it. I knew because sometimes our 20-kilogram dog would walk there, and I could hear every step. But this figure didn't make a single sound. Not a creak, not a footstep, nothing. It didn't stop or glance at my window, even when I flicked on the light. It just walked by casually, like it was invisible or didn't care that I was watching. It headed toward the horse stables that were at the far end of the veranda, about 10 meters away. Normally, when anyone walks past that area at night, the motion sensors would trigger the automatic lights of the stables. But this time, the lights stayed off. Nothing flickered on, no sudden glow lit up the dark stable yard. I stood frozen for a moment, my heart thumping wildly. The shadow disappeared past the stables and into the darkness beyond, swallowed up by the black fields and the outline of the distant trees. I blinked, hoping it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I grabbed my phone and tried calling my mom, but there was no answer. The call wouldn't connect. I tried again and again, but nothing. Panic started to rise in me. I could feel the cold sweat on my neck and the tiny hairs on my arms standing up. The dogs sensed it too. They began to growl low and quietly, their eyes fixed on the dark window. I decided I wasn't going to stay in my room alone. I pulled a blanket off the couch and built a small fort in the middle of the living room, tucking the dogs inside with me. The small, makeshift fortress felt like a safe bubble, away from the dark outside. I sat there, clutching the blanket, watching the window that looked out to the veranda and the stables. I stayed there the rest of the night, barely able to sleep, listening to every little noise. The rustle of the wind, the faint creaking of the old house settling, the distant howl of a coyote. Every so often, I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the edge of the yard, but I never dared to look too closely. The next morning, the sun rose slow and orange over the fields. I checked the veranda and the stables. No sign of footprints or anything unusual. The dogs were calm again, wagging their tails as if nothing had happened. When my mom came back a day or two later, I told her what I saw, but she just smiled and said maybe it was a big animal or a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. I'd never forget that tall, silent figure moving so quietly in the night, completely ignoring the old creaky veranda and the automatic lights that should have turned on. It was a night that taught me to trust what I saw, even if no one else believed me. It also taught me that sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts or monsters, but something very real, walking silently in the dark, unseen by others. And sometimes the silence and darkness are enough to make your own mind race, imagining what might still be out there. After that, I never felt completely safe alone at night, no matter how much I told myself it was nothing. The dogs always slept near me, and I never turned off all the lights again. It was the longest night I've ever had, and the memory still stays with me, clear as the dark sky outside my old window. The air was thin and crisp up in the Alps, the kind of cold that fills your lungs with sharp freshness, the kind that makes your skin tingle even in the middle of summer. My grandparents' cottage sat high on a ridge, far enough from any town or village that the only real sounds were the wind sweeping through the trees and the occasional call of an eagle circling above. The place was small, made of old stone and wood, with a steep roof designed to shed snow in the winter. It had one tiny porch that creaked when you stepped on it, and a single chimney that always smelled faintly of wood smoke, even when no fire was burning. I didn't grow up there, but I spent a lot of time visiting when I was younger. It was a refuge from the busy noise of life below. The city, the traffic, the crowds. Up here, you could see forever. The mountains stretched out like giant blue giants in the distance, their peaks often dusted with snow even in summer. The sky was wide, open, and mostly clear, except when storms rolled in, usually fast and fierce, dumping heavy rain and thunder that echoed off the slopes. Fog, though? Fog never came. At least, not like it does in other places. Everyone I knew from the area said the same thing. Fog didn't settle in the high Alps. It was too windy, too dry. If you were lucky, maybe a little mist at dawn, but thick, creeping fog that swallowed everything like a wall. That was unheard of. The air was usually clear enough to see across valleys and ridges for miles. That's why the night I experienced it still sticks in my mind, years later, in ways I can't fully explain. We were a group of 5, all people who had known each other for a long time, and we'd gone up to the cottage for a weekend. It was late spring, so the air was still cool but not freezing. The sun had gone down about an hour before, leaving a sky heavy with stars, the Milky Way stretching out like a pale brushstroke across the black velvet above us. There was a light breeze, rustling the pine trees, and the scent of damp earth where a recent rain had settled into the soil. We'd spent the evening around the small fire pit just outside the cottage. Someone had brought a few beers, someone else had packed sandwiches, and there was talk and laughter. Nothing loud, just easy conversation with the kind of comfort that only happens when you're far away from the noise of the city. When the fire began to die down, one of us decided to take the spotlight out to check on the surrounding woods. It was the kind of spotlight with a powerful beam, good for cutting through darkness and spotting animals or any movement. We carried it together, stepping carefully on the uneven ground, the beams of light bouncing off tree trunks and patches of grass. Then, without any warning, the fog rolled in. It was the strangest thing. 1 second, the air was clear. The next, thick white fog had appeared around us, creeping low and heavy across the ground. It wasn't like the slow, creeping fog that climbs a valley over hours. This came suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch. The temperature dropped instantly, and the moisture clung to our clothes and skin like a cold, wet blanket. I remember feeling a strange mix of awe and unease, like something wasn't right. The others went quiet immediately. The usual chatter stopped. Eyes darted around, trying to pierce the fog's opaque wall with the spotlight, but it barely cut through more than a few meters. The beams scattered and reflected off the tiny water droplets, creating an eerie glow. I've never seen grown adults look so unsettled in my life. We knew this area well. Some of the group had been coming here longer than I'd even been alive. They knew every trail, every rock, every patch of woods that could hide a deer or a fox. Yet none of us had ever seen fog like this. None of us had even heard of it being possible. As we moved slowly, the spotlight scanning, I caught sight of two reflections. At first, I thought it might be animals, maybe deer or mountain goats. But there was something off about the shapes, something unfamiliar in their outline. They were low to the ground, but didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen in the Alps. The reflections flickered, appearing and disappearing, almost like shadows caught in the corner of your eye. It's hard to describe exactly what I saw, because the fog warped everything. The distance was impossible to judge, shapes seemed to shift and blur, and the sound was muted. We heard nothing but our own breathing and the faint crackling of the dying fire from the cottage behind us. Despite the tension, nothing attacked or even approached us. There was no growl, no rustling other than the wind and the trees. The shapes didn't follow or change position in any threatening way. They just existed, somehow caught in the mist. We didn't stay long. The silence, the heaviness of the fog, and the strange reflections were enough to push us back inside the cottage quickly. Doors and windows shut tight. We sat in the cramped living room with the old wooden table between us. The only light came from a small oil lamp on the table, casting long shadows on the walls. We didn't speak much after that. The air inside the cottage felt heavier than usual, the usual warmth replaced by a chill that seemed to come from nowhere. Eventually, one by one, we each moved to our rooms and shut the doors behind us. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about those reflections, about how suddenly the fog had come, and how nothing about the night had felt normal. I wanted to believe it was just a rare weather event, something strange but natural. But part of me knew it was more. The next morning, the fog was gone, as quickly as it had come. The sky was bright and clear, the sun shining warmly through the windows. Birds sang outside, and the familiar scent of pine and earth returned. Everything looked normal. The ground was dry where the fog had been thick, as if it had never existed. We never talked much about that night, after we left the cottage. The oddness was acknowledged but quickly brushed aside. There was no harm done, just a strange moment none of us could explain. Looking back, I realized that cottage held more mysteries than I ever knew. It was so remote that strange things happened from time to time. Small noises in the night, odd tracks in the snow, unexplained shadows, but nothing ever dangerous. Just enough to unsettle you, to remind you that even the most peaceful places have their secrets. That sudden fog, the strange reflections, the silence that followed, it wasn't a ghost story or some fairy tale. It was something real, something natural but deeply unfamiliar to us. A reminder that the mountains, with all their beauty and calm, can hide moments of true, unexplained strangeness. I never saw the fog like that again, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the quiet of the countryside where I live now, I remember that night. And for a brief moment, I feel that same chill, the sense that something unseen is watching, just beyond the edge of the light. I woke up to the faint sound of my dog barking. It was the kind of bark I'd heard many times before. Small, quick bursts, nothing too alarming. Usually, when my dog did that under the blankets, it was because he'd heard something outside, or sometimes just because he was restless. It was around 3 a.m., and honestly, I was groggy enough to just want to roll over and go back to sleep. The clock by my bed glowed softly in the dark. It read 3:11 a.m. I barely noticed it as I turned to my side, feeling the warm weight of the blankets and my dog curled up beside me. Then the clock ticked over, and it clicked 3:12 a.m. That was when I heard it, the slow crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside. The driveway at our house is long, maybe about 150 yards, and it slopes gently down to the road. I could see the faint glow of headlights coming from the window at the end of my bed. The car was moving slowly, steadily, driving the full length of the driveway. Normally, I wouldn't have cared. Mom often came home late, sometimes after drinking with her friends, and she'd sneak in quietly so as not to wake anyone. The dog's barking got a little louder, more urgent. My heart didn't race or anything, but my body froze. Not out of fear exactly, but more like I was stuck, only able to move my head. I could see the front door open just a crack, the light from upstairs spilling down the split-level stairs and into my room. Then I saw it, a dark shadow moving fast down the stairs. It wasn't slow or cautious. It was quick, like it was in a hurry, maybe angry or desperate. The shadow reached the bottom of the stairs in an instant, and before I could even process what I was seeing, it jumped on me. I jolted awake, sitting straight up, my heart pounding hard enough it felt like it was going to burst through my chest. The dog let out a little bark, just the small one. I was drenched in sweat, the nightmare still fresh in my mind. The clock glowed 3:11. I rolled over, telling myself it was just a bad dream, nothing real. Then it ticked 3:12 again. The car came down the driveway, slow and steady. The front door creaked open. But this time, it wasn't a shadow. It was my mom, stumbling a little, talking softly but slurring her words. She was drunk, coming back from a late night out. The nightmare faded as she walked through the door, chatting quietly to herself in that early morning drunk ramble. The dog wagged his tail, happy to see her. I lay back down, heart still pounding but relieved it was real and nothing more. That night stayed with me. The line between what was real and what wasn't blurred in a way I hadn't felt before. It wasn't like I was afraid of ghosts or anything supernatural. It was more that something about being frozen, unable to move, watching a shadow come at me. It rattled me. I still don't know if I had sleep paralysis or if I was just half dreaming, but it felt like the scariest moment I've had in years. There was another time, too, when the house was actually broken into. I just finished a 12-hour shift and was exhausted. All I wanted was to get home, take a shower, and crash. When I pulled into the driveway, something felt off. The window closest to the front door was shattered, glass scattered on the floor. The front door was cracked open. I didn't even want to think about it. I called my mom right away as I stepped inside. "Are they still there?" she asked. I froze in place for a second. I wasn't sure. I didn't hear anything, but the house was eerily quiet except for the creaks and groans you expect from an old house settling. I started walking through slowly, every step echoing in the empty rooms. I was scared, but it wasn't the kind of fear that makes you scream. It was more a cold, sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I told her, "I actually don't know," as I backed out of the house and locked the door behind me. I waited outside, my heart racing. The police came, took pictures, and dusted for prints. No one was caught, but it made me realize how people react so differently to danger. Where I had skipped scared and moved to annoyed that someone had invaded my space and made a mess, someone else might have been shaking with fear. I was just tired and wanted to be safe again. Living out in the country, like I do, brings its own kind of fear. It's not the kind that you see in movies with jump scares or monsters. It's the quiet, the sounds of the woods at night, the way your mind tricks you into thinking you hear footsteps or whispers when it's just the wind. Growing up camping by our creek, I loved being outside. But after watching that movie Blair, which when I was a kid, something changed. The woods lost their innocence for me. They felt darker, colder, more mysterious. It's hard to explain. You grow up thinking the woods are a place for adventure, but then you watch a movie that twists that idea, and suddenly every rustle of leaves, every shadow, feels like something is watching. My dogs have always been part of that experience. Farm dogs, raised to be alert and protective. They bark at squirrels and deer like they're enemies, but sometimes their barks cut through the night in a way that makes your skin crawl. You start to wonder if what they hear is more than just animals. The quietness of the country at night is unmatched. There's no city hum, no streetlights drowning out the stars. When the moon is out, it throws long shadows and silvers the tops of trees. That moonlight is when mischief starts. It makes you want to stay indoors, locked away, even if you've lived there your whole life. One time, someone came to our door trying to sell us something. It was late afternoon, and my wife was inside talking to them, letting them in to show whatever it was. I didn't like it. Something about the way they moved around the house felt off. They were casing the place. In rural living, it's common knowledge that people like that might be looking for an easy mark. I had to step in and make it clear that they weren't welcome. It wasn't about being rude. It was about protecting what's yours. You learn to be suspicious because out here, you're on your own. You can't just rely on a quick police response or a neighbor to hear you. It's you, your family, and your dogs. That's it. Looking back, these moments, the sleep paralysis, the break-in, the woods that never feel quite safe anymore, they all remind me that fear isn't always about monsters or ghosts. It's about feeling vulnerable in the places where you're supposed to be safe. It's about realizing that the real threats are often quiet, slow, and close to home. It's about understanding that sometimes the scariest things don't show themselves clearly. They're just shadows in the dark, cars creeping down long driveways, or the sound of footsteps when you're alone. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I don't think I'm brave or tough because I faced those things. I'm just someone who's learned to live with the fear, to accept it as part of life in the country. I've learned to trust my gut, to listen to the dogs, and to never ignore the small warnings. Because sometimes, that little bark or a shadow on the stairs is all you get before something real happens. And in the end, that's enough to keep me awake, watching the clock tick from 3:11 to 3:12, waiting for whatever comes next. We've lived here, in this dense forest on the edge of what you might almost call a rainforest, for close to 2 decades now. It's the kind of place where the trees grow thick and tall, dripping with moss and ferns, where the rain falls often enough to keep everything green and damp but never floods the land. The ground is soft with decades of fallen leaves and pine needles, and the air always smells faintly of earth and wet wood. Our house is modest, a small wooden frame built on a patch of cleared land that used to be just forest. No one has ever lived here before we did, at least not recently. The old maps don't show anything but trees, and the soil we dug into when building never turned up any sign of an old homestead or ruins. The closest history we know is that Native Americans once passed through or lived near here long ago, but there's no trace left, just stories. Our lives have mostly been quiet, shaped by the seasons and the forest. Deer wander through in the early mornings, sometimes a fox slips past, and we hear the calls of birds all day. The forest is wild but familiar. It feels like a place where nature holds the reins, where humans are just visitors. But the strange part of our story is about the cats that aren't really alive. I know how that sounds, and I want to be clear right away. We have one real cat, an orange Manx, short-tailed and loud, who lives inside with us and gets fed and cared for every day. But alongside him, over the years, we've seen cats that don't quite fit the usual pattern. We don't have proof or a clear explanation for them. All I can say is that over the last 15 years, in quiet bursts scattered through time, several of us in the family, and even some friends have seen cats that don't belong. They don't act like normal cats. They don't have owners, and they don't live anywhere we can find. They seem to come and go in flashes. Sometimes we see 1 or 2 in a week, then months go by without a single sighting. The cats vary in color, orange, beige, black and white, sometimes a mix. The orange one is the most common and most vivid in our memories. The strangest thing is the way they behave. Often they're just sitting still, almost statuesque. One will be perched on the toilet seat in the bathroom, looking calm and almost too quiet. Another might be near the sink, just sitting on the counter, watching silently. Sometimes they scamper quickly across a room, out of the bedroom door, or across the hallway, or darting through the front door and disappearing before we can catch a real glimpse. The first time I really noticed something was different was years ago, shortly after we moved in. I was up late one night, using the bathroom before bed. I turned on the light, and there it was, an orange cat sitting on the closed toilet lid, staring straight at me. My live cat, the orange Manx, was nowhere to be found, and I swear this cat looked different. It wasn't like the one we had. The tail was longer, fluffier, and it didn't move when I moved. It just stared. I blinked and looked again, and it vanished. That moment has stayed with me, even though I wasn't sure if I'd really seen what I thought I had. Over the years, the sightings piled up, slowly building a strange pattern. My daughter saw one too, a black and white cat that slipped out from our bedroom while she had friends over. 3 of her friends saw it run under the chair where they were sitting, and none of them could explain it. None of them had ever seen that cat before or since. My mother visited once and heard 2 sharp meows, one after the other, coming from the bathroom just as she was talking to me. Our live cat was asleep on my lap, completely still and quiet, and had not made a sound. We looked around, but no cat was there. Sometimes my daughter or I would be at the bathroom sink, and we would feel something brush quickly against our legs, like a cat running past us. But when we looked, no cat was there. It was just gone. It's hard to explain the feeling, but it's like a quick, light pressure, enough to be noticed, but without any actual form we could see. We keep our real cat's food and water bowls in the bathroom, and the door is often open. The strange cats seem drawn to that room for some reason, but none of them ever eat or drink anything. Our live cat, the orange Manx, is fully indoor, never outside, and his short stub of a tail always reminds me how different he is from these other cats we see. The orange ghost cat has a full tail, long and bushy, and none of these cats have ever stayed long enough to be caught or petted. They just appear, move, or sit, and then vanish. We have suspected for a long time that these cats were once real neighborhood cats, perhaps feral or abandoned, who met bad ends here in the forest, falling prey to dogs, coyotes, or worse. There are many wild animals around, and the dense woods provide cover for many predators. But if that's true, why do these cats seem to linger around the house? Why do they appear to watch us, to be so quiet and still? And why do they come in bursts, then disappear for months? The sightings sometimes feel like they're tied to the seasons or to certain weather patterns. We see more during the rainy months, when the forest feels thick and heavy with mist, and less in the dry summer. But even that isn't consistent. Once, we had a run of sightings over a few weeks. One morning, my daughter found a beige cat sitting calmly on the windowsill in the living room, its eyes half closed as if it was napping in the sun. When she called for me, it slipped away down the hallway and disappeared through the front door. We checked everywhere, but found no sign of it outside. The bathroom sightings are the most common and the creepiest. We all use that bathroom daily, yet these cats just sit quietly, sometimes perched where a living cat never would. One sat on the closed toilet seat as if it belonged there, while the door was left open and rain pattered softly on the windowsill. Another time, one was sitting on the edge of the bathroom sink, staring down into the basin. The texture of the light in that bathroom, with its frosted windows and cold tiles, somehow makes the cat's presence feel heavier, more real, and yet unreal. The times when multiple people have seen the cats together are the most unsettling. Once, when my daughter's friends were over, 3 of them saw a black and white cat run out from the bedroom and hide under a chair. They described it as sleek and fast, but none of them could find it afterward. Even now, when I write about it, I can remember the odd feeling that comes with seeing these cats. A mixture of curiosity and something like unease, a sensation that they are watching more than just the house. It's as if they remember something we don't. My live cat is oblivious to all of this. He sleeps on laps and chases toys, purring loudly. But sometimes, when the strange cats appear, he seems restless, looking toward spots in the house where nothing is, ears twitching, tail flicking nervously. No one in the family talks about the cats much, mostly because there's no explanation. The stories get dismissed as tricks of the light or misidentifications. But we all know what we saw. We all have our own memories of these quiet, strange visitors. There are no footprints, no sounds beyond the occasional meow, no signs of a living cat's presence beyond what we can see with our eyes or feel against our legs. It's like they are echoes of cats that once roamed this forest long ago. It was a quiet Saturday night, the kind that slips by unnoticed, especially when you're just at home doing nothing special. I hadn't planned to fall asleep in the chair, but I did. It happens sometimes, especially when my dog curls up in my lap. She has this ability to make everything feel so calm and still. She's not a large dog, a medium-sized mixed breed, probably part beagle, part something else, but she's got this warmth and stillness to her that just shuts the world down. One second you're scratching behind her ears, the next, your neck's at an awkward angle, and it's after midnight. I don't remember the TV show that was on, just some noise in the background. I'd probably watched a movie earlier and let the streaming service roll over into something else. Didn't matter. The important thing was the stillness, the dim lamp lighting the corner of the room, and the sound of my dog's slow breathing. It was just after midnight when it happened, 12:05 a.m., give or take. The first thing I noticed wasn't the sound, exactly. It was more like a shift in presence. You know that sense when you're asleep and not quite dreaming, and something external kind of taps into your awareness? A disturbance, a sound out of place. It wasn't a bang or a crash, just a faint click, followed by a rattle. A sound that didn't belong indoors. At first, I assumed it was part of a dream. My brain was still foggy, half stuck in that space where dreaming and reality start blending together. That transitional moment can be incredibly deceptive. I've had it happen before, hearing things that weren't real, feeling like someone called my name only to realize it was my mind playing tricks on me. But then I realized something was off. My dog had lifted her head. Her body had gone rigid, not completely tense like she was about to bark, but alert. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring at the front door. That told me something was wrong. She's a calm dog, doesn't startle easily. She'll ignore thunder and fireworks. but her ears were perked and her entire attention was locked on that door. And then came the sound again. Rattle, a metallic shaking sound. The door handle. Now I was awake, fully awake. I sat up in the chair and tried to clear my thoughts. Could have been a dream still. Maybe I was mishearing something. I wanted that to be true. Wanted to find some innocent explanation. Maybe the wind. But then the cats jumped down from where they'd been sleeping. I've got 3 of them, indoor cats, all different personalities, but in moments like this, they act like a single unit. One jumped off the arm of the couch, another from the windowsill, and the third slunk out from behind the bookshelf. All of them had their ears back and eyes locked on the door. They weren't making a sound, but they were clearly uneasy. Animals don't hallucinate. Not in the same way we do. They don't wake up thinking they heard a ghost or dreamed of a stranger knocking. If they were reacting to something, it was real. The handle rattled again, louder this time. A sharp metallic twist and shake, like someone trying to open it, or maybe just trying to see if it would give. I stared at it from across the room. The door was solid, standard steel-clad with a deadbolt above the handle. Nothing fancy, but reliable. I hadn't forgotten to lock it. I'm the kind of person who double-checks the locks even when I'm staying home all day. Still, the sound of someone testing the handle in the middle of the night, unannounced, was enough to make my stomach tighten. I stayed seated for maybe 3 seconds more. Could have been less. I was frozen, not with fear exactly, but with hesitation. A part of me wanted to believe this was a mistake. A drunk person at the wrong house. Or maybe some kid pulling a prank. But it was late. Too late for jokes. And the rattling wasn't hesitant. It wasn't like someone realized their mistake and stopped. It was steady, deliberate, attention-getting. I stood up. My dog didn't move from the rug, but her body remained tense. Her tail was still. The cats followed my movement with their eyes, but none of them approached the door. They didn't want to go near it. Every step toward the door made my heart beat louder. I wasn't breathing heavily, but I could feel the adrenaline start to build. The kind of tightness that crawls up your spine and makes your hands feel like they're buzzing. My house is small. Living room leads into the tiny dining space, and then the front door is off to the side of both. There's a coat rack near the door, but nothing that would offer cover. Just a straight walk into open space. I paused halfway there. Tried to listen. Nothing. No rattling now. Just silence. That silence was almost worse. The way the handle had rattled before, the deliberate force of it, told me someone had been there. Had they gone? Were they still standing outside, waiting? I felt like my skin was 2 sizes too small. I thought about the possibility of someone needing help. A person in distress. A car accident on the road. Maybe they were hurt and couldn't speak. But I also thought about break-ins. People checking doors to see who was home. If someone knocked first and then claimed it was a mistake, that gave them cover. But trying the handle? That wasn't innocent. I reached for the light switch on the wall. The porch light. My hand hesitated an inch away from the switch. A weird part of me didn't want to give away that I was awake. But then I realized it didn't matter. They'd already rattled the handle. If they wanted to know someone was home, they probably already knew. I flicked the switch. A dull yellow light bathed the front porch. It wasn't a strong bulb, just a regular LED fixture, but it lit the space enough. I still couldn't see from where I was standing. The peephole in the door was useless in the dark, angled too high anyway. I stepped closer, slowly. My heart was thudding, but I kept my body braced. I turned the deadbolt and then kept my hand on the handle. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe someone's still standing there. Maybe someone lunging the moment I opened it. I cracked the door. Not all the way. Just about 8 inches. Enough to peek out. Enough to see. And I saw something I didn't expect. Standing just outside the door, on its 2 hind legs, was a raccoon. A big one. Easily the largest I'd ever seen up close. Not fat, not bloated, just big. Its front paw was resting on the door, about where the handle was. Its head was tilted slightly, and its eyes were shining from the porch light. We stared at each other. A full second, maybe 2. It felt longer. My brain took a second to catch up. I'd been so keyed up, so ready for a human figure, that my mind didn't register what I was seeing. The raccoon blinked once, then dropped down to all 4s and bolted off the porch. It didn't make a sound, just the soft tapping of claws on wood as it ran into the night. I stood there with the door still cracked, hand frozen on the edge, mouth slightly open. The adrenaline was still in full force, but it had nowhere to go. It was like slamming on the brakes at full speed and realizing the road is empty. I closed the door, locked it, deadbolt, chain, everything. I turned back into the room and leaned against the wall. My dog had gotten up now. She came over and stood beside me, tail wagging slightly. Maybe she picked up on my relief. The cats had started moving again too. One of them jumped back onto the couch and started grooming herself like nothing had happened. I sat down slowly. My body was still buzzing. That kind of tension doesn't just vanish. I knew I'd be up for a while. No chance of going back to sleep. I kept replaying the sound in my head. The rattle. Metal against metal. That was no dream. The raccoon must have really been testing the handle. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it was smart enough to associate doors with food. I'd always made a point never to leave anything edible outside. No garbage cans near the porch. No pet food bowls. Nothing that should have attracted an animal. But raccoons are clever. And if it was just passing through and saw the shiny brass handle, maybe it just got curious. It was the right height, about 34 inches from the ground. If it was used to standing up, it wouldn't have been hard for it to reach. I didn't know what to make of it. I felt ridiculous, in a way. All that fear, all that tension, and it was just a raccoon. But I also felt relief. Deep, full-body relief. Because if it had been a person, if someone really had been outside at midnight trying to get in, I wouldn't have felt safe in my own house anymore. Even knowing it was an animal, it took a while for my system to calm down. I walked the house, checked the windows, looked out the back door. Everything was still and quiet. No signs of anything. Eventually, I sat back down in the chair. My dog climbed back into my lap. Her body relaxed quickly. Within minutes, she was snoring again, head tucked under her paw. I didn't fall asleep right away. I stared at the door. I kept thinking about the feeling I'd had when I first heard the sound. The uncertainty, the doubt, the fear. That moment where your brain has to decide whether what you're experiencing is real or imagined. In the end, it had been real. And yet, not dangerous. Just strange. Just unsettling. The next morning, I went outside and checked the porch. No damage. No scratches. Nothing knocked over. But on the far corner of the porch railing, I found a small muddy paw print. Faint, but unmistakable. I looked down the front steps toward the yard. The grass was damp, but there were no tracks in the dirt. It had probably come from the side woods. Maybe it lived nearby. That was a week ago. I haven't seen it since. Haven't heard anything on the porch. No more rattling handles. But I still think about it. About how close that moment came to being something far worse. How quickly fear builds when you don't understand what's happening. It was just a raccoon. But in the middle of the night, in that groggy place between sleep and full wakefulness, it could have been anything. And that was enough. I was 12 when we moved into that old 2-story farmhouse in northern Michigan. It was the late 90s, and my dad had just taken a new job working with industrial machines and welding. His work always meant we had to move every couple of years. Rental houses, temporary schools, different neighbors. But this place was different. It was far away from anything, even by our standards. The nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away, and the next house was even further. It took nearly an hour to drive into town, which made getting up for the school bus a daily battle. But it was cheap, really cheap. That mattered a lot. My mom was excited about the big garden space, already talking about canning tomatoes and growing enough veggies for the whole year. My dad didn't mind the commute. He liked quiet. The house was big. It looked like it had been added onto over the years. Different sidings, mismatched window styles, one part newer, another much older. My brother, who was 13, and I each got our own bedrooms, which felt like a luxury after sharing a room in the last place. Mine was on the second floor at the back of the house. His was on the same floor, just across the hall. The attic, though, that was the part we fixated on right away. You could only get to the attic through a small door in the back of my brother's closet. It was an old wooden door with a brass knob that stuck, and behind it was a steep, narrow staircase that creaked like crazy. The attic itself ran the entire length of the house. The first time we poked our heads up there with a flashlight, we saw old boxes, dusty furniture, antique trunks with rotting leather straps, and cobwebs so thick they looked like curtains. It smelled like mildew and old wood, and it was freezing, even in summer. We were both excited about the idea of turning it into a play space. We talked about putting sleeping bags up there, maybe setting up a fort or a hideout. But our parents shut that down fast. They told us the attic was filthy and dangerous. Stuff could fall over and hurt us. There were loose boards and rusty nails. Worst of all, if something happened, they might not hear us until it was too late. We were forbidden to go up there. I mean, they didn't lock the door, but my dad shoved a stained mattress up the stairs and wedged it sideways in the path, so you couldn't easily get in without dragging it out of the way. They figured that was enough to stop us. They also said the attic was full of stuff left by previous tenants. The landlord had never bothered to clean it out, and apparently he didn't care if anyone did. According to them, there was a door at the very back of the attic, directly above my room. Actually, that was locked, and they didn't have the key. They hadn't asked the landlord about it. I didn't think anything of that at the time. Just another weird thing in an old house. Still, there was something about the way they talked about it that made me feel uneasy. We settled in, and the months passed. At first, everything was fine. We rode bikes on the dirt road, helped Mom plant the garden, fought over who had to clean the kitchen. Dad worked long hours, came home smelling like metal and oil. Sometimes he'd bring scrap home for little projects. Life was normal. But at night, sometimes, I'd hear things from above my ceiling. It wasn't every night, just sometimes. It started out as little things, like a soft thud, or something scraping against the floor. I assumed it was mice, or maybe raccoons, but it didn't really sound like that. It was slower, more deliberate. I told myself it was probably just the house settling. That's what adults always say, right? Old house noises. Then I started hearing footsteps. Light ones, like someone walking slowly. Occasionally I'd hear a box shift. Once I heard something fall. Not crash, just a dull thump like it tipped over. Then, after a pause, something creaked. A soft, rhythmic creaking, like someone rocking in a chair. It wasn't loud, and it never lasted long. I convinced myself it was my brother sneaking up there. It was his closet, after all. He could get in and out easily. I figured he was just being a jerk and would eventually get caught. I didn't say anything, though. Tattling just wasn't worth it. This went on for months. Once or twice a week, I'd wake up to those same noises. Footsteps, the shuffle of boxes, the creaking. Always late at night. Always when everything else was still. I started sleeping with a pillow over my head, trying to ignore it. Then one Saturday morning in early summer, everything changed. I remember it so clearly. I woke up late, probably around 10 or 11. The sun was shining, and when I looked out my window, I could see my parents out in the garden, bending over the rows of beans and tomatoes. I didn't see my brother, but that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he'd go ride his bike early or help Dad before I even woke up. I went downstairs, poured a bowl of cereal, and sat at the kitchen table, staring at the sunlight on the floor and listening to the distant birds. It was so quiet out there. That kind of rural quiet where you can hear insects buzzing and the occasional creak of the house breathing. After breakfast, I went back upstairs to play Pokemon on my Game Boy. I lay on my bed with my legs up on the wall, trying to beat Sabrina's gym. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not overhead, but muffled and uneven, coming from above me. Daytime. I'd never heard them during the day. Curious, I paused my game and listened. The steps were slow, careful, then a dragging sound. A long, low drag, like something heavy being moved across the floor. I got up and crossed the hall to my brother's room. His door was open. So was his closet. And the attic stair door was wide open. I stepped closer. The air coming from the attic was cooler, stale. The smell of dust and old things drifted out. I went up just far enough to see over the top stair into the attic. The mattress had been moved. Boxes had been pushed aside. The narrow path led straight to the door at the far end, the one that was supposed to be locked. But it was open, and standing in the doorway was my brother. He looked right at me, smiling, and called my name. "You have to come see this," he said. Then he turned and slipped inside the room. My body froze. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I didn't know how I knew it, but every hair on my body stood up. It felt like something cold crawled over my spine. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then suddenly I turned and ran. I bolted down the stairs, through the house, out the back door, and across the yard to where my parents were kneeling in the dirt. I must have looked terrified, because they stood up fast, wiping their hands on their jeans. "What happened?" my mom asked. I looked at them, then back at the house. I heard someone in the attic. My dad's face changed instantly. He told us all to stay there, went to his truck, pulled out the shotgun he kept under the back seat. My mom went inside and stood by the kitchen phone. They told my brother and me he had appeared suddenly from behind the garden shed to get our bikes and head to the neighbor's place if they didn't come out in 10 minutes. That's when I realized my brother had been outside the whole time. He looked confused when I told them what happened. Genuinely confused. I stood there straddling my bike, watching my mom through the kitchen window. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might puke. Eventually, my dad came out, still holding the shotgun, and waved us back over. He was furious. Said someone had clearly been in the attic. The mattress was moved, the boxes shoved aside, and the locked door was open. But there was no one in there now. We all went back inside. Dad asked my brother if he'd gone up there. No, he said. I swear. I haven't touched it. He looked scared. He has a thing about spiders, serious arachnophobia. No way he was going up into a dusty attic full of webs. Plus, it had been sealed off for months. Well, someone opened the room, Dad said. So who was it? My brother kept denying it. He was grounded anyway, for the whole summer. But Dad said something that still sticks with me. He said there was dust everywhere up there, except for his own boot prints. He said you could see where the boxes had been dragged, the mattress shoved, but no footprints at all led to the open room, just his own. Like the path had been cleared, but not by someone walking. Inside the room was a single object. No light, no window, just a wooden rocking chair, sitting near the far wall, facing it. It didn't match anything else in the house. It looked older, fragile, dusty, but not completely covered in dust, like it had been moved recently, or maybe used. After that day, I wouldn't go near the attic. I didn't even like going upstairs. I started sleeping on the couch downstairs as often as I could get away with it. I'd make excuses, too hot upstairs, bad dreams, headaches. Mom let me. She figured I was just going through a phase. But the sounds didn't stop. They got worse. I kept hearing footsteps at night. The soft creaking started to come more often. It would always start slowly. A few steps, a pause, then the rhythmic back and forth of the rocking chair. One night, I was already awake when it started. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling, too hot, too wired from TV. Then I heard the creaking. But this time, I noticed something different. There was no sound of someone walking across the attic to get to the room. No footsteps crossing from the attic entrance over my parents' room to the back. Just silence, then rocking. It was like someone was already there. Sitting, shifting, moving. I stopped sleeping in my room after that. We lived there for 2 more years. I never told my brother what I saw. I didn't tell anyone. I kept expecting it to happen again. That door opening, him looking out. But it didn't. Still, I was afraid every day that it might. I still have nightmares. 2 of them, over and over. In one, I see him again, the fake version of my brother. He sticks his head out of that attic room, grinning, and calls me. I try to run, but